scenes on your screen right now as we are about to begin the grand finale of this monumental carnival, OCA Club League 2026. You can see how the players are coming through the fireworks, pyrotechnics in the daytime, and match cascades into the nighttime because this is a day-nighter. As you can see, the players are lining up for the state anthem and the national anthem before we begin this massive cricket match that is about to follow. The match officials are ready, the players are ready on either sides, the camera persons lined up, and everybody in sincerity and reverence for the state anthem, unitedly standing up. The national anthem now then.
Yes, so we are at the home of cricket here in Odisha, and this is the big match, the final, and we're all waiting for this exciting contest, I have to say. And two absolute mighty forces up against each other for the final. Rising students on one side, Barabati Club on the other side, Rajesh Dupar and Samit Sau leading the respective sides. And of course, Mr. Sanjay Raul, the match referee, who needs no introduction here. And it's finally the time for the toss. Rajesh, it's time to spin. Tails is the call. What's it?
It's a tail.
It's a tail. There we go. So Sambit perfect call करचंदी कौन रहो बनी रे?
बैटिंग करिबु हम
कौन रीजन रही चे मैंने सर्फेस को देखी कि ना आफ्टरनून स्टार्ट को देखी कि?
ना बैटिंग विकेट टाइ बट हमको इवनिंग टाइम रे हेल्प मिले हम बॉलर्स को तो सेथि पे हम बैटिंग नेलु गोटे भलो स्कोर पुट अप करी ता डिफेंड करे चाहिबु
এইভাবে গোটে লিগ বহুত সময় পরে আমি কইপারে যেতବେଳେ কি এতে বড় স্তরের হଉଛି গোটে ক্লব লিগ ଆଉ সেইଥିରେ ଆପଣ লিডর ହେଇକି ନିଜ टीम को फाइनल ରେ पहुंचुଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣଙ୍କ फाइनल एक्सपेक्टेशन कोन रहबो ଏବଂ ନିଜର ଯାତ୍ରା ବିଷୟରେ କୁହନ୍ତୁ
ऑब्वियसली जर्नीटा बहुत भलो रही तो सही प्रोसेस को आम स्टिक करूँ आउ रिजल्टा बेसी आम ता उपरे न फोकस करी आम प्रोसेस उपरे ध्यान देबू तो सेटा हमको इवेंचुअली हमको नहीं जीवो
टू बैक गेम्स फॉर राइजिंग स्टूडेंट्स हियर ऑन दिस ऑफिस एटा किसी डिफरेंस पकेबो आपनको
ना ना सेमती किछ होबनी
ऑल द बेस्ट साबित आज रो मैच में राजेश दुपर वर्तमान स्ट्रैटेजी आपन अलगा लेवल लास्ट दुटा मैच अपन प्रथम बैटिंग करूथले पूरा प्रस्तुत होई आछन सेति में
हां ऑब्वियसली हम पूरा रेडी होई आछू
आपन को पर्टिकुलरली कोन लागु जे आज रो सरफेस कालो सरफेस किछि अलगा ना समान कथा
ऑलमोस्ट बहुत सिमिलर रहइबो आ भलो विकेट अछि बैटिंग में
सही समान प्रश्न जे एते बड़ लीग यू नो यू आर वन ऑफ द फेवरेट्स ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट बहुत बड़ प्लेयर भी अछन आपन टीम रे এবং आपन फाइनल खेलुचंदी प्रेशर ऑफ एक्सपेक्टेशंस भी रहइबो किंतु गोटे अपॉर्चुनिटी भी रहइबो जे आपन आउ थरे टॉप रे थियाबे को बेले भाबर देखुचंदी
ऑब्वियसली एटा गोटे भलो चांस अछि समस्त पे प्रूव करिया पे तो गोटे बहुत भलो प्लेटफॉर्म अछि समस्त बेस्ट देबे
टीम कॉम्बिनेशन समान रखछंदी कालो मैच ना किसी परिवर्तन अछि
नहीं पूरा से
ऑल द बेस्ट राजेश आज रो मैच पे लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन द बिग न्यूज हैज कम आउट फ्रॉम द सेंटर विश्व भारती क्लब have won the toss and they're going to be batting first
Time to look at the surface that matters the most. Here at the big finale, that is, well, of course, the news from the toss was Viswabharati will be batting first, and there is a reason for that. You look down at Time to look at the surface that matters the most. Here are the big finale that is. Well, of course, the news from the toss was Biswaharati will be batting first, and there is a reason for that. You look down at that particular surface and you can see runs on the board once again. Couple of 400 surfaces that we have seen so far here at the center wicket. This looks perfect. This looks like another such total that is, but this is the finale. And you want runs on the board. That's what Biswaharati are doing. More importantly, what's going to happen next in the second half when these glowing
Hello, hello, hello.
2.4 overs, 18 for none. 13 balls, 16 from Ankit Yadav. And straight away, we have seen the shots. The lofted on drive. And over extra covers for 6. Right when this game began, we did speak about how fluent he is down the ground. And he's already played that brilliant on drive. And then gave himself a bit of room to go over extra cover for a 6. There's been a bit of a delay because umpires have to call out box of new balls that is to be replaced. In that break, Somyalenka was quick to turn to the rest of the set of senior players and rising students just to understand what sort of a length he should be bowling to Ankit. I think they must have said to pull his length back and tuck him up just like that. That's why you got to be to these two batters. In fact, to Gaurav Dush, you can go searching for that stumps once again. But to Ankit, how fluent he is down the ground. You got to beat there.
He's already shown snippets of it as well. Straight down the ground for 4 and a 6. Some counter attack. Winning the toss, choosing to bat first today with Barabati club. Bit of a mind game up front as well. Single on offer. They're going to go for it quickly. Comfortably taken as well. As the third over comes to an end, it's 19 without a loss. BBC batting first in the big finale. It's 3 overs 19. And on the experienced campaigner, Giant has been given the ball. The idea is to pick up a wicket here.
Yes, and again, fantastic bit of homework done from rising students. Both of these two batters, they have gotten out to left arm spin in this tournament while trying to cut the ball, caught behind that is. I think realizing that there is not a lot of movement with this new ball, they've gone to spin very, very early. This is proactive stuff from Rising Students Club. Let's see how 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐀 𝐂𝐿𝐾 responds. 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐃 loves the shot over extra cover inside out. Look where he's standing, Piyush. He's standing outside leg stump. No wonder he plays that shot really well. Because he's always leg side of the ball. He can free his arms through the offside. Although now, 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐀 𝐂𝐿𝐾 out there, his strength lies down the ground. He's going to take a few deliveries. Look at what sort of a length Giant is bowling. Giant will try and trap him with the arm ball in front of stumps.
No, he's been watchful today, all throughout the 3 deliveries that he's faced. New challenge here. Backs himself up, gives himself room, plays it towards the offside. Complete misfielding there. Goes through the hands of the fielder. But the fielders in the deep, the boundary rider especially, allows the batter one. That's about it. Standing way outside the leg stump, guarding, taking the guard of the leg stump. Hence, Giant can't even afford to bowl him fuller on the middle and off stump with the open areas on the offside. And drags his length towards the stumps happily. Worked away towards the onside for one more.
Yes, and 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐃 will try and see for how long Giant resists the temptation not to bowl the off stump line. It's a bit of a cat and mouse now between Giant and these two batters inside the fielding restrictions. As you can see, Piyush, again, not even a hint of turn. So it's going gun barrel straight. So it's down to pure skill in terms of how you can get people out. Right now, Gaurav is trying to give himself room, go through the offside. Because he knows Giant will hardly pitch it up and he will never toss it up. So we'll try to look for something through the offside here. Or forcing Giant to toss it up. Giant won't. Flat onto the stumps. Such a master. 4 done, Biswabharati Club. 23 for no loss. Once again, a strong start from 𝐿𝐾𝐃 𝐂𝐿𝐾. He's 19 from 17, 6 and a 4 in Soumya Lenka's over where he played the lofted on drive for 4 and then the 6 over extra cover. And since then, Soumya Lenka has kept his length towards that short of length region and has looked to tuck both of these two batters. Once again to 𝐒𝐿𝐾 𝐂𝐿𝐾 though. Does he go searching for the stumps?
Rising up on him, slightly sharp. Somehow manages to take a single, pushing it towards the mid-on fielder. 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐃 𝐂𝐿𝐾 has been the bolder batter amongst the two today, scoring a boundary and a 6, as Babashish mentioned, and a contest between bat and ball because Soumya Lenka is also attacking for a wicket. Towards the stumps, nicely worked away. Might be a 2 on that. Yes and no, mix up. 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐃 𝐂𝐿𝐾 has been exiled from the arena. He was at the behest of 𝐒𝐿𝐾 𝐂𝐿𝐾. Yes, no, maybe. And that is it. for Ankit Yadav. The finger was raised right away by the leg umpire.
And you can see the celebrations by rising students. They know how big a scalp this is. Man in form has got a big 100 in the tournament. He can hurt you. And he had already gotten himself a start. 19 from 17 in decision there between these two. And that is the fall of the first wicket.
Yes, beg your pardon, main umpire there, Debabrata Das, as Ankit was the man who played the shot, was looking for the second run. For a second, they thought that was definitely on. And 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐿 Chaudhary thought otherwise. He wanted to call loud and clear. By then, Ankit was too far down the middle of the pitch for him to come back. Good throw, good enough throw, but decent work by Lenka. Picking up the ball, whipping the bails off at the non-striker's end. And we have seen the first wicket falling in the grand finale here at the Barabati Stadium, the big venue for the big match. Gaurav will be on strike, Soumya Lenka. Now that is going to unsettle the rhythm of the batting team
Early prediction.
here on in.
Yeah, early prediction time, Piyush. Get a feeling that incident will free up 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐿 Chaudhary now. He's searching for runs in this tournament. Now it's no more a search, it's a necessity. He's got to score his share of runs and also Ankit's. Just get a feeling that that incident might change the entire complexion of Gaurav's tournament so far. And he could be really determined to put his head down and get a massive score in this finale here. Hemant Naik has joined him, another man who's been in form.
Oh yes, it could be just that little nudge that he required. None better day than the big finale. If he can recuperate, if he can come back from here, score a massive total on the board. Huge hit, skied up in the air. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐿 Chaudhary has to go as well. Both the openers back in the hut in the same over. Soumya Lenka giving him a send-off as well. Thank you for your services, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐿 Chaudhary, with the bat for Biswa Bharati Club in this tournament.
Yes, that's it. Curtains for the opening pair now. That's what I was just picking up. It could be that him saying enough is enough. And I got to chance my arm here. And in trying to do so, either I'll get a quick start for my team, or any which ways I've spent the most time in the pavilion this tournament. That's no different. Horrible start. Shocker of a start now for Biswa Bharati. Finals day, they won the toss. They put rising students in this heat to field, and now themselves have gone on the back foot. 25 for 2.
Almas Shaukat. And Biswa Bharati Club have been staggered here. Vehement reaction, intense emotion in that reaction from Soumya Lenka. Almost as if they now know And that the trophy is in the kitty. Handshakes in the com box as well to follow up after Gaurav Chaudhary's wicket. But Almas is going to take strike.
Well, Dyush, we don't have the luxury of the curtains. I would have drawn them. Almas won't really feel that way. His first ball over the wicket, Somya. Guess him with a bouncer. Given as a wide for the line, I believe. Not exactly for the height.
Yeah, so yes, just one bounce signal from the leg umpire. So it was the main umpire's call,
Yeah.
and hence wide for the line down the leg side, says the umpire.
Yes, and having known these set of boys here are the rising students, they will try their very best not to bat for too long under lights. So if they can get this first innings done with still the daylight out there, it gives them a really good chance. All throughout the tournament, you have been facing the white ball in daylight. So today, having got the opposition 26 for 2, try and get the game done in the daylight. Somya has 2 in that over for his team. One with the relay run out and then with the ball. 26 for 2.
Ravi Teja will continue. Hemant hasn't faced a single delivery. Nicely behind that one. It's a repair job from here on in.
Yes, Hemant Naik started the tournament with a 40 odd. In that particular game, he got caught behind against spin. That's why I was expecting Jain to be given another over. Let him bowl at Hemant at least for 1 over, that is. Beyond that game, Hemant has had starts in almost every game, that is. And that shot tells you that he's been in form. Over pitched, all right. Look at the balance in that straight drive.
Oh, nice high elbow. And a great follow through as well. Even though it burst through the hands, the left hand rather, of Ravi Teja, it still had enough force behind it and kinetic energy as well to take it over the fence, straight down the ground, oozing his confidence in the process.
Don't think Ravi Teja won't mind that, to be honest. He's kept the mid on up, and I think that area is where he's trying to get Hemant trapped. There you go. Even after that straight drive, he's gone really full because they must have done their homework on Hemant and understood that there's been times where he's gotten caught in front of the wicket. He was also adjudged LBW in the semi-finals while facing the left-arm spinner. So even though Giant has moved out of the attack, Ravi Teja now looking to hit the stumps and see if he can trap Hemant outside the off stump this time, left alone.
He's quiet, his calm is still, Hemant, today. Both the front foot defenses and the push for a boundary as well. Even this leave, suggestive of the fact that he's being circumspect up front.
Oh, and Rajesh Thupar beat Biplab Samantrai. Direct throw, looks out. Looks very out from up here. Only had one stump to aim at. Hemant's body language is not the most convincing of the lot.
Sharp work in the field. Nice quick pickup. Had one stump to aim at. It was Subhranshu Senapati. Recreating a memory, maybe. But it's up to the third umpires now, the TV umpires, having a close look.
Yes, that core memory, I think he was standing somewhere around mid-on. And this is more towards mid-off. That was for the team that is kind of struggling right now. The game today says GKP. Guess who else will be looking forward to that game? Biplab, hardcore yellow fan, Mahi fan himself. They look confident. The only thing here, oh yeah, Hemant was almost walking. Hemant was almost walking there, and he needs to keep walking. Bad turns bizarre for Biswabharati. Both the openers back in the hut. Now the number 3 batter back in the hut after a run out.
I wanted to take a quick single. Gotta take a quick walk back to the hut. Third wicket falls. They have been hit by a freight train today. We saw the batting department and the bowling department perform in the last 2 days from rising students. It's the fielding department today that has risen up to the occasion. Gyana has walked in amidst everything that is happening around him. He has to have the Gyana right now to stick around for long. And the skills, of course. He'd be at the non-strikers end for now.
Just before that run out happened, the point I was trying to mention is that these rising students, boys, they're so smart that you expect them to pull tricks on the go. And now that Almas Shaukat is in so early, I won't be surprised if Govind Podar gets a crack with the semi-new ball as well. To the left-hander, he can go round the wicket and bring both the edges of the bat in play. Now Almas. Could be another wide, is it? Yes. You've seen that before.
That's a towering bouncer there from Ravi Teja. Almost pitching it close to his body from the release point. Then closer to the batters. Way over his head. Easy signals from both the umpires.
Defended. Yeah, they need Govind. 31 for 3. 6 overs are done. From up here in the commentary box, Diyush, the sky for this finale here is little watercolor blue. Dare I say that's kind of deceptive in specifically this part of the world. Roundabout now. It's a color that is synonymous to windstorms and rainstorms. So it's not exactly darker in color, it's just lighter blue. Lighter, lot of water, less color blue. Here is Soumya once again.
Yes, they call it the cyclone season. It can hit you anytime because the low pressure precipitation that happens around the coastal belts, the eastern coast of India.
Yes, and I'm a little worried because it's not been that breezy so far. So I really hope that as well, you should get a seamless blue view as that light color sky blue merges to view of the stadium that is of the empty stands, and
the Olympic building right in front of us too high, so come on. Too high. So that blue almost seeps. Space to have a long wingspan and fly around, watch the game, pick up some food. Maybe that is on the platter, the ground that is, the green, lush green outfield out here at the Barabati Stadium. And us in the third floor as well, giving us a similar kind of view, a bird's eye view of the game that is going on right now. Massive repair job, rescue mission here for Biswabharati Club. 31 for 3, they're reeling right now in the first session of the grand finale. Yes, and it's only gonna get tougher if they can't put a plug to the fall of the wickets, especially inside this power play. Can't afford any more. Good looking drive, but straight to Govind. Three wickets yesterday for Govinda Podar. Yes, and so far hasn't really shown signs that he's warming up. Or has he? Hasn't. Maybe one more over for the Ravi Teja from Mahanadiyan, and then you get to see Govind. The old roll of the arm, the flick of the ball to check the spin on it. He might be brought into effect inside the power play. We're yet to see. We have seen Jayanta trying out his left arm spins. And also from the same end. The over that he was tried, that was also from the man in the end. So you get a feeling that they might go to off spin to attack Almas early in his innings. Got a gully now. Tough stuff from Somyalanka with this new ball and eyeballing the batter till the very end of his run-up. 7 done, 31 for 3. Ravi Teja has already given his hat away, so it's going to be him. Yes, thankfully, Piyush, weather all clear for today and tomorrow. Come Sunday onwards, we might see some of those storms that we are talking about. You can almost sense that in the air already. But thankfully, as the weather app predictions goes, I don't know if they have the accuracy percentage of 90, that is. But we can trust it for now. Here is Almas over the wicket. Ravi Teja tried to bowl him a bouncer first up and now follows down the length ball just outside of. Look at the way Almas is almost hiding his bat behind his body. And he's trying to do so to leave as many balls as possible. That's why I think you need the off spinner from round the wicket, where Almas has to take that bat in front of his body and look to play. Yes, defensive mindset, but a bit of a survival mindset as well. In the meantime, can't afford to lose a wicket. Can afford, however, to just see out few deliveries out here in the passage of play as we move towards the second power play. The field will be spread out. The singles are going to be there on offer. Piyush, realistically and practically from here on in, how many do you think they'll try and get to? I know as many as they can. That's what they want. But do you have like a ballpark figure, considering that under lights, first 5-6 overs, anything can happen? Rising themselves can be 31 for 3 in the second innings. You never know.
So what sort of a score will almost keep them in the game?
I mean, I had the idea that this is not going to be the high-scoring game that we have witnessed in the last 2 days, according to the cricket permutations and combinations as well. But yes, 250 from here should be an ideal target they should be looking at, and giving the ballers a bit of cushion in the second innings to effect the same lethal progression in the first power play of the second innings to try and pick a wickets.
Yes, you're spot on there. That's a number I was looking at as well. And what that means, Divsh, realistically, it's 200 more runs. And that is achievable. 40 overs of disciplined batting on a good surface. You're bound to get 5 runs per over. And then if you get to 250, you'll just be able to put some pressure. Was the change of pace that never really came to the pitch. Yeah, that was the off cutter from 𝐕𝗏𝗔𝗟, floated out of his hands.
Two slowers will never really arrive to the batter. And a full toss, late drive there towards the mid-off.
Yes, now even 𝐕𝗏𝗔𝗟 is manifesting Govind Podar's arrival into bowling attack. So it shouldn't be too late. He's also put in a shift yesterday. So must have asked his captain for a bit of a breather to start. Heavy bottom hand there from Almas for the first time. So far, he was looking to play with soft hands. That's for the first time. Really trying to muscle it with the bottom hand. 8 done, 31 for 3. Viswabharati. Here comes the discussion between Govind Podar and the captain. And I think, whoa, 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 whoa. The surprise has come once again. Nursing a bit of a finger injury and was deciding to only contribute with the bat. 𝐕𝗏𝗡 Samantrae in the big finals would turn his arm over. Such a thinking bowler, Divsh. Straight away, he's giving the ball back to check his run-up, check his rhythm. The best thing about his bowling, Divsh, is how delayed his release is. Almost releases it in front of his body. So he's able to pick up the last bit of cues in terms of where the batter's front leg is, where the bat is coming from, where the batter is looking to go. Is he coming down the track? So in a way, he can change the line and the trajectory of the ball last second. And that's why he's such a wicket taker, is 𝐕𝗏𝗡.
Such a telltale sign that he's a great batter himself. Towards the leg side, whipped away. Nice work. Direct throw could have been close as well. There's no backing up on that occasion. So it'd be welcome overthrows here, 4 of them to the batting team.
Yeah, and 𝐕𝗏𝗡 applauded that too. And you gotta do that. Do that. Team on top, you're trying to really decimate the opposition so you can afford to take this extra chance. So 𝐴𝐂𝐻 off the mark. Scoreboard will say 4 of that ball. That is 4 overthrows. It was a real opportunity at the non-striker's end then. That first ball was slightly on the shorter side, and straight away 𝐕𝗏𝗡 decides to drop the square leg fielder back very much in front of square, and he's asking the third fielder to come in a lot finer. Second ball, the attempted outswinger, pitches that on middle. Doesn't bowl with a lot of pace at all, but the accuracy is spot on.
And that's where he wants to be, around the stumps. And it's almost going to keep the batters double guessing. Quite a surprise package there. Bit of a quick chat between Govind Podar and 𝐕𝗏𝗡 Samantrae. We were of the anticipation that we're going to see some off-spin. Then came the captain himself. In the air, and he's taken a wicket as well. This is probably why he made that change got himself into the attack. Breakthrough. Ghana is standing there, visualizing he's got to walk. You can see the change of line. Started this over by bowling a lot straighter onto the stumps, then quickly changes the line to way outside the off. Ghana thought there is an opportunity to pick up a boundary. Hits that uppishly straight to the backward point fielder. Biplab is on the board. And Viswabharati go down in the trenches early in the finale inside the power play. They are 4 down, tumbling down. Ghana can't believe his luck. Yeah, a bit of an anti-climax here for Viswabharati club. Famous victory yesterday in the semi-finals. In tatters. In the big final. Winning the toss, choosing to bat first. Catching the opposition by surprise. In a day-night game, different dynamics. But for all we know, it just might turn out to be an afternoon game here. As they're 35 for 4. We are still inside the first power play. And Diush, I can promise you, looked at the surface, not a blemish on it. Not a blemish on it. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. Just high intelligent cricketers doing what they do the best, even if they were put into field first. Sudden change of plans and they're out here. Well, runs in the tournament for Gaurav Kumar. But Herculean task under the pump. And just get a feeling Diush Biplab here for that first ball might go really full. Man in form, Gaurav. Sometimes when you're in form, you try and just play the ball first up. And that's why he's gone targeting the stumps there, Biplab. It's just that kind of bowler. He is definitely going to lure you to play the shots. And he's almost always going to be around the stump. So you have to. Such a thinking, smart bowler, Biplab Samantrae. Yes, it must be going in his mind to just float it up and see if Gaurav Kumar is a little too eager here to drive at the ball and place it away from the body. There is that full ball, but Gaurav is disciplined. Lets that one go. The class of Biplab Samantrae with the ball on display here. Just bowling the perfect ball. And changing up pace as well. It's the same arm action. The release as well. Holding the ball tighter at times while releasing. Hence the lack of pace for the batters. Gaurav K has an awareness of the off stump, lets that go. And the next delivery pushes it off the back foot to the extra cover fielder. Boundary of the overthrows and a wicket of that over. As Biplab Samantrae has started off his spell of bowling inside the power play. 9 done. BBC 35 for 4 in massive trouble. Still no change from the far end, there is. Will be Ravi Teja. Might be just waiting for the fielding restrictions to get done and then get Govind Podar. Also in the previous over, Ulma Shaukat showed us that he could be vulnerable against the short ball. So that's something Biplab and Ravi Teja must have picked on and asked Ravi Teja to try and test him upstairs for another over. That's why he's given him a deep backward square leg too. Onto the body, short fine leg. Keeps that to a dot ball. You can see in the body language of the batters as well. They're absolutely arrested. And you look at the scorecard, you're just going to be depressed as well. 4 wickets done inside the power play. That's why it has to be such a special effort here to come from the dead almost, just like they did yesterday. But they have to set a target today. That's up in the air, but that's in the gap. One bounce nicely picked up by the mid-off fielder, comes around quickly. The fielding department extra tight, assisting the bowlers throughout.
Yes, not for the first time, Almas. Whenever he's driving the ball, Dyush just uses the bottom hand more. And that means the ball is mostly in the air. It wasn't that short, but Almas isn't that tall either. So he can just sit and let that slow bouncer go on top of his head.
That's a pretty sneaky bouncer, Ravi Teja. Nice little bob and weave, dodges the ball. Almas.
I think that's the slip fielder is talking about. How did he duck that? Hard length once again. They'll get the run.
And he'll get the first runs as well. Almas was stuck at naught. Finally, pressure lifted off. No timing whatsoever. The ball coming back in sharply, surprising him. Getting the inside half of the blade. No fielders there closing up. Hence, that single was even possible. Gaurav is yet to get off the mark as well.
Piyush, in that entire batting group, it must be Gaurav Kumar who must be still thinking they're in this. Because most of the runs that Gaurav has got in the tournament have come from down the order. So he's resurrected Biswabharati before. And what he must be thinking that in the second innings, under lights with the new ball, there is a good chance we can get Rising Students Club 30 for 3. You never know. And if that's the case, what happens beyond the first 10 overs might decide the game. So let's dig deep. Let's fight. Last ball of the power play. Ravi Teja running in from the Mahanadi end. Gaurav lets that one go and it dies on its way to the keeper. One-sided contest so far in the grand finale. Winning the toss, deciding to bat first in spectacular batting conditions. Biswabharati have handed the advantage on a platter to Rising Students. Time for a double change. And I've got GKP, who was out there hyping up the contest at the toss. He'll be alongside, well, how Trump would call it, Sachin Das. Welcome, Sachin.
"36 for 4. This is not Sachin Das. This is Gaurav Ponda. Of course, Sachin Das is alongside me. Take a look at what has happened in the first 10 overs. Brilliant from Rising Students, as always, as ever. Pulap Samantrai from round the wicket to the left-hander. Almas. There's been plenty of ball watching from him. Plenty of dot balls piling up in this first power play. Just reminding me of the traffic that you get in Badambadi. But has to make sure that something at least works for them. And in a contest where you're almost kind of in the first half of it, of first 10 overs, you're outplayed by the opposition. Will be plenty of questions on how you can come back from the situation and fight a total. This is a big contest. Whole of the Odisha is watching. Welcome Sachin to the com box. Will be tough.
धन्यवाद गौरव भाई କିନ୍ତୁ ବିପ୍ଳବ ସାମନ୍ତରାୟ ଏ ଟୁର୍ଣ୍ଣାମେଣ୍ଟରେ ଏତେ ବୋଲିଂ କରିନାହାନ୍ତି। କେବଳ କ୍ୱାର୍ଟର ଫାଇନାଲ୍ସରେ ଗୋଟିଏ ବଲ୍ ପକେଇବାକୁ ଆସିଥିଲେ, ଯେତେବେଳେ ବିରାଟ ସିଂ ନିଜ ଓଭରର ଶେଷ ବଲ୍ ପକେଇ ପାରିନଥିଲେ, ଆହତ ହୋଇଥିଲେ। ସେ ଗୋଟିଏ ବଲ୍ ଛାଡ଼ିଲା ପରେ ନା ସେମିଫାଇନାଲରେ ସେ ବୋଲିଂ କରିଛନ୍ତି, ନା ପୂର୍ବରୁ ଟୁର୍ଣ୍ଣାମେଣ୍ଟରେ ସେ ବଲ୍ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ଏତେ ପ୍ରଭାବିତ କରିଛନ୍ତି। କିନ୍ତୁ ଆଜି ଫାଇନାଲରେ ଅଧିନାୟକ ତାଙ୍କୁ ସେ ଭୂମିକା ଗ୍ରହଣ କରିବାକୁ କହିଲେ କି ଆଜି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା ଅଛି, ଆଉ ପ୍ରଥମ ଓଭରରେ ହିଁ ସେ କମାଲ କରି ଦେଖେଇଛନ୍ତି। ବିପ୍ଳବ ସାମନ୍ତରାୟ ଜଣେ ଚତୁର ବୋଲର। ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କେମିତି କରନ୍ତି ଆମେ କ'ଣ ପୁରା ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଦେଖି ସାରିଛନ୍ତି। କିନ୍ତୁ ବୋଲିଂରେ ସେ ଏତେ ଚତୁର, ମୁଁ ଏଥିପାଇଁ କହୁଛି ସେ ପେସ୍ ତାଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ଏତେ ନାହିଁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ସେଥିରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ସେ ଭେରିଏସନ୍ କରନ୍ତି। ସ୍ଲୋ ବଲ୍ ଅନେକ ସମୟରେ ପକାନ୍ତି, ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଗୋଟେ କ୍ୱିକର ଯୋଉଟା ଆସେ, ଯେମିତି ସେତେବେଳେ ୱିକେଟ୍ ଯାଇଥିଲା, ପଏଣ୍ଟରେ ଖେଳିବାର ଚେଷ୍ଟା ଥିଲା, କିନ୍ତୁ ଯେହେତୁ ବଲରେ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ଠାରୁ ଅଧିକ ସ୍ପିଡ୍ ଥିଲା, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ସିଧା ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଫିଲ୍ଡର ହାତରେ କ୍ୟାଚ୍।
It's a brilliant point that has been made about Biplab Samantarai. The one more thing that I just want to add to that is that Biplab is kind of a bowler. Naturally, he gets the ball to skid, particularly after pitching. So it comes to you very quickly. That's why even without having the pace that we're talking about, he sometimes bowls a short one and gets the wicket. For this particular delivery, he wants the cover to be there, which is a lot fine, almost like the sweeper there. And of course, I've got all the fielders on the onside at the deep, except that, again, what he's trying to do is to hit the hard length, but that will change. He will mix it up, knowing that 4 wickets is a matter of just breaking that middle order now, maybe breaking the backbone of the side. The Biswa Bharati club, they're a strong contender to win too, but not with a performance like this. It's been just 1 run in this over as it continues for Rising Students here in the big final.
ଗୋଟିଏ ରନ୍ ଏ ଓଭରରେ ଆସିଛି, ଗୋଟିଏ ରନ୍ ହିଁ ଓଭରର ଶେଷ ହେବ। 11 ଓଭର ପରେ 37 ରନ୍ 4 ୱିକେଟ୍ ବିନିମୟରେ ବିଶ୍ୱଭାରତୀ କ୍ଲବ। ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ, ଆରମ୍ଭ ଏତେ ଭଲ ହେଇନି ସତ, ପାୱାର ପ୍ଲେରେ ଆପଣ ଯେମିତି ଖୋଜୁଥିଲେ ତାହା ପାଇନାହାନ୍ତି। 37 ରନ୍ରେ 4ଟି ୱିକେଟ୍ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯାଇଛି, ପାୱାର ପ୍ଲେରେ 36 ରନ୍ କରିଥିଲେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା ଜାରି ରହିବା ଦରକାର। ଏଇ ମିଡଲ ଅର୍ଡରରେ, ମିଡଲ ଫେଜ୍ରେ ଏଇ ଦୁଇ ଖେଳାଳି ଗୌରବ ଆଉ ଅଲମାସ ଗୋଟେ ବଡ଼ ପାର୍ଟନରସିପ୍ ଆପଣ ଲଗାନ୍ତୁ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କଲେ ଆପଣ ସେ 300 350 ବୋଧହୁଏ ପହଞ୍ଚି ନ ପାରିବେ, ଯେହେତୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ହାତରେ ତ ୱିକେଟ୍ ନାହିଁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବା ଦରକାର 250ରୁ 300 ରନ୍, ଗୋଟେ ସମ୍ମାନଜନକ ସ୍କୋର। ନୋ ଡାଉଟ୍ ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟସ୍ ପାଖରେ ସେ ଅଭିଜ୍ଞତା ଅଛି କି ସେମାନେ ସେ ଟାର୍ଗେଟକୁ ସହଜରେ ଚେସ୍ କରିପାରିବେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଏଇଟା ଫାଇନାଲ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍। ଗୋଟେ ଦୁଇଟା ୱିକେଟ୍ ଗଲା ପରେ ପ୍ରେସର ଆସିବ, କିନ୍ତୁ ତା ପୂର୍ବରୁ ଆପଣ ଗୋଟେ ଏମିତି ଟାର୍ଗେଟ ସେଟ୍ କରିଥାନ୍ତୁ ଯାହା ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସେକେଣ୍ଡ ଇନିଂସରେ ହେଲ୍ପ କରିବ। ଆପଣ ବୋଲର୍ସ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଗୋଟିଏ ସମ୍ମାନଜନକ ଟାର୍ଗେଟ ତାଙ୍କ ସାମ୍ନାରେ ରଖିଥିବେ ଡିଫେଣ୍ଡ କରିବା ପାଇଁ। ତେଣୁ ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଲଢ଼େଇ ଜାରି ରଖନ୍ତୁ। ଫାଇନାଲ ମ୍ୟାଚରେ କେତେବେଳେ ଗେମ୍ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ହେଇଯିବ ଆପଣ ଜାଣିପାରିବେନି। ଅନ୍ୟପଟେ ସେମିଫାଇନାଲର ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ ପାଇଁ ଯେ ପ୍ଲେୟାର ଅଫ ଦ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ ହୋଇଥିଲେ ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପଦାର, ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ରେ ଶତକ, ବୋଲିଂରେ ୱିକେଟ୍। ପ୍ରଥମ ଓଭର ନେଇ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି ମହାନଦୀ ଏଣ୍ଡ୍ର।
We talked about Govind, and you might see him coming into the attack, particularly because of Almas, the left-hander. And there we go. Govind is out. They have solutions to each and every problem, and they have some questions for the opposition which is unanswered yet. Such a strong side. Rising Students, they have a rich heritage and culture of cricket here in Odisha. You grow up as a kid and you want to play for any club, the first name that comes to your mind probably is Rising Students. Union Sporting was one of them. Biswa Bharati has taken the center stage recently, but Rising Students, the OG. And one thing the bowlers have done so well, they've assessed the conditions better than the batters. One thing has helped them is that yesterday, even day before yesterday, with the quarterfinal and the final, we saw, oh, it's gonna race away. It's gonna race away. It's so fine here. Some work for the fielder to do. And it's a good job by the skipper, I guess, Rajesh Dhuppar. Coming back to the point, of course, that in the semi-final, in the quarter-final, they bowled in exactly the same time in the second inning. That helped them. They know the condition. They know how the pitch gonna behave in this situation. I know fresh wicket, but at least you know how it feels to bowl on this particular situation. And then there is Gaurav Kumar, 2 from 12. Not the inning that we normally consider Gaurav playing. You expect him to bat with a greater strike rate, but now it's about surviving without losing that fifth wicket.
ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସେଇ ଚେଷ୍ଟାରେ ଦୁଇ ଖେଳାଳି କିଛି ସମୟ ପଡ଼ିଆ ଭିତରେ ସେମାନେ ଅତିବାହିତ କରିବେ। ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ମୁହୂର୍ତ୍ତରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଦୁଇ ଜଣ ସେଟ୍ ହେଇସାରିଥିବେ ସେତେବେଳେ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବେ ବଡ଼ ସଟ୍ ପାଇଁ ଯିବା ପାଇଁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ତାହା ମଧ୍ୟ ଭାବି ଚିନ୍ତି ଖେଳିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ହାତରେ ୱିକେଟ୍ ନାହିଁ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କିଛି ସମୟ ନିଅନ୍ତୁ, ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ମୁହୂର୍ତ୍ତରେ ଆପଣ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଇକ୍ ରୋଟେଟ୍ କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ଯେମିତି ଆପଣ ଡଟ୍ ବଲ୍ ଖେଳୁଛନ୍ତି, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ପ୍ରେସର ସେତେ ଅଧିକ ବଢ଼ିବ। ଯଦି ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଇକ୍ ରୋଟେଟ୍ ଚାଲେ ତେବେ ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ରୂପରେ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ଚାପମୁକ୍ତ ହେଇ ଆପଣ ଖେଳିପାରିବେ। ଆଉ ସେ 50 ଓଭର ଶେଷ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଯଦି ଆପଣ ଚେଷ୍ଟା ଜାରି ରଖୁଛନ୍ତି, ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ରୂପରେ ଗୋଟିଏ ସମ୍ମାନଜନକ ସ୍କୋରରେ ପହଞ୍ଚିବେ। ଅନ୍ୟପଟେ ଗୌରବ ଭାଇ, ଆମେ ସବୁବେଳେ ରାଇଜିଂର ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ ଆଉ ବୋଲିଂ ଉପରେ ଚର୍ଚ୍ଚା କରୁଛେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଫିଲ୍ଡିଂରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ସେ କମାଲ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ପ୍ରତ୍ୟେକଟି ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ରେ। ଆଉ ଆଜି ପ୍ରଥମ ୱିକେଟ୍ ରନ୍ଆଉଟ୍ ଉପରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆସିଥିଲା।
Hang on for that one delivery. He had a short mid-on in place. We talk about that. Catching mid-on almost. 12 overs done. 41 for 4. As the Vishwabharati club struggling a bit, they need something huge from here on. Yes, it's the man wearing jersey number 7. He's a huge MS Dhoni fan, as Babashish was mentioning. I mentioned that in the semi-final too. I was playing a similar kind of a role. I remember Biplav's coming almost at number 7, number 8. Something that you hardly associate with this man. That's not a bad shot. Equally well fielded. Sachin, you talked about the fielding. This is exactly it. A great display of a great side. Not just with the bat, not just with the ball. It's about what you do on the field. And they've done it in the best possible way here in the final.
ଅନେକ ଖେଳାଳି କୁହନ୍ତି କି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଦିନ ଖରାପ ଥିଲେ ଆପଣ ବ୍ୟାଟିଂରେ ଭଲ କରିପାରିବେନି, ଯଦି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଦିନ ଖରାପ ଥାଏ ବୋଲିଂ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଖରାପ ଯିବ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଫିଲ୍ଡିଂ ଗୋଟେ ଏମିତି ଜିନିଷ ଯୋଉଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଅଭ୍ୟାସ ଦ୍ୱାରା ଆସିଥାଏ। ଆଉ ଏଥିପାଇଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଦିନ ସହିତ କୌଣସି ଯାଏ ଆସେ ନାହିଁ କହିଲେ ଭୁଲ ହବନି। ଆପଣ କେମିତି ଅଭ୍ୟାସ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ପଡ଼ିଆରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ତାହା ଫିଲ୍ଡିଂ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ଆପଣ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ପାଇପାରିବେ। ଆଉ ସେଇ ଫିଲ୍ଡିଂ ବଳରେ ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟସ୍ ଆଜିର ପ୍ରଥମ ୱିକେଟ୍ ନେଇଥିଲା। ଆଉ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କିଛି ସମୟ ପୂର୍ବରୁ ସେ ଡାଇଭ୍ ମାରି ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଅଞ୍ଚଳରେ କିଛି ରନ୍ ବଞ୍ଚେଇଛନ୍ତି।
That helps the bowler. I mean, the last one was a little touch outside the off, so not the perfect delivery for someone like Biplab. Well backed up by the fielder. Then next delivery, Biplab back on track. 2 great deliveries on the stump. Go and get your runs from that, says Biplab to Gaurav. So that tells you that as a bowler, if you're backed off well by the fielder, sometimes you can't be 100% perfect. You bowl 99% of the time with great intensity, but that 1%, something here and there, should be managed by the fielders, which is something that rising students have done to the fullest almost. And particularly, they've kept the best version of their fielding in the final. He's been very watchful. He doesn't think about the strike rate here at all. 4 dot balls back to back for Biplab Samantarai as he turns it on with the ball. And coming back. Yesterday was the anniversary of the World Cup that India won, 2011 World Cup. That was the best thing about the final was the initial overs when the Indian fielders fielded really well. You remember the catch of Virender Sehwag to get rid of Upul Tharanga, and after that you saw brilliant performance on the field from Yuvraj Singh. Charges down the track, but only to place another defensive shot. Yuvraj also gave a statement that he wanted to be the best fielder of the tournament, and he clearly was. Particularly in the final, he was jumping around, stopping such a great of the game. We can be talking about him for hours, the legend Yuvraj Singh, but boils down to the point of fielding well in the big contest, in the big final. That made a huge difference for India, and that's how they lifted that trophy. And rising students are replicating that particular skill here in the final. It's a maiden over from someone who is really turning it on today with the ball. Biplab Samantarai, such a big name here in Odisha. And in the big final, he's there for his side. 41 for 4 as it remains on that at the end of 13.
ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାର ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ କ୍ୟାପ୍ଟେନ୍ ଗୋଟେ ସ୍ଲିପ୍ ସହିତ ଆଟାକ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ପ୍ରଥମ ବଲରେ ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ନେବାର ପ୍ରୟାସ ଥିଲା। ଆଉ ଯେମିତି ଆଜି ଅପରାହ୍ନରେ ଖରା ଆମେ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ପାଇଥିଲେ, ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ଆଶ୍ୱସ୍ତି ମିଳିଥିବ ଖେଳାଳିମାନଙ୍କୁ। ମେଘୁଆ ପାଗ, ସାମାନ୍ୟ ମେଘୁଆ ପାଗ ଆମେ କହିପାରିବା। ଏଠି ଭଲ ପ୍ରୟାସ ଥିଲା ଫିଲ୍ଡରଙ୍କ ଦ୍ୱାରା, ହେଲେ 1 ରନ୍ ମିଳିବ।
Yeah, I mean, I was there at the toss, Sachin, and it was hot, it was humid. And in that hot and humid conditions, I had to wear a blazer. That was a tough job. Only for 5 minutes, only for the toss and the final announcement that I did for the national anthem. After that, I threw that blazer out of almost my room. That this is that hot. You came to the air conditioned room. That's why commentating is way easier than playing cricket. It brings out the sweep. It's a single. I've seen in the air conditioned room. You talk about the game. It's so difficult for the players playing it. Now it's a different conditions. Slowly, you see the overcast conditions coming in, and it is a little darker here in Odisha, making this a very even contest. I feel this is a perfect time to bat. It's not reflected well on that scorecard. You have to give it to the rising students. Govind Poda finding, and he's there for that 1 wicket. Almost should be on strike most of the time for this man, but they're past the strike back to back. Yeah, so Sachin, talking about the conditions, as it changes so quickly here in Odisha, particularly in March, April, we're in the April now, April, May, you never know when the rain will be around. It is because of low pressure. Just to come back, of course, there is a catching mid on there for Govind Podar.
ଦୁଇ ଖେଳାଳିଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଦୁଇଟି ନୂଆ ରଣନୀତି ଆମେ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ପାଇଲେ। ବାମହାତୀ ଅଲମାସଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ସ୍ଲିପ୍ ଥିଲା, ଆଉ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଗୌରବଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ସର୍ଟ କ୍ୟାଚିଂ ମିଡନ୍ ଅଛି। ଚେଷ୍ଟା ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ମଧ୍ୟ ଜାରି ରହିଛି ୱିକେଟ୍ ପାଇଁ। ଆଉ ଯେମିତି ଆପଣ ମାର୍ଚ୍ଚ ମାସ କଥା କହୁଥିଲେ, ମାର୍ଚ୍ଚ ମାସରେ ଚଳିତ ବର୍ଷ ଆମେ ବହୁତ କିଛି ଦେଖି ସାରିଛେ, ଯାହା ସୋସିଆଲ ମିଡ଼ିଆରେ କିଛି ଦିନ ଆଗରୁ ଭାଇରାଲ ଚାଲିଥିଲା। ଏହାରି ସହିତ 14 ଓଭରର ପରିସମାପ୍ତି, ବିଶ୍ୱଭାରତୀ 44 ରନ୍ 4 ୱିକେଟ୍ ବିନିମୟରେ। ଆଉ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସମୟ ଗୋଟେ ଛୋଟିଆ ଡ୍ରିଙ୍କ୍ସ ବ୍ରେକ୍ର।
Oh, yes. So we are back after the drinks break here in Barabati. That big final between Rising Students and Biswabharati. Whoever has just joined in, let me tell you that Biswabharati won the toss, elected to bat first, which was not a bad decision. Looking at the conditions, it's a day-night game. Lovely shot. Just getting to the pitch of the ball. He wants that single. Gets the single. Now it's turning out to be a lot more overcast as it's getting a little more darker here. Well, you never know about the popular term here. They call it as Kala Boisaki. It might come in as quickly as possible.
ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଯୋଉ ଭଳିଆ ଆଜି ଖରାବେଳ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଇଥିଲା ଆଉ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଯୋଉ ଭଳିଆ ପାଗରେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ହେଲାଣି ସାମାନ୍ୟ ଚିନ୍ତାର ବିଷୟ କାରଣ ଏ ଟୁର୍ଣ୍ଣାମେଣ୍ଟ ସାରା ଆମେ ଦେଖିଛେ ଭଲ ପାଗ ରହିଥିଲା ଭଲ ମ୍ୟାଚେସ୍ ଦେଖିଛେ ଆଉ ଆଜି ଫାଇନାଲରେ ଜମାରୁ ବି ଦୁଇଟି ଟିମ୍ ଜମାରୁ ବି ଆଶା କରିବେନି କି ସେଭଳି କିଛି ପରିସ୍ଥିତି ହଉ ଛୋଟ ସମୟ ପାଇଁ ହଉ ପଛେ ବର୍ଷା ନ ହଉ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଷ୍ଟିପ୍ ଆଉଟ୍ କରି ଖେଳୁଛନ୍ତି ସେ ଡିଫେନ୍ସ କରନ୍ତୁ ପଛେ କିନ୍ତୁ ବାହାରକୁ ବାହାରି ଯଦି ସୁଇଂ ହଉଛି ତାକୁ କାଟିବାର ଚେଷ୍ଟା କାରଣ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ପବନର ବେଗ ମଧ୍ୟ ବଢିବାରେ ଲାଗିଛି ବିପ୍ଳବ ସାମନ୍ତରାୟଙ୍କର ଯୋଉ ପେସ୍ ରହିଛି ଯଦି ହାଲକା ସୁଇଂ ମଧ୍ୟ ହୁଏ ତାକୁ କଭର କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଦୁଇ ଷ୍ଟେପ୍ ଆଗକୁ ଆସି ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଗୌରବ
Yes. Oh, that's what he does. Just moves the ball a little bit close to the body. You put the bat there, there's high chance of getting that outside edge. The tricky one that can go to the wicket keeper. The line of the ball from Biplab Samantarai is very accurate, wicket to wicket. Puts it on the stump, but sometimes it moves a little bit. And such a clever bowler. Let me just decode what Biplab does here. He's such a clever bowler. Look at that. That is straight. No problem with that. But sometimes he bowls it little outside the off stump, that fourth stump or the fifth stump line. And as a batter, you think he's lost the control. No, he's not lost the control. It's the variation he has got where you almost playing for the delivery because you think that he's not in the control. You get the wicket. That's what Viplav does. Again, 3 dot balls. Never allows a dot ball when he bats, but he gives plenty of them when he bowls. Another single.
ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କଲାବେଳେ ତ କାଲି ବିଲକୁଲ ବି ଡଟ୍ ବଲ୍ ହିଁ ଖେଳି ନଥିଲେ ଖାଲି ଗୋଟେ ନୂଆ ରୂପ ନେଇକି ଆସିଥିଲେ ଆଉ ଛକା ଚୌକା ବର୍ଷା କରୁଥିଲେ ଆଉ ଆଜି ବୋଲିଂରେ ଡଟ୍ ବଲ୍ ଉପରେ ଡଟ୍ ବଲ୍ ପକେଇ ଚାଲିଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ଯେମିତି ଆପଣ କହୁଥିଲେ ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପ ଲାଇନରେ ବୋଲିଂ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଭଲ କଥା ହେଲା କି ସେ ଲେନ୍ଥରେ ହିଁ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଆଣୁଛନ୍ତି ଗୋଟେ ବଲ୍ ଉପରେ ରହିଲେ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ପଛକୁ ପୂର୍ବ ବଲ୍ଟି ଯେଉଁଥିରେ ସୁଇଂ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ମିଳିଲା ଆଉ ଆଉଟସାଇଡ୍ ଏଜ୍ ଖୋଜୁଥିଲେ ଆଉ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ରାଉଣ୍ଡ ଦି ୱିକେଟ୍ ଆଙ୍ଗେଲ ସହିତ ବଡିକୁ ବଲ୍ ଶେଷ କରିବାର ଚେଷ୍ଟା ଥିଲା ଡଟ୍ ବଲ୍ ସହିତ ଓଭରର ପରିସମାପ୍ତି ମଧ୍ୟ ଘଟିଛି 15 ଓଭର ପରେ 4ଟି ୱିକେଟ୍ ହରାଇ 46 ରନରେ ପହଞ୍ଚିଛି ବିଶ୍ୱଭାରତୀ
Yes, as Govind Pudar continues. On one side, I've got Viplav Samantrai. On the other side, I've got Govind Pudar. Govind is there to be dead accurate. 7 runs in 2 overs. He would give that to Govind. What's the field set he's got? Again, he has that catching mid on. Very, very short. Has got 3 fielders at the boundary on the onside. Long on. Deep mid wicket. Square leg at the deep. On the offside, long off. Pretty much expected for an off spinner. But also tells you that it is going to be slightly middle and leg. Can be outside the off stump here. It's on the stump. Straight away.
ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି କୋଉଠି ଫସେଇ ପାରିବେ ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାର ଆଉ ସେଇ ଲାଇନରେ ହିଁ ସେ ବୋଲିଂ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ଯୋଉ କ୍ୟାଚିଂ ମିଡନ୍ ଥିଲା ତାକୁ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ବୁଲେଇଛନ୍ତି ଏଇଥିପାଇଁ ବୁଲେଇଥିଲେ ଆଉ ସେଇଠିକି ହିଁ ବଲ୍ ଯାଇଛି କହିଲେ ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ କ୍ୟାପ୍ଟେନ୍ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ବୋଲରର ବଡ଼ ଭୂମିକା ହେଉଛି ଫିଲ୍ଡର କେଉଁ ସ୍ଥାନରେ ରହିବେ ଖାସ୍ ସେମାନେ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଆଉ ଟିକେ ବୁଲେଇ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଫ୍ରେମ୍ରେ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସେ କ୍ୟାଚିଂ ମିଡନ୍ ନଥିବେ କାରଣ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଆଉ ଟିକେ ବାହାରକୁ ରଖିଛନ୍ତି। ପୂର୍ବ ବଲ୍ରେ ଯେମିତି ସାମାନ୍ୟ ଆଗରେ ତାଙ୍କର ପଡ଼ିଥିଲା, ଚେଷ୍ଟା ହାତରେ ଯାଇ ବଲ୍ଟି ଶେଷ ହେଉ।
Very watchful this time. Gaurav's not thinking about matching up to any of the batters here. It's all about being there. It's about that survival instinct that is taking over. This time he's going to be getting a single.
ଯେମିତି ଆପଣ କିଛି ସମୟ ପୂର୍ବରୁ କହୁଥିଲେ ଗୌରବ ଭାଇ କି ଗୌରବ ତାଙ୍କ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ନ୍ୟାଚୁରାଲ ଗେମ୍ ଖେଳୁନାହାନ୍ତି। ସେ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଇକ୍ ରେଟ୍ ତାଙ୍କର ସବୁବେଳେ 100 କିମ୍ବା 100 ଉପରେ ଥାଏ। ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆପଣ ନ୍ୟାଚୁରାଲ ଗେମ୍ ଠାରୁ କିଛି ଭିନ୍ନ କରିବାର ଚେଷ୍ଟା ଥାଏ, ସେତେବେଳେ ଧୈର୍ଯ୍ୟ ସହିତ ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ଯଦି ଧୈର୍ଯ୍ୟହରା ଆପଣ କୌଣସି ବି ମୁହୂର୍ତ୍ତରେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି, ତେବେ ୱିକେଟ୍ ଯିବାର ସମ୍ଭାବନା ଥାଏ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସ୍ଲିପ୍ ପାଇଁ ଭାବୁଥିଲେ, ସ୍ଲିପ୍ ଆଣିଥିଲେ ମଧ୍ୟ କିନ୍ତୁ କାଢ଼ି ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି।
Nothing on the wicket. I mean, lost 4 wickets, all right. Nothing happening on the wicket. It still is a very good wicket to bat on. The curators have done so well to make sure they produce a good wicket. It's the class of the bowlers that just restricting the opposition under a low total so far. 47 for 4 at the end of 16.
ପୁନର୍ବାର କ୍ଲକ୍ ଟାୱାର ଏଣ୍ଡରୁ ବିପ୍ଳବ ସାମନ୍ତରାୟ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ପାଗ ଆହୁରି ଖରାପ ହେବାରେ ଲାଗିଲାଣି। ଖରା କମି କମି ଆସୁଛି, ପବନର ବେଗ ମଧ୍ୟ ଟିକେ ବଢିଛି। ତେଣୁ ବିପ୍ଳବ ଘାତକ ହୋଇପାରନ୍ତି। ଗୌରବ ଯେପରି ବାହାରକୁ ବାହାରି ଡିଫେନ୍ସ କରୁଥିଲେ, ବାହାରକୁ ବାହାରି ଶଟ୍ ଖେଳୁଥିଲେ, ସେଇ ଚେଷ୍ଟାରେ ରହିବା ଦରକାର, ଅନ୍ୟଥା ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଫସେଇ ପାରନ୍ତି ବିପ୍ଳବ।
That's overall tournament. It has been a fantastic tournament, not just from people in Odisha. People outside of the Odisha watching too, and some of them watching from Europe, as I got the information. One of them is a cricket commentator, Mr. 𝐂𝐿 𝐿, of course, lives in Czech Republic now. Was turning out to be European. Loves his New Zealand team. I was listening to the commentary. Miss you, 𝐂𝐿 𝐿 here. Would love to have 𝐂𝐿 𝐿 as he comes back. He's a wonderful commentator, brings in great insights. Just like you've got some amazing teams here in this 𝐂𝐂𝐀 club. I'm not sure if we are an amazing team, but we are a team, that's for sure. And this is a very sort of an important inning at the same time, I have to say. But an inning where they're not taking the team to anywhere. That's a force shot. That's the icebreaker that you need. And finally, it's Almas who's got that boundary by hitting it over the top on the onside.
ଦୀର୍ଘ ସମୟ ପରେ ଚୌକା ଆସିଛି। ସେ ଧୈର୍ଯ୍ୟର ବନ୍ଧକୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଭାଙ୍ଗିଛନ୍ତି ଓ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ହାତ ଖୋଲିବାର ଚେଷ୍ଟା, ଯେଉଁଥିରେ ଚୌକା ଆସିବ। ଦୁଇ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ୍ ପାଖାପାଖି 56ଟି ବଲ୍ ଖେଳି ସାରିଲେଣି, ଆଉ ଦୁଇ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନଙ୍କ ଦ୍ୱାରା ଏଇଟା ପ୍ରଥମ ଚୌକା। ଅଲମାସ ତ 12ତମ ବଲରେ ସିଙ୍ଗଲ କାଢିଥିଲେ, ଆଉ ସେଭଳି ଗୌରବ ମଧ୍ୟ ବହୁତ ବଲ୍ ଖେଳିଲା ପରେ ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ପାଇଁ ଯାଇଥିଲେ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଏ ଚୌକା ପରେ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ରିଲାକ୍ସ ଅନୁଭବ କରୁଥିବେ। ଏହାରି ଭିତରେ କଡା ବାଉନ୍ସର।
Yes, the aggression from Biplab Samantrai. Hit me for a boundary, go and play that. That's a great stuff. And yes, just a lighter note. I mean, we've got plenty of Gauravs here in this match already. We've got two Gaurav Chaudhary, Gaurav Kumar. Of course, I can say myself. Now, regretting that our parents have given a very common name. At that point in time, it was not that common. Particularly when from the background and from the place where I have come in. It's uppish, but it's a place where there's no fielder. Such an important boundary. This actually is over, which can turn things around. They've got two boundaries here. One on the front foot over mid-on. This is on the back foot, the pull shot to square leg. But two confident strikes from Almas, and you know that this is a guy who bats with great strike rates. So he can turn things around, and that boundary, particularly shot on the back foot, the pull shot, that helps someone like Almas.
ବିପ୍ଲବ ଯୋଉ ବାଉନ୍ସର ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିଥିଲେ ପୂର୍ବ ବଲରେ ତାହା ଅଫ୍ ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପ କିମ୍ବା ଚତୁର୍ଥ ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପ ପାଖାପାଖି ଥିଲା। ଆଉ ଏଇ ବଲଟି ଯଦି ଆପଣ ନଜର ପକେଇବେ ତେବେ ଲେଗ୍ ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପ ଆଉ ଲେଗ୍ ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପ ବାହାରକୁ ବଲଟି ଯାଉଥିଲା, ଯେଉଁଥିପାଇଁ ସେଠି ଫିଲ୍ଡର ନଥିଲା ଓ ଅଲମାସ ସେଇ ଫିଲ୍ଡରଟିକୁ ମୁଣ୍ଡ ଉପରେ ଖେଳିବାର ଚେଷ୍ଟା। ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ବଲ୍ ମଧ୍ୟ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଡ୍ରାଇଭ୍, ଡଟ୍ ବଲ୍ ହେବ, ଓଭରର ପରିସମାପ୍ତି ଘଟିବ। 17 ଓଭର ପରେ 56ରେ 4 ୱିକେଟ୍। କିନ୍ତୁ ଏଇ ଓଭର ପରେ ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ଅଲମାସଙ୍କର ମନୋବଳ ବଢିଥିବ। ଅଲମାସ ଏତେ ସମୟ ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କଲା ପରେ ନିଜକୁ ଏତେ କଣ୍ଟ୍ରୋଲ କରି ରଖିଲା ପରେ ବିପ୍ଳବଙ୍କ ପୂର୍ବ ଓଭରରେ 2ଟି ଚୌକା ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ରୂପରେ ଚାପମୁକ୍ତ ହେଇଥିବେ। ଆଉ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଗୌରବଙ୍କ ପାଳି। ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ, ବଡ଼ ସଟ୍ ପାଇଁ ଆପଣ ଚେଷ୍ଟା ନ କରିପାରନ୍ତି, କିନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ଗିଅରରେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଆଣିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ପ୍ରଥମରୁ ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ଗିଅରକୁ ଆସିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ସେଇ ଚେଷ୍ଟାରେ ସୁଇପ୍ ଖେଳିବାର ପ୍ରୟାସ। ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ପାଇଁ କହୁଥିଲେ ଅଲମାସ, ହେଲେ ଗୌରବ ମନା କରିଦେଇଛନ୍ତି। ସିଧା ଆପଣ ପ୍ରଥମ ଗିଅରରୁ ଷଷ୍ଠ ଗିଅରରେ ପହଞ୍ଚି ପାରିବେନି। ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ଛୋଟ ଛୋଟ ମାଇଲଷ୍ଟୋନରେ ପହଞ୍ଚିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଆପଣ ସିଙ୍ଗଲ୍ସ ଆଉ ଡଟ୍ ବଲରେ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି। ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରନ୍ତୁ ସିଙ୍ଗଲକୁ ଡବଲ କରିବା ପାଇଁ, 2କୁ 3ରେ କରିବା ପାଇଁ। ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ବଢିଲେ ଆପଣ ସେ ରନ୍ ଆଡକୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ପାଖେଇ ଯିବେ, ଯାହା ଫାଇନାଲରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଆବଶ୍ୟକ। ହେଲେ ଏହାରି ଭିତରେ ବଡ ସଟ୍ର ପ୍ରୟାସ ଆଉ ବଲ୍ ସିଧା ଉପରକୁ ଉଠି ଯାଇଥିଲା। କ୍ୟାଚର ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରୁଥିଲେ ରବି ତେଜା, ହେଲେ ସୌଭାଗ୍ୟବଶତଃ ବଲଟି ତାଙ୍କ ଆଗରେ ପଡିଯାଇଛି।
Well, that's the first time he's attempted any aggressive shot. This time a slog sweep from Gaurav attempted. And he mistimed that. No reason why he's not trying out so many shots. Just keeping his natural instinct away from his game today. Sees an off spinner and sees an opportunity. Could have been a very dangerous shot, particularly when you know that you're not timed that well. Around the wicket to the left-hander. He'll be bowling it very close to the stump. What I want 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴 to do here is, I know he's a bowler who knows almost the stuff, and it's not just about me saying it, but can he be a little slow through the air? It's quick enough. He's tried that, but can he vary his pace a little bit? He can, but can he do it here? Then what happens is that the kind of drift that he generates with that will create a doubt in the batter's mind. And these are the batters who are trying to survive, not trying to get the runs, particularly against Govind Podar. He got the 2 boundaries against Biplab Samantarai, but it's been all dot balls apart from that one, and that was 2 by Gaurav. And it continues to stay on 157 for 4 at the end of 18.
ବୋଧହୁଏ ବିରାଟ ସିଂ ବୋଲିଂ କରିବାକୁ ଆସୁଥିଲେ। ହଁ, ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାର ମନା କଲେ ଅଧିନାୟକଙ୍କୁ କି ତାଙ୍କୁ ଆରପଟ ଏଣ୍ଡରୁ ଆପଣ ଦେବେ ଆଉ ଏପଟ ଏଣ୍ଡରୁ ଜୟନ୍ତ ବେହେରାଙ୍କୁ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ। କିଛି କାରଣ ଥିବ ଏଥିପାଇଁ ଗୌରବ ଭାଇ?
Interesting that Giant Behra bowled just 1 over, gave away 4 runs here given the opportunity. I think it is more for Gaurav and less for Almas, purely because of the matchup. And Giant actually is a bowler who bowls slow through the air. He does have a very good quicker one, Giant Behra, such a popular name, the old fox here in Odisha cricket. I've seen him for a long, long time, but this is a guy who bowls very traditionally when it is required for the side. Look at the kind of field he's got. Square leg in place, long on in place, long off, but bowls it little outside the off stump. Again, it is about how he finishes. With the angle he creates, he's going round the wicket to the right hander. Again, it has to be about bowling it on the stump and then trying to move the ball. He's going diagonal, not completely going straight, but clearly round the wicket. Like that, better delivery, way better delivery to his field.
ଯେତେବେଳେ ଅଲମାସ 2ଟି ବାଉଣ୍ଡ୍ରି ମାରିଲେ ତା ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ଓଭରରେ ଗୌରବ ମଧ୍ୟ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରୁଥିଲେ ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାନଙ୍କୁ ସେ ବଡ଼ ସଟ୍ ଖେଳିବା ପାଇଁ। ଯେଉଁ ଶିକୁଳି ତାଙ୍କ ହାତରେ ପଡ଼ିଛି ତାକୁ ଭାଙ୍ଗିବା ପାଇଁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରୁଥିଲେ, ହେଲେ ସେ ନିଷ୍ପତ୍ତି ଭୁଲ ସାବ୍ୟସ୍ତ ହୋଇଥିଲା। ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ର ଏଜ୍ରେ ବଲ୍ଟି ବାଜିଥିଲା, ସେତେ ଭଲ କନେକ୍ସନ୍ ହେଇନଥିଲା। ଆଉ ବୋଧ ହୁଏ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସେ ପଭିଲିୟନରେ ଥାନ୍ତେ ଯଦି ଫିଲ୍ଡର ସେ କ୍ୟାଚ୍ଟିକୁ ଧରିବାରେ ସଫଳ ହୋଇଥାନ୍ତେ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଅଲମାସ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଇକ୍ରେ ଆଉ ହାଲକା ହାତରେ ଖେଳି ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଇକ୍ରେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ କରିବେ।
It's so fascinating how the game has changed because initially, I mean, you talk about the cricket of 60s, 70s, 80s, it is the ball that goes away is comparatively easier than the ball that comes into you. Now with the power hitters, the big men, big names with the big power, they're okay with ball coming into them because that's how it is in your arc and you can hit it out of the park, as they say. And in that process, they've almost kind of lost a little trick of how to deal with ball that goes away consistently. This time played well with the turn. No real turn, but can say was with the angle and he plays it well. So definitely, I mean, once you bring that beast mode of yours, the T20 mode, then your traditional mode gets compromised a little bit. Where seen recently any batter consistently playing well when the ball is going away from them, be it the spinner, be it the faster bowlers, be it the seam, be it the swing. One or two deliveries, something here and there, yes, they manages. But when there is relentless swing or something like this happens, then you see the batters struggling nowadays. 61 for 4 at the end of 19 as we continue this conversation. It's the outstation player, Virat Singh. That's what it looks like, has been given the opportunity. There we go. It's Virat Singh. What do you expect from Virat, Sachin?
ଖାଲି ବିରାଟ ଯେତିକି ବୋଲିଂ କରିଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କର ଚେଷ୍ଟା ଥିଲା କି ରାଉଣ୍ଡ ଦ ୱିକେଟ୍ ଆସିବା ପାଇଁ ଆଉ ବଲ୍ଟିକୁ ଆଙ୍ଗେଲ ସହିତ ବାହାରକୁ ନେବା ପାଇଁ। ଆଜି ମଧ୍ୟ ସେଇ ଚେଷ୍ଟାରେ ରହିବେ। ଆଉ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସେ ରାଉଣ୍ଡ ଦି ୱିକେଟ୍ ବୋଲିଂ ମଧ୍ୟ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛନ୍ତି।
And nothing happening on the wicket. Really nothing happening. It's the fear that is almost like manufactured, created by rising students rather. This is the short one, and this is the big one they're looking for a long period of time. And nothing delivery from Virat, and he got all the treatment that it deserves as Almaz hit that for a six.
ତ ଅଲମାସ ଯେଉଁ ସିଙ୍କୁଳି ନିଜ ହାତରେ ପକେଇଥିଲେ ତାହା ସେ ସମ୍ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ରୂପରେ ଭାଙ୍ଗି ସାରିଛନ୍ତି। ପୂର୍ବରୁ 2ଟି ଚୌକା ଆଉ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଏ ଛକା ପରେ ଚାପ ମୁକ୍ତ ହୋଇ ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କରିବେ। ଛକା ପରେ ବିରାଟ ସିଂ ନିଜ ବୋଲିଂର ଗତିରେ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଆଣିପାରନ୍ତି। କିନ୍ତୁ ଛୋଟ ବଲ୍ ଥିଲା, ଛକା ପରେ ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ନେଇସାରିଛନ୍ତି। ସୌମ୍ୟ ଅଲେଙ୍କା ଚମତ୍କାର ବୋଲର, ଚମତ୍କାର ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ୍ ଆଉ ତା ସହିତ ଭଲ ଫିଲ୍ଡର ମଧ୍ୟ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଗୌରବ କିନ୍ତୁ ସେ ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟ ବା ସେ ଲୟ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ପାଇନାହାନ୍ତି। ଗୌରବଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ବୋଧହୁଏ ଓଭର ଦି ୱିକେଟ୍ ବୋଲିଂ କରିବେ, ଜମା ନୁହେଁ। ସେଇ ରାଉଣ୍ଡ ଦି ୱିକେଟ୍ରୁ ହିଁ ଆଟାକ୍ ହବ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ରାଇଟ୍ ହ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡର ପାଇଁ ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପରୁ ସେ ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପ ବାହାରକୁ ଆଙ୍ଗେଲ ସହିତ ବଲ୍ ପକେଇବା ପାଇଁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବେ।
Very rightly said. He's going to fire it in, and Virat has done that. We've seen it. Interestingly, he has not kept plenty of fielders on the offside at the tee. That also tells you that he's not really thinking about bowling it outside the off stump. Rather, it has to be on the leg stump, and it can go with the angle. That's the thing. Let's see. Yes, that's what it seems. Virat knowing everything about his skill and utilizing it well. The last delivery, what was gone for a six, was a nothing delivery. It was almost like he was trying to just get settled in. As a spinner, you take some time and bowl a real warm-up delivery. Steps out, but gets nothing from it too. Still is a good over for Vishwabharati club as they're struggling and they've managed to get some partnership here. It's 68 for 4 at the end of 20.
ପାର୍ଟନରସିପ୍ ଦରକାର, ଛୋଟ ମୋଟ ନୁହେଁ, ଗୋଟେ ବଡ଼ ପାର୍ଟନରସିପ୍ ଦରକାର। ଆଉ ଅଲମାସ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ନିଜ ଲୟ ଫେରି ପାଇଲେଣି। ତେଣୁ ଅଧିକ ଆଲୋଚନା କରିବା ଦରକାର ଗୌରବଙ୍କ ସହିତ କି କିଭଳି ଗୌରବ ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କରିବେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଠାରୁ। ଜୟନ୍ତ ବେହେରା ପୁନର୍ବାର କ୍ଲକ୍ ଟାୱାର ଏଣ୍ଡରୁ ଏଠି ରଚନାତ୍ମକ ସଟ୍ ଖେଳିବାର ପ୍ରୟାସ ଥିଲା। ଫିଲ୍ଡର ଅଛନ୍ତି, ମାତ୍ର 1 ରନ୍ ମିଳିବ।
As you take the single, it gives us a bit of time to talk about what really has happened in this tournament from game number 1. Sachin, there have been plenty of inning from the batters. From the situation like this, sometimes early on the openers have managed to hit it big. You see 2 wonderful hundreds from Subhranshu Shanapati there and Govind Podar getting that century. You see that scintillating knock from Aditya. That monumental effort from one of the players of the Union Sporting. Shivam Chaudhary, yes, that's the name that I was missing out. Yeah, so plenty of innings, Sachin. What is that one inning that will pick as the inning of the tournament?
ଯେଭଳି ଶୁଭ୍ରାଂଶୁ ସେନାପତି ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କରିଛନ୍ତି, ଖାସ୍ କରିକି ସେମିଫାଇନାଲ ମ୍ୟାଚରେ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ, କାଲି ମଧ୍ୟ ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ମିଳିନଥିଲା ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟକୁ। ୱିକେଟ୍ ପ୍ରଥମରୁ ଚାଲି ଯାଇଥିଲା। ସେଠି ଶୁଭ୍ରାଂଶୁ ସେନାପତି ଆଉ ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାର ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କରିବାକୁ ଆସିଥିଲେ। ଶୁଭ୍ରାଂଶୁ ସେନାପତି ପୂର୍ବ ମ୍ୟାଚରେ 45-46 ବଲ୍ରେ ଅର୍ଦ୍ଧଶତକ ପରେ ଗିୟର ଚେଞ୍ଜ କରି ବଡ଼ ସଟ୍ ଖେଳିଥିଲେ, 100ରୁ ଅଧିକ ରନ୍ ବନେଇଥିଲେ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଗତକାଲି ସେମିଫାଇନାଲ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍, ପ୍ରେସର ମ୍ୟାଚରେ ଇନିଂସ ବିଲ୍ଡ କରି ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ମୁହୂର୍ତ୍ତରେ ଆଟାକ୍ କରି 140ରୁ ଅଧିକ ରନ୍ ବନେଇବା ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ରୂପରେ ମୋ ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ଇନିଂସ ଯାହାକୁ ସେ ସବୁ ସମୟରେ ମନେ ରଖିବେ। ଆଉ ମୋ ପାଇଁ ହେଉଛି ସେଟା innings of the tournament.
Absolutely, and that also tells you why he was in that camp of Chennai Super Kings. That's why he's got that potential. What two back-to-back wonderful hundreds and almost becomes a competition for himself only in this tournament with the way he's batted. And very rightly, that semi-final inning is a way better inning than the quarter-final one. That was also an important inning. And what about the bowlers, Sachin? I must tell you that mine was Sambit Baral, the way he has bowled and make that low-scoring match interesting. What's yours?
ସମ୍ବିତ ବରାଳଙ୍କର ସେ ବୋଲିଂ ଏଫର୍ଟ ଗୋଟେ ଲୁଜିଂ ସାଇଡ୍ରେ ଏଣ୍ଡ ହେଇଥିଲା, କିନ୍ତୁ ସେ ଚେଷ୍ଟା, ସେ ପ୍ରୟାସ ମୋତେ ମଧ୍ୟ ବହୁତ ଇମ୍ପ୍ରେସ୍ କରିଥିଲେ। ସମ୍ବିତ ଯେଉଁଭଳି ଭାବରେ ରଣନୀତି ନେଇ ସେ ବ୍ୟାକ୍ ଟୁ ବ୍ୟାକ୍ ବାଉନ୍ସର ଆଟାକ୍ କରିଥିଲେ, ଏହାରି ଭିତରେ ସିଧା ସଟ୍ ଆଉ 6 ରନ୍ ମାରିଛନ୍ତି ଅଲମାସ। ବାମ ହାତୀ ବୋଲର ସାମ୍ନାରେ ଥିଲେ, ମ୍ୟାଚଅପ୍ ଥିଲା ତାଙ୍କ ସାମ୍ନାରେ। ଲଙ୍ଗନ ଫିଲ୍ଡର ମୁଣ୍ଡ ଉପରେ ମାରିବାର ପ୍ରୟାସ ଆଉ ସିଧା ସଟ୍ ବଳପୂର୍ବକ ଛକା ପାଇଁ ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି। 6 ରନ୍ ମଧ୍ୟ ମିଳିବ। ଏହା ସହିତ ଓଭରର ପରିସମାପ୍ତି। 21 ଓଭର ପରେ 78 ରନ୍ 4 ୱିକେଟ୍ ବିନିମୟରେ।
Yes, it started raining. There we go. Not good news. The final of the OCA Club League, as the expectations were high, it might be a passing cloud. As you can see, it's getting a little not clearer as well, but on that process, it's a bit of rain around, as it's not a great sign. The cover has come out straight away. They're running in. Look at them on the background. They are almost Usain Bolt at this point in time, trying to be as quick as possible. The umpires have sent the players out. And there we go, Sachin. A little disappointing, but we can be hopeful.
ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସେତେ ମେଘ ନାହିଁ ଯାହା ଦୀର୍ଘ ସମୟ ଧରି ଚାଲିବ ଆଉ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ ବନ୍ଦ ହେଇପାରେ ବୋଲି ଆମେ ଆଶା କରିପାରିବା, କିନ୍ତୁ
So the rain stopping play as we are back with live action. Barabati Cricket Stadium it is. The iconic stadium, and we're going to see the floodlights coming on pretty soon as well. As we see the players warming up once more, the rising students. The fielders are going to take their positions shortly as we are waiting for the umpires to join in as well. The game is about to begin, and it's a rain curtailed game. It's 38 overs aside now. As I welcome in the com box my co-commentator Babashish Nanda, the cricket Baba himself. Please welcome.
Thanks a lot, Piyush. And of course, that color of the sky has changed. We spoke earlier, it was more on the blue, light watercolor blue. Now it's turned grey, and these are good signs. The breeze is back. Don't think rain is returning. Whatever the delay was, that's gone.
And the Eagles are swirling as well. It's cricket time once more in Barabati Stadium.
Yes.
Circumambulating wind as well. The banners out there up top of the galleries.
Which we spoke about at the pitch report. That will be a massive factor. There you go. Finale reduced to 38 overs. We resume at 5:10. We're already around 5:10, that is. So players just getting through the last bit of prep. Sometimes what you want, Piyush, when you have just started a game and then for 2 hours you've been off, you want those legs to be pumping again. You can see rising students, they know they need that last hoorah here. And Viswabharati will come stronger now. Some way or the other, they would like to believe from here on in, they would like to treat this as a T20 game. So the 4 wickets that they have lost might not matter that much if they start well again.
Rightly said, 17 overs left. So you'll see a different dynamic into this batting innings as well. As the players from the rising students stretching themselves out in the aisles of the ground.
And their opening bowlers, Viswabharati's opening quicks, they will know the lights will be on in a bit. So their new ball will do something at least. We don't know how much. It's new for us, it's new for the players, it's new for those two opening batters. And one of them is a makeshift who's doing a brilliant job for rising students. That is Aditya Raut. Started this tournament, got a massive 100 here at Barabati in a jiffy, in a blink of an eye. Thrashed everybody. But then unfortunate that has gone through a bit of a knee issue. He's recovering. And as a result, Bikram has been promoted up the order, and what a role he's taken into in those two crucial games. He came out all guns blazing.
Oh, what a knock that was, wasn't it? We've seen all kinds of centuries in this tournament. That was an eccentric knock. Quick fire century. And in a sense, opened the floodgates for the big boys to come in later as well during Utkala Divasa. And it was April Fool's Day, but they were not fooling around with the bat for sure.
400. 400, the fortress was breached here at Barabati. And bowlers had a real field day. That they repeated that yesterday, 462. Come today, things changed in that first innings, though, Diyush. Viswabharati thought they had the opportunity to put runs on the board. Just missed the bus. Just missed the bus to lose those 3 wickets, 2 of them being runouts in a finale. That is just not acceptable. And you know what? They've got a massive support staff out there. They will be thoroughly disappointed. The likes of Subit Biswal in that dugout will really be pulling his hair out. And he's got lovely hair. As Subit.
Yes, rightly said. They're in a precarious situation right now, but they are they're not cognizant about it.
Yeah.
Yesterday, they were in a situation
And
with
not,
8 wickets down.
And not out of it from here on in. Still some batting to come. Gaurav, who's got a few runs in the tournament, he'll be hoping that this surface, which is still good to bat on, they would like to go on and get a score here. And then hope that with the ball, they can put a fight.
The floodlights have come on. Oh, it's a carnival. It's an extravaganza. You would want to tune into this as we return with live action at 5:10 sharp.
earlier today in a very different setting with the afternoon sun beating down. We had the opening ceremony. GKP hyped up the tournament finale right at the start. And the first 10 overs were action-packed as well. We've seen Viswabharati Club since then has shot sharp, and two set batters out there will be hoping they can start on a positive note. And that's the piece of trophy history that they are fighting for. Glittering. That is in front of the clock tower, the OCA Club Championship Trophy. That's a thing of beauty, that is, Dyush.
Oh, as you said, stunning piece there. I'd want to get my hands on that as well. Nicely engraved ball. The wickets are there as
And quite rightly so. I think the old adage that bowlers win you tournaments. So the trophy must have the symbolism of the ball and the stumps.
rightly said. And I think we should start making pinata trophies as well so that it can be broken by bats after you win a trophy, after you win the championship.
Maybe on a certain tournament that you play on a beach.
Yes, sir. Disclaimer as well. Watch out for this space.
Both the umpires now striding into the middle. With the Mahanadi breeze just cutting across this iconic Barabati Stadium. And the lights starting to take full effect. We are in that twilight zone. And tell you what, Dyush, rising students here, they wouldn't want to miss out these first few overs. Twilight conditions, what is it, 21 overs? So round about 11 overs old, this ball, still very semi-new. And they'll try and, oh yes, straight away. Almas and Gaurav, they walked out with cap on, quickly to realize lights are on and rising students, they'll go back to pace. So both of them need to rush back a couple of paces, get the lid on.
Not full capacity yet, the floodlights. Yet it is so bright out here. Good time to bring out your sunglasses as well. Working double shifts under the floodlights. 17 overs to go, remember, in this innings. And it's going to be Jayant Behra, who finished off the last over. It's going to be pace, as Babashish mentioned. It's going to be Soumya Lenka, of course.
Yes, and from the far end, he'll be looking to straight away once again attack both the edges and the stumps. I think just the batters need a confirmation to who should be taking strike. It's the left-hander who's waiting as well. Yeah, they'll just check with the square leg umpire. He remembers. So it's Gaurav, the right-hander, who's taking strike for the first time after the break.
Yes, the umpires Asit Kumar Patnaik and Debabrata Das out there in the middle. Subrat Das, the third umpire. Preeti Ranjan being the fourth umpire as well. We've got Birabara Nayak and Sunil Kumar Raula, the scorers for this game. And of course, the match referee, as you saw him at the toss, Mr. Sanjay Raul.
Yes, former India international Sanjay sir, just ensuring that the break hasn't really cost us a lot of the game. We are still in 50 over ODI category with a 38 over a side contest from here on. 78 for 4. Lights on, Soumya ready to run in. I'd have loved to have a slip. First ball after the break. Gaurav stands outside the leg stump, shuffles, and lets that one go. Strong leave. Real strong leave from Gaurav to start this second session.
Oh, that was pretty close to the off stump. 𝐂𝐿𝐴 starting proceedings after the delay. As we have 38 overs to play, 8, 8, 8, 7, 7 in that sequence for the bowlers. Power plays of 8 overs. The first one, 23. The second, 7. The last. And the first session has to end at 6:10 with an interval of 30 minutes in between as we begin the second innings at 6:40 thereafter.
Again, a good follow ball. He's been the man in form. Is Gaurav has done a lot of hard work here to get in. Needs to redo that as he starts again. 47 balls for his 11 runs. I don't think he's looking at that. Wasn't even looking at that before the break. So more the reason not to look at it right now. Just take every ball on the merit. Played it back to Soumya. Soumya hits the stumps.
Slight desperation shown there with Soumya as well. Because when the batter goes into his shell and you have not too much as an option to do for him, because he's so defensive right now, that he's almost taking this time to get some match practice. 𝐂𝐿𝐴 has to think otherwise. Maybe bring in the slow deliveries.
Yes, and they have given him a deep fine leg and a deep square leg, that is, so he can test Gaurav upstairs. Oh, Gaurav decides to play a hack over that mid-on fielder who was up. And straight away, Soumya wants the mid-on to go back.
Yes, he wanted to catch him off guard there, Gaurav, with that shot. Just doesn't get the connection. Inside edge onto the pads. A rising smile to follow as he walks in to have a chat with the partner at the other end.
Not really a fan of that, to be honest. It rained for a while. You don't know how that surface is behaving. Keep the mid-on up. Let Gaurav try that shot again. And give yourself the opportunity to bowl a bouncer and get a wicket of a mishit by having those two fielders back.
To the bowler again. And a warning of sorts again.
He just moved away and said, yeah, go on. Hit the stumps again.
And as that long on was open, he was trying to aim that area to get that single of this delivery itself. Missed out again. So building up to be another maiden. 𝐂𝐿𝐴 loading up his last ball of this very over after the delay.
Yeah, it's been impressive from Gaurav how he started. And then finishes that over with a gigantic hit. A swipe over cow corner to really announce his arrival in the finale with the lights on. Viswabharati, they're here to really push rising students in this session, maybe.
Oh, that is a proper clubbing for 6 to end the 22nd over as well. A bit of an impetus here to end that over. 84 for 4. And Ravi Teja has the ball in his hands.
Thunderous blow indeed. We'll ask Gaurav Panda in the commentary box. I think in the 10 overs of play that we saw, beyond that, that's got to be the shot of the finale so far. I think GKP agrees as well.
Definitely the biggest moment of the game.
Just look at the head position once again. Although he's hitting across the line, he's watching it till the very end onto his bat.
It comes right of the middle, flush of the middle of the blade.
Now, Almas, having gotten that start and having seen how well Gaurav hit that ball, he'll know this is still a very, very good surface to bat on. So Ravi Teja once again needs to pull that length back. And he's hard length. He's gone fuller. And Almas lofted straight drive to get himself away.
The hand coming off there, off the handle. The ball lobbing up in the air. Exciting those fielders at mid-off and mid-on. But now change up in the field. Left-hand, right-hand combination as well.
Yes, if viewers, they still remember Debashish Samantraya's dismissal, where he came down the track, wanted to clear the fielder, got both his hands stuck on the handle and wasn't able to get the distance on the ball. There was Almas making sure that he gets some distance. He didn't get any, but at least wanted to, by getting that one hand off and making sure the range of that swing becomes bigger. That's missing leg. Gaurav straight away looking to put the pressure back on rising students here. Was attempting a pickup shot there.
Ravi Teja wants to take a DRS. He was pretty confident with that appeal. Yes, he's taken the DRS as well. Use of technology, and we have one of the most advanced tech
Well,
for the finale.
well, you know what? They reversed one yesterday. Govind Podar bowling to the right-hander. But that looked close. From here on in, this looked like it was just slipping down the leg side. But
All
it's-
eyes.
Yeah, but it's their view that matters.
Yes, all eyes on that room. Also, all four gentlemen there watching a screen, a monitor in front of them where the replay is being played. And there's a tracker as a technology which masks on the monitor on the output that is fired to them and make a decision accordingly, having discussions in between. And the fact that they have taken some time here, which means that there's something interesting that they have probably caught on camera.
Only thing is, Gaurav and the position he finished playing that shot looked like he was safe.
So the word has to travel through the walkie-talkie. So keep an eye on the main umpire out there.
Oh, previously it was Rajesh Dhupar who celebrated as he heard the decision on the walkie. Once again, he's gone straight away next to the walkie just to make sure that he gets a heads up. Both the batters had already gone to respective ends.
It's from the first look, it seemed like the ball was slanting down the leg side as he was trying to play it on the go. Gaurav.
Could also just be a tactical stoppage in play from rising students. Yeah, correct decision being made from the men who matter the most. They are comfortably slipping down leg. What was impressive was he got that ball to move ever so slightly.
Has been given runs. Have to confirm that as Almas takes strike.
Nah, difficult to save. There was bat. Oh, keeper gets a bad bounce. They'll run cross.
Change of pace there from Ravi Teja. He's not going to shy away from trying out all his varieties. He's a versatile cricketer. Advances. Slow. Lack of pace. Got deceived. And luckily just plays it away from Ravi Teja there. Otherwise, that was a cotton ball chance. We've seen this before. Ravi Teja takes the pace of the ball so late and it just floats out. These slower ones, they've got that look of Bravo-like, Dwayne Bravo-like slower ones. They just float out, pulled over the front foot. They've got a deep mid-wicket. Just a run. You've seen recently Dyush Lungi Ngidi from South Africa really making sure that he's got a variety of slowies now. Holds the back of the hand as well. But this one, where he just releases from the tip of the fingers, from your index and your middle finger, that one really floats out. Once again, deceives Gaurav with that change of pace. Gaurav can just afford to smile and refocus here. Supreme white ball skills from Ravi Teja. 23 done, 89 for 4. Couple of times in the previous over. Zero civic sense He's beaten him with that bouncer once again. Saw that in that first session too. What is the umpire trying to say there with his hand signals? Maybe trying to say to the batter that it was well within the limits not to be given as a one bounce. Spicy start here for the 6th over, Soumya Lenka. You'd like to think his battle is with Gaurav though. Was swiped over cow corner in the previous over. Tried to hit the stumps once after being pushed back by the batter. So you'd like to believe this is his moment. Gaurav, on the other hand, wouldn't want to think it like that and just would love to pick up a single, bring Almas back and just get away from the contest here. He's batting from the clock tower end, so that shot, that big shot, is with the breeze. He's looking to take on Soumya, not looking to shy away from the contest here, wants to dominate this contest. 6 in the previous over, now 4. Has comfortably slapped it in front, right next to the mid-off fielder there. Again, sending out signals that is ready to attack. Oh, that was played with disdain. 94 for 4. Cast your mind back to our conversation, Dyush. We said, what, 250? That looks spectacular now. Of course, there could be a revised target that is slapped. But they've always got that fielder since the start of the break, deep mid. Virat Singh. He would be itching to come back, score a big innings today. And a couple of times he's missed out. Short delivery pulled away in the air, in the gap as well. The smokes are firing as well at the corner. It's a boundary for Almas. In the meanwhile, the partnership soaring high.
Yes, his first after the break. Crunched that pull shot.
Right, 99 on the board then. Last ball of this over. Almas on strike. Short delivery this time lets it go. It was slanting across. Last second judgment to allow it to pass to the keepers as the over comes to a close. 24 done, 99 for 4. Current run rate 4.13.
Ravi Teja again. Now the leg cutter floats out. Saw a couple of off cutters in the previous over. Look at this release. Almost from the side of the hand, pushing the ball away from the left hander. There you go.
And the batters with a sudden surge of energy, nimble on their feet. Gets that single three-figure on the board, 100 up for BBC.
And he's just inviting that big shot by keeping the mid-on and mid-off up. Just as I say that, they pushed mid-off to long-off. So one of the other square fielders, mid-on in fact, goes to long-off. So long on now, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Another slowy.
It's been a fine partnership. And it elucidates the importance of patience in a 50-over game as well. So got to have the mind control, got to have the foresight, got to have the patience, the stamina to stand there. And now they're at a position where they've laid out a runway for the flights to go now. Ravi Teja to Gaurav.
Once again, played that shot very early and the ball didn't arrive. They've gone beyond the triple figure. Biswabharati club. How many more they can add to this? Just the way these conditions are, and if the slower one is gripping from the medium pacers, I think Biplab becomes handful too. He's got a variety of change of pace too. Let's see if he gets a go. Once again, they are expecting the ball to come at a very different pace, these two, and it's just not arriving.
In the last couple of minutes of play, the Pacers have either bowled a bouncer to the left-hander or a slow delivery to Gaurav, because that has pretty much worked. And it's those deliveries where they have been slightly tentative as well. Gaurav not able to pick up the slow ones. At the same time, Almas, the short delivery slanting away, is causing a bit of trouble.
Not in control and no timing either. That's good from Almas as well, because it won't carry to that boundary rider. There's a bit going on out there. Not a lot, but there's just enough friction out there between these two teams. It's not exactly visible right now, and we are hoping for a moment to arrive. That did. And Soumya was taking on Gaurav. Gaurav eventually replied back. Gaurav again. Loopy Yorker from Ravi Teja to finish that over once again. Only singles. 104 for 4 after 25.
Govinda Podar is back. Short delivery, pulled away in the gap, 4 runs. Welcome back after the rain delay for Govinda Podar. 𝐿𝐴𝐂 is a different beast right now.
Yes, I had a feeling that he'll fancy his chances against the offie. This is a good surface due. She can't get away with short balls, balls with width. Doesn't matter with the breeze or not. Oh, in fact, he's batting from the clock tower end. So, really interesting decision to bring in the off spinner from the Mahanadi end. Because Gaurav will be hitting with the breeze now. And the breeze has picked up, as we mentioned. I'll go again. Full swing of the bat, but only along the ground to Subhranshu.
Hey, that's the old clubhouse as well. That's where the right-handers generally prefer, or rather love it, to hit sixes. It's interesting choices. The captain and Govinda Podar himself trying out different ploys, tactics to pick up a wicket here. It's a crucial juncture of the game. Stumping appeal, and he looks pretty confident as he comes ahead, high-fiving Govinda Podar. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. It's going up to the TV umpire.
Well, Vikram says it's on the line. That's what he signaled to Govind Podar at least. And then Subhranshu. Now he's just showing that. He feels Almas was not inside and on the line. We know line belongs to the ump. Now he's seeing out. Vikram, that is, not the umpires. Vikram's first impression was on the line. Now, as the fielders have come around him for a water break, he's confident enough.
Some finger pointing going on as well in that room where the umpires are present. The match official, match referee himself is there as well.
And this looks really tight.
And from the impression that we got from that celebration of that wicket keeper and how confident he was.
Yeah, which can be deceiving keepers. Great that umpires have a different set of replays to go through. And ultimately, we know they need something really convincing to rule the batter out. Time and again, the benefit of doubt does stay with the batter. Sometimes, if it's not conclusive, they just they're happy to maintain the status quo, that is, give it not out.
Yes, there has to be a lot of thought that goes in behind the benefit of the doubt as well. And it has probably gone towards the batting end. Not out, signaled by the third umpire.
And what Bikram has done here is given his team a bit of a break. With all that appealing, convincing. Govind Podar has found some turn in that ball. Once again goes wide of the crease to angle the ball into the left-hander. Almas needs to find a way against the off-spinner. He'll know the hit against the spin will be with the wind. He goes through the offside, but straight to that fielder.
Lovely shot that. Almas has moved to the 40s. It's been busy throughout this partnership. Bit of yes and no this time. And they're trying to sneak an over, though. That is not going to happen as well. It's going to remain a dot. 26 done. It's 109 for 4. Projected score doesn't make sense right now. So this game can go over 200 this innings, especially. Got to see this partnership that you're witnessing. 𝐿𝐴 Almas, circumspect approach right now, but they're trying to convert those loose deliveries into boundaries. At the same time, there's a bowling change as well. 𝐒𝐂𝐀 𝐂𝐿 from Rising Students.
For the first time in the finale. Didn't get an opportunity in the daylight. Now under lights. Gaurav makes space by going deep in the crease and finds the sweeper fielder for a run. Realistically, this is Almas's over. Forget the breeze here. If you're hitting with the turn on this surface, don't think the breeze will be much of a trouble. Not as if 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐀 𝐂𝐿 is just not aware of that intention either. He'll try and hide it, perhaps a little outside off. Over the wicket, diagonal. Outside off, asking Almas to drag it from there. He drags it towards Soumya. 1.
Nelson hits for the umpteenth time in this tournament. And especially this venue. We don't even know about the other venues. Round the wicket to the right-hander, happily on the back foot, steering it away towards the long off. He's taken the role of the second fiddle all throughout, Gaurav, as Almas is showing signs of some risk appetite.
Gaurav was quick enough to point out to Almas that they should just play normally. Don't try and overdo matchup cricket here. Keep looking. Once again, Gaurav now with a change of angle has just told Almas. Well, 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐀 stops. He's once again talking to Almas there.
But he cracks him up for sure as he comes back over the wicket conventionally, firing it in towards the stumps. Nicely worked away by Almas, as if he's pretty ready for that flatter trajectory.
How many times can you change your mind?
There's no limits. There has to be some when you're about to bowl
Well, there must
6
be.
deliveries in an over.
There must be. Especially when you're bowling to left-hander and right-hander out there, you got to really at least know right at the start of the strike what do you want to do. That tells you 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐀 is extremely confident doing both, so he doesn't mind really. It's just about a feel. It's a feel factor right now. And because Almas hasn't got the big shot away against him, the fear factor hasn't come in. Last ball of this over.
They've easily accessed the vacant reaches in this over. Collect 5 back-to-back singles. Quietly doing it. Last ball.
Almas makes a bit of room and won't be able to thread the offside. 27 done. The run rate has taken a hit. 114 for 4.
They've wonderfully fostered this partnership. Almost out of the dead now. Some life into this game. Full toss by Govinda Podar. Happy to take a single back to Almas, please.
Remaining 11 overs and 5 or 6 overs. How many of them from this end they need to go, Dyush? Got to be attacking bowlers when you're batting from the clock tower end here. Almas is looking at the right-hander maybe. He's just gone cross Jayan Behra, who's tried his best to come around, cut the angle. Couple of runs. Govind Podar not too pleased with that second run being given away. With the spin in the gap. Long off does really well. Rapid. One-handed pickup from Subhranshu to throw that one away towards the side fielder.
Now that's what cuts you out of the rest. This agility, the exceptional speed, and the acceleration as well, sliding and gliding, saving 2 runs for his team. Definitely.
Oh, 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐀 saying that'll be 4. Tried to stop the single. Has given away 3 extra runs. Govind Podar doesn't even look at the fielder. Turns back and goes back to the mark.
Is compensated for what was saved in the previous delivery. And even more as well. Overcompensation. Sluggish effort, he knows it. But they are bound to happen when this partnership is building in front of you.
Yes, and even though they haven't got a 6 in this over, they've got 9 already. 2 balls remaining. 1 on offer there. Make that a 10-run over now.
Also, Babashi's that boundary getting Almas's half century as well. It's played with great enthusiasm today. And this partnership is definitely going to delineate
Yes, and
this first innings.
really tough conditions when he walked out to bat, Piyush. Rising students on top. Biswabharati having lost their top order. So from there on in to consolidate. Full toss. Make that into a bumper over now. 16-run over.
Oh, that was a ranked full toss. Served up on a platter and he dined on it. And he sent it to the part of the stadium where I have dined previously as well. It's 130 for 4 after 28 overs. Professor GKP is with me for the next session of play, as it's going to be 𝐒𝐂𝐀 Singh to continue. GKP, rain delay. This partnership was brewing before that, and now it is soaring high as well. What is your assessment of the game so far?
Wonderful, wonderful, really. Thank you. There's, of course, it's almost good evening time here in Cuttack. Yeah, wonderful partnership. Look at Gaurav, 42, and he was the one taking his own sweet time. Almost was not really thinking about the striker at all. And after that break, they seems to be realizing the importance of runs and going so well here. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾 Singh. And the run flow has been very smooth in the last 4-5 overs. You see big hits. They're going with the speed of almost a local train in the first 10-15 overs. Now, if not the Japanese bullet train, at least we can say super fast.
Oh, absolutely. Now you can see the intention as well. Under the lights, it's a bit of an extravaganza here. Festive mood, suddenly. Spotlight on middle of the pitch. And these two batters are feeding on it right now. Cut away, the sound off the bat. Some batting acoustics in the finale as well.
Now, one thing to notice is that early on, particularly 10 to 20, that's where you see them being very comfortable there without taking that chance. But they were finding the mid of the bat and they were right there. And after that, because of the number of deliveries they face, the confidence is there. Now they can play their shots. They're running in those quick singles. You see that last late caught in that last over. That tells you that these are the two confident batters out there, almost trying to change this game. And this game, particularly after the rain, I have to say, is a little more even. With a 38 overs side contest, it can do a bit in the second innings early on, especially with the new ball.
Well, that has only worked in the favor of the batting team. Definitely. The shortening of the game, the truncating of the overs. And they have understood the opportunity here, these two. That's why with a cool head, composed mindset, they're stitching this partnership, which is worth right now at 99 as we speak.
Oh, great, isn't it? And that's the 100-run partnership there. Well played, Almas and Gaurav. Team in trouble in the big final. The big day, you see two big players coming and performing for their side. This is terrific to watch.
Yes, it's been a combination of patience, alacrity, discernment as well. Big stage, massive stage. The first half of play completely going against you, and you have resurrected your team and the spirits of your team in the dugout just by performing the big dance whenever it was required. Huge partnership as it keeps on rolling. The 29th over comes to a close. It's 136 for 4.
Very rightly said. It's a bit of festive mood with the DJs on, the music, the light. We have a bit of fireworks as well. It's all taking it to one thing that this tournament has been superb so far. And the pinnacle of it is going to be there forever. And watching it live on Facebook and YouTube. Watch out for these two teams play. Watch out for that grand post-match presentation after this.
And God of what a flow it has been to the tournament as well. Started off at the back of Pona Sankaranti. Then we had the 𝐒𝐂𝐀 𝐂𝐿 as well on the 1st of April. And then the big finals here. A couple of days after it. Good Friday as well today. So it's a holiday as we finish off this fantastic tournament. There's been a platform for these players to showcase their skills, and they have shown through. And we have been rewarded with a day-night match to wrap things up and prepare for the second season.
Here's something that I noticed here. At least three of the players there in that Rising Students team having the same jersey number 7. Viplav Samantrai with 7. That is 𝐒𝐂𝐀 𝐂𝐥𝐮𝐞 with 7. And that is Jayant Behra with 7 as well. Have you ever seen that, Yus?
Well, you're going to see it today, I feel, in the IPL match. And I'm pretty sure these 7s are inspired by that. And it's a wonderful day for a poker player as well. If you're watching this game and
And I tell you what, there's
777
only
applies
one. There's only
for players.
one. In a way, to look at it, there is only more number of 7s only in my mobile number.
Whoa, that's a good number, I tell you that. And yes, I think the fixation of numbers as well these days, it's incredible to see. And they're happy to signal that outwards through social media pages and stuff like that. Numbers have a value.
Yes, and it's a game of numbers too.
Absolutely.
So, of course, I have to talk about the numbers, but then you believe in that 11.1111, what's going on trend right now? Sachin, my co-commentator, believes in that.
And the 6-7 as well, all kinds of stuff. And what better man to talk about numbers than GKP himself, the professor. It's been a pleasure to share the mic with you as well, sir.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count here.
Why?
136 for 4. As we are coming to a very interesting phase of the game, really, because if they're not breaking it, then one thing is sure, the favorites of the tournament is Rising Students, no two ways about it, but they will be under pressure, and under pressure, funny things can happen, particularly under light. I have seen it. We've all seen it. And favorites don't always win, isn't it?
Rightly said. And especially when you know that you're in top of the game, you're in control of the game, and suddenly you see a partnership here. The batting team might just capitalize on this, making them toil to take a wicket. And at the same time, posting a big total if they can score some quick runs towards the end of this innings. That'll be the icing on the cake for Barabati. Along the carpet, mid-off will cut it off. Viplav Samantrai with his 6th over today. He's loved to come out and roll his arms. As Babashish was mentioning that he was nursing an injury on his left finger or so. Yet putting out the hard yards with a wicket to show for. It's been a fabulous day with the ball.
And he's bowling the hard length as well. This is where he's so good at the accuracy with which he bowls. Banks it in this time. I talked about the accuracy, gives a wide, but still only 16 conceded. This is the 6th over. You take that any day.
Biplab Samantrai bowling a short delivery to surprise the batter, 𝐒𝐂𝐀. Just missing it by some margin, as the umpires call it a wide, as he reloads that delivery.
This time in front of square. Snapped it almost there. Gets a single. So the intention's clear again. Gaurav's close to his 50 mark, but still you see him being very aggressive here.
Rising students have to find a wicket, and fast as well. This is a bit of a onslaught here by the batting team. The current run rate has risen up to 4.68. It's going to flirt around fives, and they would want to close to the 6 run rate mark, which means they'll go big in the last 5 overs or so. Oh, that's gone towards the stumps. A Yorker try and mix up, but safely back home. Dramatic in that delivery.
Well, tell you what, with the field set, he was actually expecting the short one and probably was trying to give himself a little room and hit it over the fielder's head. That was premeditated, and this is Biplab Samantrai, who's played plenty of cricket up against you. Changed his mind and completely understanding what the batter's trying to do, bowl it as full as possible. That's how he missed out on a full toss like that.
That is the last thing they want to run out here. Short delivery again, big slog. Completely misses out. He surprised the batters today. And it's been tricky to pick him up.
Here's the thing, Deus. I mean, you know it's a short delivery, but 2 of the shots that the batter play, they're playing it on the front foot very unconventionally. I've not seen a conventional pull shot. They easily can play that for singles, doubles, for boundaries even. Final ball. This time again full, but he was waiting for the short one. The initial trick movement was on the back foot. And once again, another delivery he could have got a run from. Couldn't get one. 138 for 4 at the end of 30 overs. Yes, Deus, Sachin and me were having a conversation on what is that one inning that that you can call it as the inning of the tournament with the bat. Sachin picked of course, Subhranshu Senapati inning of the semi-final. What do you pick?
I think I just said it before as well. The man himself was present next to the combox, Aditya Raut's innings. It just started off an entourage of centuries from there on in. And yes, the big boys cashed in. For Subhranshu Senapati, the first time was so nice. He did it twice. And the second time was a big one as well. Nicely caressed towards the long off for a single. Missed out on the 150 by a single run yesterday. And then Govinda Poda's century as well. There was Nishant Kushwa's innings. That was a swashbuckling knock. 59 balls, 154. He looked terrific with the bat. Tries to cut it away. Doesn't find the gap. Shibam Chaudhary's double century. We missed out watching it live. But I've heard that it was one of the most electrifying innings at Ravenshaw Cricket Ground.
And top place to score runs as well. Wonderful performance. We've seen batters dominating. Oh, that's the big one that you're looking for, but it's high. Fielder's coming under it, and he's going to be, yes, holding on to it. There we go. Finally, after a long, long wait, they have broken the partnership. And it's the left-hander Almas.
It is Somyalenka who takes the catch. The ball was floating around. It was swerving around. It was a long ball. It took ages to come down. Superbly judged till the end. Ravi Teja was right next to him. Clear call of my catch and takes it easily to break this mammoth partnership as Almas 𝐒𝐲𝐃 makes the long walk, 55 of 67. That's it from him with the bat in the OCA Club League.
So Abhishek Yadav comes in. Take a look at this 189 not out is his highest score with a strike rate of 130. Wow. And he's batting at number 7. 54 50s, 17 hundreds. Staggering. And if he gets it right, it can be very dangerous. Gaurav and Abhishek have to do it again. The DJ is on. It's a carnival almost in here in this part of the world. Just expecting the DJ to play out Jaiful in no time with the Rangapati, of course. These are some quintessential numbers.
Absolutely. And also the big tournament following up in somewhere after a couple of months or 3 months. Sizing these players up, getting them ready to face the fire. And this tournament itself has been of high quality. 50 over cricket, the transition from the shorter format to the longer format. Patience was tested. Might was tested as well. But we have seen some wonderful knocks. We have seen some wonderful bowling effort. We have seen some catches like that as well. Cotton ball. He might have hurt himself in the process, but he hung on to it, 𝐒𝐂𝐀 𝐂𝐿. Second wicket in the over. And he's brought his team back right up because now both the set batters back in the hut for BBC.
Well, that's a great catch. Look to be in trouble. Fiji should come out. Yes. That looked nasty. But the rest of the teammates, see himself to celebrate. They know that it's not just about that one wicket, it's about 2. And they've got the set man. It hurts.
Oh, it was hit with serious power, let me tell you that. That has hit him at the bony part of the hand. And the bowling hand as well, rightly picked by Sachin Das here, right next to me. But he's taken it somehow. And he's probably just put a blanket on the first innings here. We're taking 2 set batters out of the scene.
And that was hit very powerfully by the batter. Full-blooded shot, I have to say. The only thing he did was hit it in the air straight to the bowler. And these are the type of catches, it's very difficult to take, very difficult to grab from the position you're in as a bowler. 𝐒𝐂𝐀 did a fantastic job there. There we go. The smile on his face tells you. If you are a bowler, you get a wicket, there's nothing more beautiful than this. Doesn't matter what happens to you.
He's a strong lad. He's back up. He's smiling. He's ready to pick up another wicket. He's tried out so many varieties, Gaurav. One of the varieties of charging up on his run-up, going through the umpire and the stumps and bowling it over the wicket as a left-hander. Incredible to see these tactics, these subtle changes that the smart cricketers bring into the game. Nicely pushed towards the long on. He'll get off the mark. 𝐿𝐶 𝐿𝐶 is the new batter in. It's 144 for 6 after 31. Massive struggle here for BBC. And wickets falling and sudden dent in the current run rate as well. As you can expect, 𝐵𝗡𝗡 𝐒𝐿 wants to cash in here. Continues bowling. His 7th over. 4 bowlers can bowl 8 overs each. 2 bowlers can bowl 7. That's the new stipulations for the game. The truncated 38 overs aside after a torrential rainfall that happened in between. And it rained cats and dogs. It rained bulldogs and Persians. But a sudden bust, and that's a good looking stroke as well. Cut away behind point. The chase is going to be lost there because the ball wins over the fence for 4.
Oh, it's a very well thought out shot. 𝐵𝗡𝗡 𝐒𝐿 banging it in, but outside the off stump, hint of room. And the skipper says, I'm going to go for it. In the gap. These are death overs for them too. 4 overs to go. Already this is a 38 overs aside contest. So Sambit, the skipper, knows the importance of these runs. You can't defeat a team like Rising Students with mediocre total. That's what they're looking for here. Every run is important. Look how quickly they're running between the wicket here. Direct hit could have made it a lot more interesting, but they have completed a single.
Shy of the stumps, rocket-like throw. Doesn't hit the target. Yes, they have to take these risks, even though they've left with 4 wickets now. Around 6 overs to go after this. Have to set a target in mind. Projected score 177. Can they stretch it to 200 with a psychological edge going into the second innings? And some cushioning for your opening bowlers to play with, to work around.
Here's Abhishek. Oh, missed out on that. Missed out on that. I think they want to take on 𝐵𝗡𝗡 𝐒𝐿 here. Kind of length that this man is bowling. Make no mistake, these are 2 new batters at the crease. But to be honest, I look at the dugout and I say almost kind of a message sent to them. Better go for it. That's the way to look at it. Attack is the best form of defense. That's the way they're thinking right now. Yes! Straight down the ground and a terrific, terrific shot really. Wonderful from the bat of Abhishek.
Abhishek Yadav pummels that down the ground. 150 up from Vishwa Bharati Club. Oh, he got a good connection there. Wrapped his bat around it. 150 up. 50 more should be the target from here on in. And if they have some deliveries to spare, why not aim higher? But they have to keep wickets in hand. Rising Students are not going to just loosen up. They're going to still attack for wickets. Short delivery. Wickets it is. He has absolutely outfoxed the batter. Provided him the bait and got captured in the trap. Abhishek Yadav departs. 𝐵𝗡𝗡 𝐒𝐿 celebrates. Gives him a bit of a send-off as well.
Yes, he banged the ball in. And 𝐵𝗡𝗡 is a natural bowler who skids through the surface. And that's what happened. It hurried a little bit. The batter was in no position whatsoever to play a shot like that. Again was on the front foot. The initial moment was ready for the full ball. Now, that might be a question about, we're calling it the opposite of what the batter is doing. But it's about having a balanced stand as a batter. We'll talk about that. But that's the wicket number 7 that goes down. Abhishek departs for a short little inning of 5. And there we go. It's 150 for 7. Wherever you are, come to this part of the world, particularly if you're living in Cuttack, close to the stadium. Shouldn't miss out on this. This is absolutely electrifying.
Good Friday, make it better. Come to the Barabati Stadium, see if there's a gate open somewhere. Walk in, take a position in the galleries. Because the superheroes of Odisha cricket are performing here. And it's loud and clear that Team Rising students with a power-packed side have just kept on attacking and have kept the attack on from the get-go of this finale. And that's been the whole story in the last 2 days as well. The quarterfinal, the semi-final, almost 900 runs were scored in the first innings combined. And here, when they have been put into field first, working like a well-oiled machine. 7 wickets have been taken, 151 on the board, as the 32nd over has been bowled. With 6 overs to go in the first innings, there's going to be change in voices.
𝐿𝐿𝐿 Singh into his fourth. Time for a brief change in the com box as Piyush Mahapatra takes a breather. In comes Sachin Das. From some wonderful vocabulary of Piyush, we move on to the vocabulary of the Odia vocabulary of Sachin, which is very good. Piyush almost like comes up with words where you have to almost go to the Oxford dictionary to find what is the meaning of that. I only have the impression of that for Shashi Tharoor. But now Piyush Mahapatra is giving a tough challenge. That's the big one that they're looking for, but not quite. The fielder's under it, and he puts it down, Ravi Teja. It's a tough job to do that under lights, but these are professional cricketers. You expect them to take these catches. Welcome, Sachin.
शुभ संध्या गौरव भाई हे कैच बहुत उंचा जाइथिला अंडर लाइट्स कैच धरिबा एते सहज मध्य होई न थाए चेष्टा थिला हातरे पहुंची मध्य जाइथिले शेष मोमेंट रे हातरे बाजी बॉल टी बाहर पड़ जाइथिला अनिकेत तृतीय विकेट पाई परिथांते कैच सहित फाइल प्रथम बॉल आसी चेष्टा करथिले छक्का पई रिवर्स स्वीप काढिबार प्रयास सीधा फिल्डर का हाथ रे क्विक सिंगल नहीं छंती टू फाइल पूर्व बॉल रे छक्का पई प्रयास थिला सेमीफाइनल टू फाइल शेष पर्यंत रही लड़ाई करी दल को फाइनल रे पहुंची थिले कि सेही भली इनिंग्स रा जी आवश्यकता रही छि
And here's the skipper. Sambit has to be a responsible batter. Has to understand the situation. Look at him going for one. He wants to come back for the second. No, says the batter right there. Syed straight away calling there's no second run there. There's only run out there. And a very right call of no from the batter.
या परे ओ 5 ओवर बाकी रहिबो कनो अधिक स्ट्राइक रे कैप्टन होंतु जेंतु जने से जने प्रॉपर बैटर तुफाइल को काम तांको स्ट्राइक दियंतु जेतबेले आपन को सुजोग मिलिबो शेष ओभराडा को सेतबेले आपन अटैक करि परिबे किंतु वर्तमान आपन संबित को स्ट्राइक को आनंतु रन आउट रो बंचंतु प्रथम रन आउट आसिला तापरे मैच रो मोड कुआडे पळेला हमें जानिबा को पाइलेनी
Absolutely. And particularly, Sambit is a very bottom hand player. So watch out for the shot down the ground where he can be really special if he gets it right. And you expect them to be on the front foot most of the time. There's no two ways about it. This is the 33rd over that is going on. Here's Sambit wanted to hit it over mid-wicket. To do that against the turn is a tough task. 𝐒𝐂𝐀 Singh rather knowing everything about that, particularly the line and length. Line little outside the off stump.
बड़ पूर्वक शॉट मारिबार चेष्टा थिला मिड विकेट फील्डर को पार करिबार चेष्टा थिला हेले बैट और बॉल कोनोसी संजोग नहीं परवर्ती बॉल ले सिंगल नहीं स्ट्राइक रे परिवर्तन करिसंती वर्तमान फाइल आसीबो स्ट्राइक
Yes, last ball coming up. 155 for 7. They're still on the shorter side. Against a strong team, mind you. You need those important runs towards the end, the late flurries that you talk about. Has he hit that in the gap? Yes, he has. A boundary to finish things off in this over. 33 overs done and dusted. It's 159 for 7. At the end of 33 with Syed and Sambit batting together. This is the latest shot. Didn't get actually quite hold of that. But the idea was to hit that in the gap. He got it and got a boundary with that 159 for 7.
OCA Club League 2026. And Biswabharati hoping to get as close as possible to 200. Gives us an opportunity to celebrate the many stars of Odisha cricket. And been really fortunate to have been joined by one such cricketer. Meanwhile, as Ravi Teja gets ready to bowl another over. Has been bowling the change-ups brilliantly from the far end, that is. Sambit at the striker's end, Syed Tufel at the non-striker's end. And we are hoping that Biswabharati can produce a late flourish. Flourish is the word. Slow bouncer pulled in front, run. Over 3,000 runs for Odisha, a talisman with the bat. I watched him dominate club cricket and senior cricket. Here with me in the commentary box, fortunate Nataraj Vera. Good afternoon, good evening, bhai. Thank you so much for being here. प्रथमतः स्वागत करूछु कमेंट्री बॉक्स को कौन फीलिंग रही
ऑब्वियसली ग्रेट बहुत बढ़िया लगुच देखिए कि खास करके ओसीए को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देवी भाया अरेंजमेंट कर प्लेयर ओसीए लीग जो होती ऑब्वियसली बहुत बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म आम ओडिया प्लेयर खास करके कहीं भाया इवेंट आगु हो पार नाला एवं जहाँ होची ओपीटीएल होची आगु को भी बहुत सारा इवेंट अच्छी आम ओडिया पिलांग तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देवी ओडिशा क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन को जो भाया अरेंजमेंट कर लगुच एठू पिला निश्चय आगु को बाहर भल परफॉर्मेंस करेंगे सब प्लेटफॉर्म रे
से नोट रे सैयद तुफैन मारिचंती छक्का सीधा छक्का सेमती गोटे उद्यमान टैलेंट उद्यमान ऑलराउंडर सैयद चेष्टा करिवे ए प्लेटफॉर्म टी मैक्सिमाइज करंतु कोन भाई
डेफिनेटली कहीं ना देखु गोटे कम्पिटिटिव क्रिकेट चलची जोटा उसी भावुची कि गोटे पिला जो मैंने आसुचंदी बाहरु पिला माने कम्पिटिटिव क्रिकेट खेलुचंदी एवं जिते भी आम यंग क्रिकेटर्स अछंती उसी लीग रे बहुत भल परफॉर्मेंस करचंती एवं तांको लागुची डिफरेंस ता डेफिनेटली एटिके जो डोमिनेट क्रिकेट खेलिबा पई सेटा तांको प्रोड्यूस होची आ एई लीग रु बहुत पिला निज माइंडसेट चेंज करि परिबे
परवर्ती बॉल शॉर्ट बॉल पुणी थे द्वितीय रन पे आछंती भल स्ट्रांग थ्रो विक्रम आनी देइचंती स्टंप उपरकू अंपायर का निष्पत्ति आउट अष्टम विकेट रो पतन एठी किंतु फेरी जिबा पुणी थे नटवे जो कथा आपण कहउतिले गोटे तो प्लेटफॉर्म मिलछि आ सेही भलिया विकेट्स भी एबे प्रोड्यूस करछंती दुई दुईटी आमे देखिले 400 रन लगातार हैला तो से कंडीशंस भी मिलुछि बैटर्स मानको समस्त को एक्सप्रेस करिया पे निज स्किल्स को
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल देखो ग्राउंड्समैन जो भाया कम कर विकेट को प्रिपेयर कर निश्चय फुल क्रेडिट भी जावा कथा कहीं विकेट बहुत कम मिले व्हाइट बॉल क्रिकेट रे जी मु क्रिकेट खेली देखी अटे अंडर प्रिपेयर्ड विकेट थाए बट एबे जो जम देखुची किछि वर्ष धरी भल विकेट मिलूँ जो ओसीए लीग रे बहुत बढ़िया विकेट मिली मु सब पड़िया रे मैच कवर भी करी देखुली मैच जो भाया पिला बैटिंग कर फील्डिंग कर एक्सेप्शनल पिला माने अछंती एवं बहुत एंजॉय कर विकेट रे जेकोसी विकेट भी हो कहीं पिलांकर एबिलिटी अच्छी से माने बहुत निजक अडाप्ट कर चैलेंजेस को फेस करमती गोटे एक्सपीरियंस बैटर कि गोटे न्यू कमर बैटर जो भाया अप्रोच रहा कथा सी अप्रोच देखा भल लगुच कम्पिटिटिव क्रिकेट देखिकी
जेहेतु नटु भाई मो सहित ये कमेंट्री बॉक्स रे अछंती मते लगुच मुझे टाइम मशीन रे फेरी जाइछि पुणी थे 2000s को मोर प्रथम स्टिंट थाए बोध हुए कमेंट्री बॉक्स रे क्लब क्रिकेट रे अपिन मेमोरियल टूर्नामेंट गोटे विश्वभारती क्लब तरफ होता है आउ सेठी मो पई नटु भाई प्रथम गोटे चांस थिला अपॉर्चुनिटी थिला गोटे क्लब क्रिकेट रे जो मैसिव टैलेंट पूल सेतबेले थिला आपण निजे कहि परिवे कि सेतबेले जो क्वालिटी ऑफ क्रिकेट जो कंपटीशन क्लब क्रिकेट रे सेतबेले देखिया मिलथिला अलगा प्रकार रो सेतबेले प्लेयर्स थिले और तांगा एबिलिटीज भी थिला
बिल्कुल बहुत भल भल प्लेयर्स थिले एवं एबे भी मते लागुची ओडिसा रे टैलेंट रो कोनसी कमी नहीं इट्स ऑल अबाउट द माइंडसेट जदी माइंडसेट हमें रखिबा डोमिनेट नेचर माइंडसेट रखिबा आम पई बेटर हबो ओडिसा रे केबे भी टैलेंट रो कमी नहीं एवं लागुची जेमती देखंतु बहुत भल भल प्लेयर मध्ये आछचंती जेमती विप्लव खेलुचंती गोविंद खेलुचंती एवं से माने हम लेजेंड क्रिकेटर्स तो लागुची आगामी जो क्रिकेटर्स माने आसीबे डेफिनेटली से माने भी आईपीएल एवं इंडियन टीम को रिप्रेजेंट करिवे
नट भाई आपण कोचिंग ड्यूटीज रे भी थिले आमे देखिछु ओडिसा प्रो T20 रो जो स्टेज थिला सेठी भी आपण एई नुआ क्रॉप ऑफ क्रिकेटर्स को देखिचंदी बहुत क्लोजली डाउन द ट्रैक पुणी थरे तो केमिति कोण कोण ट्राए करछंती कि सेही माइंडसेट जोटा आपनका बैटिंग रे देखिया को मिलतिला निरंजन का बैटिंग रे होंतु सुबित बिस्वाल एठी अछंती ग्राउंड रे तांकर बैटिंग रे जो इंटेंसिटी थिला जो बळी भाबरे गोटे इनिंग्स को नै कि जिबार जो सेही स्किल टी टेम्परामेंट रो स्किल टी को बळी भाबरे आपण ट्राए करछन ताकू ट्रांसलेट करिया पे टू द यंग जनरेशन ऑफ बैटर्स
बिल्कुल देखो तांकु तो ऑब्वियसली मु जति कि मो अंडर रहिचंती एज अ कोच मु जति काम करछि एवं एज अ सिलेक्टर भी काम जति करछि पिलांकु मु ऑब्वियसली कोइ हार्ड वर्क तार कोनसे शॉर्टकट नाही बट पेशेंस सहित तांकु काम करिया पड़ियो जो एरियाज रे तांकु दरकार विकेट्स लागुचंदी से एरियाज रे काम करिया दरकार नॉट ओनली बैटर बॉलर्स भी देखंतु फिटनेस भलो करिया पड़ियो काहे कि हमको ऑब्वियसली हम जदि हाई एम रहिबो हमें डेफिनेटली इंडियन प्ले को रिप्लेस करिया को चाहिबा जदि इंडियन प्लेयर्स को तो डेफिनेटली हम परफॉर्मेंस इनहांस हबो अब आमे सब क्षेत्र रे माने पाई पारि अछि जो कहंती रिकॉग्नाइजेशन ता सेटा निहात दरकार जदि एम बड़ रहिबो निश्चय हमें रिकॉग्नाइजेशन पाई परिबा
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद नटवाई जो भली आपण शेयर कले से सब जिंस पूर्व ओवर हम देखले गोटे कड़क पुल शॉट सेठी दीपांशु आछंती भलो छक्काटी तांगा बैट रु देखिया को मिलला बहुत सीरियस कथा हेले बे टिके फन कथा आडू को जिबा नटवाई गोटे इंसिडेंट मन पकेया को चाहिबी रेलवे ग्राउंड रे रणजी ट्रॉफी मैच थाए मोर प्रथम असाइनमेंट थिला एज अ प्रिंट रिपोर्टर मु मैच टी कवर करिया को जाउथाय आउ सेतले बहुत एक्साइटेड थिली काहेकि ना कमेंट्री जस्ट सेई लीग सीजन टी करिथिली आपण मानक गेम देखिथिली तो एज अ प्रिंट रिपोर्टर बहुत एक्साइटेड मो पय प्रथम गोटे असाइनमेंट सेटा थिला इनिंग्स आरंभरू कहि रखे एथर सौम्य आछंती अष्टम बाहरे इनिंग्स आरंभरू नटुवाई बैटिंग करिया को जिबे बेली पैड वैड पिंधि की वेट करचंदी बैटिंग पे जिबे बोली मु नॉनचेलेंटली जेहेतु तांको देखि एक्साइटेड ओडिसा टीम भी खेलुची गोटे बहुत भलो एनर्जेटिक वे रे मु बेस्ट ऑफ लक टी कहिथिली नटोई को नटोई भितरु को जाइथिले विकेट बोस्टली टिके इफी थिला बोथ वे तापर बाकी स्टोरी नटोई कहिली
के ऑब्वियसली बैटिंग जवा पूर्वरु विश करले मो टिके मते लागे कि मु टिके लक ता फेवर करेनी मु जल्दी आउट हो जाए बट मु सबले भी इवन मैचेस गुडा रे फोन को बहुत अवॉइड करे काहे कि बहुत सारे मैसेजेस आसे कि बेस्ट ऑफ लक नेट ऑन भी करेनी कि मोबाइल देखे भी नहीं तो मोर ने सुपरस्टिशियस रही जाइतला
तो तो द्वितीय इनिंग्स रे परवर्ती दिन जेतले सेकंड इनिंग्स रे ओडिसा जाउची बैटिंग करिया पे मैच फसी की अछि मु मोर काम रे तळे लॉगिन माने 9 टा ग्राउंड रे जीवा पई मु आउ ड्रेसिंग रूम बाट दे भी आसिलिनी जानिथिली कि मते जोउठी थाए मु जेमति देखा न जाए से इनिंग्स रे तापरे बहुत भलो भाव रे अप्लाई करथिले नटे आम बाकी टॉप ऑर्डर गोटे भलो मुकाबला से मैच रे देखिया मिलथिला
बिल्कुल मु ऐसे इनिंग्स पर मु भाबी देइथिली मु काहा को देखिबिनी बैटिंग जीवा पूर्वरु एक्जेक्टली मु से प्लान करथिली प्लान बैटिंग कोन करिवि से प्लान कर नथिली बट ड्रेसिंग रूम रो केमती पड़िया भीतर को जीबी काहा को अनेबिनी कि किबा केही किछि कहले सुनिबिनी से भाबी के जाइथिली मु पड़िया भीतर को एवं भलो अप्लाई करथिलु से मैच रे एवं बहुत फाइट करथिलु हम से मैच रे
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद नटराज बेहरा हम सहित कथा होतले क्लब क्रिकेट रो से जो फैब्रिक रही एठी ओडिसा रे
अ,
जो बड़ी भाव रे सिचुएशन एबे नटे फेरी जिवा मैच ऊपर को एठी देखंतु डाइव मारिचंती सेठी जीवन पूरा दावरे लगेइचंदी विश्वभारती क्लब कोन लागुची 200 रन पाखापाखि पहुंची गलेनी द्वितीय इनिंग्स रे अंडर लाइट्स नुआ बॉल टी तांका रहिबो इवेंट्स एंड स्टीवन स्टिल
बिल्कुल तांका पाखरे भलो अपॉर्चुनिटी अछि भलो टीम भी अछि भलो बॉलिंग लाइनअप भी अछि तांकर विश्व भारती बिल्कुल मत लागुची टिके कॉम्पिटिटिव क्रिकेट निश्चय से मान देबे फाइट करिवे काहे कि देखंतु जते भलो टीम हेले भी चेस करिया इट्स डिफिकल्ट काहे कि अर्ली ऑन तांको जदि विकेट मिलुची विश्व भारती टीम को निश्चय से माने टॉप को आसीबे एवं देखिया वाला राइजिंग स्टूडेंट बहुत भलो टीम एक्सपीरियंस भरी छि तांको टीम रे तो देखिया पड़िबो से माने केमती अप्रोच रे खेलुचंदी काहे कि वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम जो ओडिशा के जो लीग चली वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम होची राइजिंग स्टूडेंट
नटो अंडर लाइट्स बारबाटी बैटिंग करियार गोटे कला अच्छी मोर मन अच्छी मोर आउ गोटे कोर मेमोरी आपण सहित रही जो प्रथम संकर्षण होता T20 लीग रे ओडिशार फाइनल रे राउरकेला तरफ रु आपणकर गोटे खूब सुंदर शतक आमे देखिथिलु एई ग्राउंड रे सेथर भी कमेंट्री बॉक्स रे मु थिली आ सौभाग्य थिला आपनकर से इनिंग्स टी देखियार अंडर लाइट्स बैटिंग करिवार कोन कला थाए व्हाट डू यू डू एज अ बैटर केमिति प्रिपेयर करंती कोन एग्जीक्यूशन रो मूल मंत्र सेठी
ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଅଣ୍ଡର ଲାଇଟ୍ସରେ ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କରିବା ଟିକେ ମୋତେ ଲାଗେ କି ମୋ ପାଇଁ ଟିକେ ଇଜି ହଉଥିଲା କାହିଁକି ଡ୍ୟୁ ରହିବ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ବର୍ଷା ବି ହେଇଛି ତ ବଲ୍ ଟିକେ ସ୍କିଟ୍ କରିକି ଆସିବ ବଟ୍ ମାଇଣ୍ଡ ସେଟ୍ ଏହା ଥିଲା କାହିଁ ମୋ ବିରୁଦ୍ଧରେ ଯେଉଁ ବୋଲର୍ସ ଗୁଡ଼ା ଥିଲେ ଅବଭିୟସଲି ଜାଣିଥିବେ ଦେବାଶିଷ ମହାନ୍ତି ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ଖେଳିଥିଲେ ତ ଅବଭିୟସଲି ମୋ କୋଚ୍ ଏହା ହିଁ କୁହନ୍ତି କି ଯଦି ତୁ ବେଷ୍ଟ ବଲର୍କୁ ବେଷ୍ଟ ଖେଳିବୁ ତାହେଲେ ରେକଗ୍ନାଇଜେସନ୍ ତତେ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ମିଳିବ ତ କାହିଁ ମୁଁ ଚାହୁଁଥିଲି ଯେଉଁଠି ତାଙ୍କ ଲୁଜ୍ ବଲ୍ସ ମୁଁ ଭଲ ଖେଳିବି ଏବଂ ମୋ ମାଇଣ୍ଡ ସେଟ୍ ହିଁ ସେୟା ଥିଲା କି ନୂଆ ବଲ୍ସରେ ଯେତେ ଲୁଜ୍ ବଲ୍ସ ମିଳିବ ୟୁ ହାଭ୍ ଟୁ गेट रन्स କାହିଁକି ଅଦରୱାଇଜ୍ ଯେଉଁ ୱାର୍ଲଡ କ୍ଲାସ୍ ବଲର ସିଏ ଯଦି ଜାଗା ପାଇଲେ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ମାନେ ଟିମ୍କୁ ହଇରାଣ କରିବେ ଏବଂ ୱାନ୍ ସାଇଡେଡ୍ ବି ସେ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତି ତ ମୋ ପାଇଁ ବହୁତ ଇଜି ରହୁଥିଲା ତ ମୁଁ ବି ସେୟା ଚାହିଁବି ଯେଉଁ ଆମ ଅପକମିଂ ବ୍ୟାଟର୍ସ ଗୁଡ଼ା ଅଛନ୍ତି ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ ବଲ୍ସକୁ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ପନିଶ କରିବା କଥା ଏବଂ ଯେଉଁ ଅପକମିଂ ବଲର୍ସ ମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ନିଜ ଜାଗାଟାକୁ ସଠିକ୍ ରଖିବା ଦରକାର ଏବଂ ମୁଭମେଣ୍ଟରେ ଅଧିକ ଧ୍ୟାନ ଦେବା ଦରକାର
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भाई निज एक्सपीरियंस आपण शेयर कले आमे बहुत फॉर्चुनेट कि आपण आसिले कमेंट्री बॉक्स रे अल्प समय देले एठी
ଫାଷ୍ଟ ଅଫ୍ ଅଲ୍ ତ ଆଉ ଥରେ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଦେବି ଓଡ଼ିଶା କ୍ରିକେଟ୍ ଆସୋସିଏସନକୁ ଏଭଳିଆ ଟୁର୍ଣ୍ଣାମେଣ୍ଟ ଏଭଳିଆ ଯେଉଁ ଲିଗ୍ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଏହା ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ଏବଂ କଣ୍ଟିନ୍ୟୁ ହଉ ଏଭଳିଆ ଲିଗ୍ ବହୁତ ଭଲ ପ୍ଲେୟାର୍ସ ମଧ୍ୟ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ବାହାରିବେ ଯେଉଁ ପାଥରେ ଚାଲିଛି ଏବଂ ଯେଉଁ ଟାର୍ଗେଟ୍ ଆମ୍ବିସନ୍ ଅଛି ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଶା କ୍ରିକେଟର ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଆମକୁ ଲାଗୁଛି ବହୁତ ଭଲ ପ୍ଲେୟାର ବାହାରିବେ କାହିଁକି ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ପାଟିରେ ସେ ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ଆସୁଛି କି ଏଥର ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଓଡ଼ିଶା କ୍ରିକେଟ ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଷ୍ଟେପ୍ ନେଇଛି ଏବଂ ପିଲାଙ୍କୁ ବହୁତ ଅପରଚ୍ୟୁନିଟି ଦେଉଛି କାହିଁକିନା ଆମେ ଖେଳିଲା ବେଳେ ହ୍ୱାଇଟ୍ ବଲ୍ କ୍ରିକେଟ୍ ଏତେ ନଥିଲି ରେଡ୍ ବଲ୍ସରେ ହିଁ ଆମେ ଯାହା 50 ଓଭର୍ସ ଖେଳୁଥିଲୁ ଡେଜ୍ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଖେଳୁଥିଲୁ ବଟ୍ ଏବେ ଯେଉଁ ପିଲାଙ୍କୁ ଅପରଚ୍ୟୁନିଟି ମିଳୁଛି ବହୁତ ବଡ଼ ଅପରଚ୍ୟୁନିଟି ଏଇଟା
ଆଉ ସେଇଥି ଲାଗି एमती शॉट्स भी देखिया को मिलची फुल ऑन डिस्प्ले रहिची व्हाइट बॉल शॉट्स रो सेठी
बिल्कुल देखନ୍ତୁ ମୋତେ ଲାଗୁଛି ସମ୍ବିତ ଆଇ ଥିଙ୍କ ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କରୁଛି ଅଣ୍ଡର 23 ଟି ପିଲା ଖେଳୁଛି ଏବଂ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଇନୋଭେଟିଭ୍ ସଟ୍ସ ପିଲା ଆମର ଫେୟରଲେସ୍ ହେଲେଣି ଆଉ ମୋତେ ଲାଗୁଛି ଆମେ ମେ ବି ଆଉ 2-3 ଇୟର୍ସ ଭିତରେ ଡେଫିନେଟଲି ଆମେ ଯେଉଁ ଟାର୍ଗେଟରେ ଯାଉଛୁ ଓସିଏ ଯେଉଁ ଟାର୍ଗେଟରେ ଯାଉଛେ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ପିଲାମାନେ ନିଜକୁ ରେକଗ୍ନାଇଜେସନ୍ ମିଳିବ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ୍ ଡୋମେଷ୍ଟିକ୍ କ୍ରିକେଟରେ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ମିଳିବ
थैंक यू सो मच भाई थैंक्स अ लॉट ମୋ ସହିତ ଥିଲେ ନଟରାଜ ବେହେରା ଗୋଟେ ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଷ୍ଟିଣ୍ଟ ସେଠି ତାଙ୍କ ସହିତ କଥା ହଉଥିଲେ କେମିତି ସେ ନିଜେ ଗୋଟେ କ୍ଲବ କ୍ରିକେଟର ପ୍ରଡକ୍ଟ 3000 ରୁ ଉର୍ଦ୍ଧ୍ୱ ରନ୍ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପାଇଁ ଛୋଟା 100 ଆଉ ଡମିନେଟ କରୁଥିଲେ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ ସହିତ ନଟୁ ଭାଇଙ୍କୁ ଦବା ଗୋଟେ ଛୋଟ ବ୍ରେକ୍ କମେଣ୍ଟ୍ରି ବକ୍ସ ରେ ମୋ ସହିତ ଜିକେପି ୱେଲକମ୍ ବ୍ୟାକ୍
Well, I was listening to the conversation, of course. I had a little memory of Natraj Behra too.
Oh, please go on.
Yes. But take a look at this shot. It's a great shot. It's a brilliant shot. Of course, most of the batters you see them playing it on the front foot. Of course, you see 189 for 8. This is the 36th over. Yeah, so of course, Natraj Behra being Natraj Behra, though, I got a chance to bowl him, Babasis, when I was at the school. And I shouldn't tell, but of course, there's a wicket there. Ravi Teja finally gets a wicket. Man toiled hard, and finally, at the end of it, last over for him too, got a wicket.
Yes, and it's the off cutter once again. Going across the left-hander to hit that full shot we saw. So he's got the ability with the bat. Viswabharati just not making sure that they bat out their full quota of overs, which is important. Sambit set, still there. Yeah, go on, Gaurav.
Yeah, of course, it was the Basundhara ground.
Oh, yes. Lovely little ground. That
Yes.
is.
And of course, being a school guy and he was hitting me for fun, got the wicket of Natraj Behra. Of course, he was playing me very casually. It's not that any skill of mine got the wicket of Natraj Behra. That's not possible. But again, I think that was the only thing that I talked about for 2 months, 3 months, and kept on saying that story. Uh, I mean,
Oh,
for
yes.
2-3 years, I guess.
I can imagine. And such was the stature of these stars at that point of time. Such was the stature, and I mentioned a couple of names there in that conversation. Flop cricket, early 2000, was just another level. Biswaharati Club, Rising Students, Juvenile, these clubs, Union Sporting, Side Sporting, they just came in with the big guns day in, day out. Good Yorker there. Sai digs that one out. 36 done. 190 for 9. Biswaharati Club.
I was listening to Babasi's and Natraz Behera, of course. Babasi's was mentioning about his story and his memories of the great Natraz Behera. But it's such a great story for Babasi's as well. Making it to the commentary and now almost sharing a combox with him. Well done, Babasi's.
Well, GKP, we are just lucky to be home. And we're really fortunate. These cricketers, they make sure that they're always in tune with what's happening around them. Couple of overs remaining, and umpires have signaled the power play. That means Rising Students Club, they had to get through these overs before this over began. Hence, the next 12 balls, there'll be a power play for Sai and Sambit. Great opportunity to add a few runs and just go past that 200 barrier.
You see them playing the reverse scoop, reverse paddle. I think these are the shots that will come in now, particularly because of the power play. And Soumya Lenka into his last over.
Also, so far in, beg your pardon, GKP, so far in the tournament, we haven't seen Soumya Lenka bowling a lot of change-ups. He's relied on the quick ball, the bouncer. The way conditions are right now, you got to go to change of pace on this surface. They're worried about that scoop. They're sending short fine to the boundary with a square leg back.
Here's Sai. Best thing he could have done. Gives it back to the skipper. Sambit. Well done, Sai.
Sambit will be hoping realistically 11 balls. He has to take another single at some point of time. So that's 10 balls remaining. 10 balls, give yourself a target to hit at least 3 sixes. And that's realistic. 3 sixes is good enough. That takes you to that 210, 215 marker. And again, with a revised score, you never know. Biswaharati might just have the surprise ready with the new ball with Dipanshu. Backs away, makes room, no timing. Oh, non-striker, where are you off to, sir?
And straight away, Sambit asking for a change of bat. There we go. This is the one-day format. We talked about the art and skill needed to play in the format. Now it boils down to the T20 version of batting. Such is the format. You know, in this one-day format, you see the sets of Test cricket, you see the sets of T20 cricket. At this point in time, it is the T20 cricket that is needed for the batting side.
So far, Soumya has shown that he doesn't really trust his slowies. Again, 2 balls and quick balls. If I am Sambit here, I'm standing deep in my crease, Gaurav. Just hoping that Soumya misses his length.
It depends on the length of the ball too, and the kind of field set he has got.
He's going,
Has to go full. I mean,
yeah,
straight.
absolutely. And look where he is. Slightly deep in his crease there. Sambit goes further deeper. Soumya has missed his length for the first time and has disappeared over long on.
Exactly the thinking that we were after. And with that trigger movement went far deeper.
Yes, what could have been a Yorker now becomes a half volley. And he hit that for a six. Great strike this from Sambit, playing the captain's knock.
Also, he didn't execute the first slowy that he tried. That's what we are talking about all throughout the tournament. Hardly any change-ups from Soumya. What's the response? Can't go wider either. He's got no protection there. Follows him up. Hit, bunted down the ground. One bounce four. 6 and a 4. 200 up.
This is great batting. This is knowing about where the fielders are and picking this right spot. He hit that straight over the bowler's head. I told you he's playing a captain's knock. He's really doing it here. First a six and then a boundary.
You can see it's hurting Soumya now. It's been a long day on the field. Remember, we came to the ground thinking it's a 1:30 start. And Rising Students Club, they've been on the field all day here. So it's starting to show. Sambit batting on 30. Expecting the change of pace. Unable to get that one away. First time the change of pace works for Soumya.
Interestingly now, of course, take a look at the field. The two fielders outside the circle on the onside are the deep mid wicket and the long on. Of course, it's a power play on. And what Soumya has decided is to have that mid wicket fielder as wide as possible. So only thing is looking at a full length delivery and it to be as accurate as possible. Last ball.
Yes, and be aware that Sambit wants a single here. He'll get that in that deep mid region. So 2-0-2, more importantly, for the last over of the first innings of the finale. It's the captain of Viswabharati. Can he get a real bumper over? Wait and watch. Oh, it's Biplab.
Yes. Most economical bowler.
And the most experienced as well. He's got all the skills in the book. Biggest challenge though, just two fielders out.
Yes.
That's why the discussion is longer with Govind Podar. What do you do? They're thinking. Right now, he's kept it very neutral. Long on and square leg, that is. He's asking long on to perhaps come in. What I think is he'll have a sweeper and a long off and try and bowl wide Yorkers, that is. That's my thinking. Let's see what he's doing. He's kept everybody up on the offside so far.
And Biplab has trusted his backup lane deliveries way more than his full lane deliveries.
Yeah, so now he's got the feel for the change of pace. He's got a deep backward square leg. He's got a deep mid wicket.
And he's gonna hit the hard length as well. It's not like he's gonna go full with this.
First ball.
Yeah, that's how he's got the wicket from. Short of length delivery again. This is what Biplab has done so many times. Created the opportunity, but it's just a single there.
Now, do you take that single there? Do you take that single? Well, Sambit is perhaps saying that was too high, but because he got a bat onto it, Vipla Samantraya just telling Sambit that let's get on with it and allow Sai to face the next ball. Sai needs to do what he's done so far. He's 2 of 2, needs to be 3 of 3. If that's not the case, he better be 8 of 3.
Can be 6 of 3 as well. Let's see.
Shouldn't be 2 out of 3 balls, that is. That's the only thing. Shouldn't get out. That's all. Needs to have bat on the ball. Done.
3 of 3.
And now, with 4 deliveries remaining for Sambit, it has to be Sambit for all these deliveries.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Spot on. Don't worry about singles anymore. And you know what Biplab is trying to do. You know he's trying to take pace off. You know he's trying to bowl into the surface. Govind Podar constantly is trying to suggest a different plan, perhaps. And that's good. That's good. You want the other perspective to be there. Because if you want, you can take that option.
And again, he banks it in. 1 for the over, says the umpire. It will make life a little more interesting here. Can he, once again bowl that length?
Yeah, Biplab just turns back and says, we're going to stick to this plan because it has worked. It has worked so far. Couple of runs. And you know singles are not happening from here on in. It's 6 and out. Now, advice comes from the left, from Subhranshu. Now from the right, to Govind Podar. Govind Podar is perhaps suggesting to drop the long on back. Go fuller now. Long on will drop back. Square leg comes inside the circle. So now there'll be a sudden change of line as well. You'll have to believe. Can't be bowling within the stumps now. Sambit will be hoping he can shuffle across and open up that area over square leg. That's where he's looking. Crucial ball. He actually backs away, goes over the bowler. Clutch. Welcome boundary for Sambit.
Well, that's the only time he's gone full and gone for a boundary here. Yes, well picked up by Sambit. He understood the field.
And you can see Biplab tried to follow him as well. Look where the ball ends up eventually, way outside leg stump. But good on Sambit to get a clear swing of the bat.
I think it's not a bad idea to continue to bowl on the field. Yes, there we go, square leg back. And the kind of pace it's generating as well. It's not that you can back away and hit it over third man as well.
Yeah, you can look for the ramp though. He wants to go over mid-off. Govind Podar wants to track it down. The ball won't stop. What a shot that is to change of pace and come down the track. Sambit plays a blinder.
Yes, and that's a statement really from Sambit. Skipper, the team under pressure. Here's the skipper coming out with all the confidence in the world and playing his shots. Moves on to 40 from 24. You'll take that.
When Biplab was doing a bit of death bowling in Odisha Pro as well, I think the plan outside off with having a sweeper, but I think that was a plan when he had more fielders on the boundary. So you could perhaps do that, have a deep third, have a sweeper, have a long off. Now, because the luxury is just with 2 boundary riders, that's why I think in this over the plan has been a lot straighter. Right, for the last ball, mid-wicket will come in, long on will go back. He'll try and nail the Yorker to finish things off. That's the idea. It's you versus me. I'm trying to get the Yorker in.
And of course, Sambit knows it more than anyone else. Will he bluff it? That's the question.
And he also lowers his arm when he tries to do so. Tries to nail the Yorker. Misses the length. Over extra cover for 6. Swabharati end on a high. Under lights, their bowlers will have something to defend. Smile on the keeper's face. That's a nervy smile. Perhaps the shot of the innings comes to the last ball from the skipper's bat. Ladies and gentlemen, under lights, game on. 219 to win the OCA Club League 2026. Rising Students Club will be padding up after a short break. But GKP, you'd like to believe these are runs on the board that you can play with.
Absolutely, no doubt about that. You said that was the shot of the innings. I'll say this is the inning of the innings as well. Rising Students will need to 19, but not before we tell you what happened in the first inning. Of course, initially got plenty of wickets. And of course, 20 run from 𝐎𝐂𝐀 𝐂𝐿𝐴 didn't bat that well today. 55 from Almasi. Really batted well. And at one point in time, we're looking ominous for the opposition. Gaurav Kumar, that partnership that they built. 47 for Gaurav Kumar. But that let flourish from the captain himself, doing the trick. Take a look at the bowlers. Wonderful job, I have to say, from most of the bowlers. 1 wicket piece for Soumya and Ravi Teja there. And 2 wickets piece for Biplav Samantarai and Aniket Singh. Well, some bowlers who didn't pick up a wicket, someone like Govind Poda was pretty economical and making sure that they restrict the team under a low total. But I have to say, take a look at the partnership. One big one, 104 from Gaurav and Almas. The other is Sai and Sambit in no time, in 29 from 19. There we go. This is what they need to lift the trophy. 219 in 38 overs. Don't go anywhere. We will be back after this break. That is the run chase for you. Stay with us.
Grand entry done for both the teams then. Hello and welcome back to Barabati. Rising Students Club. They need 219 runs in 38 overs, that is, to make sure that they win this OCA Club League 2026. All eyes on Biswabharati and their opening bowlers to give them a real lift. Has had a tremendous tournament as Dipanshu. He'll be starting from the clock tower end, running in with the breeze. Remember that cross breeze will actually get the ball away from the right-hander. But he's got the ability to swing it back in. And therein attacking both the edges of the bat. Sambit has kept a couple of slips here. It'll be Bikram at the non-striker's end along with Rajesh. And that entire dugout of Rising Students Club, they'll be right on the edge of their seats, hoping that Steve Dhooper out there will be able to negate this new ball. And that's how he'll try and bat, which is to have many little movements, but ensure that he's having a still head. Keeper first slip, second slip, very close to each other. Dipanshu begins the first ball. Back of the lane there, off the pads, and they run through. Bikram crosses over. A couple of runouts that we saw in the early phase of the first innings was vital, was crucial. And now, Rising Students Club off the mark. 166 wickets so far. 7 for 16, the best. What's more important, that he's got about 14 3-fers. Tells you that has a knack of picking up wickets. And when he does, gets them in a bunch. Bear in mind the target right now is 216. Because 216 is the number the Rising Students Club need to get to win that glittering trophy. So far, so good. Couple of singles. Dipanshu yet to find that movement. Focusing on that wrist position here. Needs to get the ball talking. Here is Dhoopa, who wanted to leave that one, and the ball has just hit the bottom of the bat there while Dhooper was trying to leave that. Let's take a look at that attempted leave from Rajesh Dhooper. Once again, Steve Dhooper there was just shouldering arms and the ball followed the blade. He's yet to bring one back, and that's the ball he's hoping to bowl early in the spell. Target the front pads of Rajesh Dhooper there. Only goes with the angle, and Dhooper wafts it away. Should be the first boundary of the chase. Lightning quick outfield all throughout the tournament. And so it is on the big night too. Time to say welcome back to Dyush.
Oh, standing tall, placing it to perfection. Beautiful to watch. Rajesh Smith, or as Babashish calls, Steve Gooper, often running with his first boundary of the finale.
Unless he prefers two first names, then it's Steve Rajesh. Dipanshu, though, yet to get the length right, Dush. And it's important. That's perfect. That's really good. It was left alone nicely by Rajesh with all those theatrics. But as a bowler, that's what you want to see. The ball finishing somewhere around off stump, and at least him trying to pitch the ball up.
Or having a middle name of Steve as well. Rajesh Steve Dhupar. Because Super Dhupar as well sounds perfect as a synonym of the way he's played in this tournament. 100 under his belt. Gave his team some wonderful starts in the last two games, including that century. And as Babashish mentioned, quite a character, always lively and electric. The first over comes to a close. It's 6 without a loss. It's going to be intriguing to see 𝐿𝐴𝐿 and how he goes around his day. He's got off to great starts. Very much in control over the opening bowlers in the previous two occasions. Just hasn't converted it to a big score today. And come at the hour, the big finals.
Yes, just by the nature of the team combination, because Aditya Raut was injured, Bikram Samal was almost promoted by the team management, who usually bats number 4, number 5, and how well he's opened. Here is 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴 from the far end. He too hits the hard length. And that length won't trouble these two batters. It might keep them quiet, maybe, but won't really get them out under lights. You want that new ball to be up there.
Against rising students, you've got to have the predatorial skills. Innovation, improvisation to pick up wickets, because these guys bat so deep that trying to contain them is just not the right plan. We have seen that in the last 2 days. That's off his hips, doesn't really get a bat involved.
And if you're worried about being picked up from your pads or like being hit for a couple of cover drives, you can't do that here. That required run rate is what, under 6. So getting runs will hardly ever be an issue. It might be an issue if you get them, say, 30 for 3, and then we are talking. Returns with a much better length, at least finishing within the stumps. Glanced for a run by Rajesh.
The fielders around the bat as well. They got to keep the chat on. It's all about the energies. It's all about the shift of the momentum. And it all begins from your mind. Mind isn't a camera, it's a projector. So whatever you project, it kind of appears in reality. And we have seen so many occasions, especially in this beautiful sport of cricket, that you just get a match out of nowhere. Pulled away, swivel. There's a fielder in the deep.
There you go. Vikram has seen enough. He's seen enough to know that they're just trying to hit the hard length with the new ball here. And they're not being courageous enough to pitch the ball up. So I can just hang back and focus on cutting the ball, pulling the ball, play the pickup. That was the first real attempt from Bikram to get a boundary away. We've already seen Rajesh flayed a shot through the offside that got him his first boundary. That too was short using his feet. And once again, Sai digs the ball shorter.
The vivacious Rajesh Dhupar putting on an act once more. There's a fielder right next to him. shouting spells right next to the batter. He's unfazed. He's untethered.
I can assure you, Rajesh hasn't heard whatever that fielder had to say. He's only bothered about the next ball, this last ball. Manages it really well, goes straight to that particular fielder who had plenty to say. You done here. Cautious start from Rising Students Club. You expect that. 9 for no loss.
Barabati Stadium under the lights. It's magnanimous here out in the evening. The big finals, 3rd of April, the D-Day. And that's a wide as well from Dipanshu Singh. They have to resurrect quick. BBC.
Maybe Dyush, after this over, I know it's only second for Dipanshu. They might think of changing ends for him. Somehow that breeze is so strong that Dipanshu is unable to swing the ball back in at all. He's only going across. And it's one-dimensional cricket at the moment. Bikram knows it's not coming back in, so he can plan the attack. Once again, goes for that cut shot, misses it.
He's trying to be around that tram line. But the odd chances are you're going to give away an extra. But he's probably ready to pay that off. With 2 slips in place, he's finding that edge.
And if that is the plan, Dyush, as you mentioned, rather than erring outside off, start erring outside leg. See if it moves from a much straighter line. And then you can almost work with the alignment of Bikram here. Nah, that's too far wide. It's travelled off the outside edge, gone for 6. That outside edge was with the breeze and it disappeared.
Oh, flash of the blades. It goes underneath the night sky as well. Looks wonderful to the eye. It's a thing of beauty, this. Under the lights to see. A cut shot that flies over the fence for 6. Vikram K. Samal off and running and accelerating as well.
Yes, and Dipanshu quickly realizes the same thing that we are talking about. From over the wicket angle, it's impossible to get the ball back in because of that breeze. Now, he's gone round the wicket, so he can at least angle it in. Does he pitch it up? Doesn't pitch it up, goes shorter. Bikram knew that. Transfers the weight, now the cut. 6 and a 4, Bikram is away in the finale.
He is absolutely drilled that for 4. Again, the slashing blade looks wonderful to the eye. In the gap, off she goes over the fence for 4. 6 and a 4. Crazy counter attack. And we are cognizant, we are privy to this kind of an attack from the Rising Students, top order batters.
Sorry to say, so far it's been disappointing with the new ball for Biswabharati. This was the best chance. Vikram feasting on it already. That's a good ball, but look at the bat speed. Once you have given him that confidence, he'll hit you of good balls. That's not that bad a ball. Thrashed through extra cover.
Oh, what a shot that was, boy. Crunched it off his blades. Extravagant timing on it as well.
This is what momentum can do. You didn't execute it right in the first 10 minutes or so. Bikram gets a whiff. And now he's hunting you down. 17 from 7. Back to over the wicket. Scrambled brains out there already. Dipanshu, none for 21.
Quick single, super sensible cricket. Rajesh Thupar, he knew it, that they've got the runs off this over. Even understanding your partner as well. That Bikram Samal has effected those expansive shots to get those runs. There's an opportunity of a quick single, even though he had to scamper for it. Comfortably done. Dipanshu Singh is already sweating, as you can see. This is second over.
Yeah, that's pressure.
Yes, batters have gone into his mind.
He'll be hoping he needs a ball to find his mojo back. On the up, over mid off. Rajesh Thupar with style closes the over. They have put Dipanshu to the sword in this over here. 29 from the first three.
'29 without a loss. 𝐖𝗟𝗔𝗦𝗛 will continue. But the batters have sent the signals. Nice innate coordination between the two, but they're getting it off the middle more often than not.
Yes, as I mentioned, disappointing, slightly unacceptable as well if I'm in the Biswaharati dugout. Batters have fought hard here to give us a chance. This is not neat at all. 𝐖𝗟𝗔𝗦𝗛, at least for the first ball of this over, wanted to hit the stumps. They got to try to hit the stumps here. At least for Bikram, who's backing away, doing all sorts of things. Give yourself the best chance by pitching the ball up. Constantly hit that shot of length. And I know, Dyush, what they're expecting here. Under lights, the ball will perhaps skid on, fly, and you'll beat the defense of Bikram and Rajesh. Wake up. These are players who play high pace day in, day out. I don't think you can beat them for pace. You can beat them with skill. Oh, you surely can. You move that ball and it's gonna move. Under lights, there's enough humidity out there. You can see people sweating around, and sometimes too much of it can actually work against the swing. But there you go. First time pitched up. Out of here. Vikram Samal looking to play the big shot. Oh, they're thinking about the review. No, sir. Look like a dead duck.
Oh, yes. He was coming across while playing the shot. They've taken the DRS all right, but that looked absolutely adjacent. No hesitation from the umpire to raise his finger. 𝐖𝗟𝗔𝗦𝗛 celebrates. He puts in that extra effort into that delivery. Darts that in towards the stumps. And not a lot you can do as a batter while you're walking across and playing a shot.
Yeah, just when even up here in the commentary box, we were losing patience with this opening ball, new ball pair. Where is the full ball? Here comes the full ball. I think they will be discussing that in that meeting right now. And look what that fuller ball has done, Dyush. It has caught Bikram in front of the stumps. Don't think it was doing enough to miss leg stump. Looked like it was gonna crash some part of the stumps for sure. It should be the first wicket. We'll wait and watch.
Even if that's an umpire's call, that's a wicket. That's all they're watching for, the TV umpires. We've got a star-studded house there in the room. Match referees coming and going out. And the third umpire, the fourth umpire, Subrat Das himself. came into the comm box to relay some messages, some changes in stipulation throughout the game. And it's been a collaborative effort so far.
Well, the only thing there, perhaps from the batter's perspective, Vikram didn't want to review that. It was Rajesh Thupar who was at the non-striker's end, who's the captain of the side as well. He was the one who was quickly to suggest that you should send it upstairs. So if that was done just out of hope, I think they've lost a review here.
That's out of captaincy as well. He doesn't want to see Vikram Samal let another opportunity go past. Big stage, he was striking it well. Even if there's a bit of a sliver of hope that the ball is going down the leg side, they'll take that.
Yes, a bit of a tactical review. This is from Rajesh Thupar. And also depends where he was standing at the non-striker's end, how straight he was for him to get a view. Well, the thing is, it's taking a while. And usually, if that's the case, oh well, celebrations in the blue camp. Once again, they've heard the news from the walkie. Here comes the signal. 𝐶𝐶 is on the board. And that's the tournament done for Vikram. But definitely he's played a serious role once again here in the finale. He's gotten them off to a quick start. Not exactly a flyer, still a real quick start. 18 from 11. Just take a moment and pause. Come at the hour, come at the champion now. Back-to-back hundreds for Subhranshu Senapati in the quarterfinals, in the semi-finals. Out here onto that center wicket once again. He'll have happy memories. Giant with the bat, over 4,000 runs in professional cricket. Highest of 176. That's about the runs that they're chasing from here on in. But just a word on 𝐶𝐶 here. Needs to keep up that good work. Maybe the odd length ball here and there to a new batter, that's fine. But attack, attack, and attack. Attack the stumps.
Nice delivery up front to test a high-class professional cricketer. Subhranshu Senapati is on a rich vein of form off late. Back-to-back centuries. The last one was a bigger one as well. Excellent fitness. And has applied his shots. Once he gets in, he takes his time to get in. That's probably where the chance is for 𝐶𝐶 as well. It's nicely bowled. Again, testing him on the back foot a bit.
Yes, and while he's focused in his defensive technique, by pitching the ball up, Diyush, you're almost tempting him to get out of that bubble. Hey, Subhranshu, do you want to go on a drive? Oh, hey, Subhranshu, do you want to flick that one? All sorts of questions. You bowl back of the length just outside off. He's going to play soft hands close to the body. There, look for runs whenever there is on offer and get set. Coming back for the second. He's one of the fastest between the stumps. He's Subhranshu. That relay throw wasn't that bad, but Subhranshu too quick.
Really had to skedaddle for the second run there. It was a flat throw, just not accurate enough over the stumps. However, that brings the fourth over to an end. Subhranshu off the mark. It's 31 for 1. Rising Students requiring 185 more to win. Early on from Viswabharati, Ankit Yadav just looks like Piyush. He won't be too quick, and he'll be somebody who'll be hitting the seam here. Something that was missing in this tournament so far, with the keeper up and a seamer bowling. I like this ploy. They know that Steve Hooper likes to use his feet and walk towards the bowler to shorten the length. Now he can't do that. He has to play from the crease. And therein lies the opportunity for Ankit Yadav, for Viswabharati, to put a lid on the scoring and also look to get him out. Yes, rightly spotted. And you got to work with the time. At this moment, they got an opportunity. They saw that the left-arm pacer was not really finding it easy to get his mark today. Was getting bashed, to be honest. And they saw an opportunity to bring this man in with the keeper standing up. Hence now Rajesh Dupar, as Babashish mentioned, is going to be planted inside the crease for this while. I love this from Viswabharati here. Bit of a tactical sauce in the second innings. Ankit Yadav. And he's not exactly bowling dibbly-dobblies either. He's bowling with slow medium pace still. He's asking Rajesh Dupar to do something out of the ordinary. Over the top. The length was shorter, that allowed the shot on the up. Error in judgment from Ankit Yadav. You got to understand how much of power play bowling he's done as well for him to continue to hit that hard leg. He's got too many vacant spaces inside the power play for this kind of pace bowling. He can just pick his spots, take the aerial route, get a boundary going. And that's exactly what happened there. Even though that was not the most easiest of deliveries. Went over the extra cover to get that boundary moving as well. Just needs to go down. The shot of the over extra cover goes to the stands. Perhaps the biggest hit we have seen all day. That's comfortably over what, 100, 110? Gigantic. Look where it lands. Oh, the 100-meter over extra cover. That's got to be a feat. Glorious hit for 6. Once again, nothing wrong with the ball. He asked Ankit to pitch the ball up, and he did so with a slipping position, hoping for the ball to swing. It's not an easy thing to achieve. Sometimes, Piyush, we take it for granted. New ball, underlines. You got to make it to swing. Can't swing it from that length. Really courageous to bowl that length with the keeper up. Rajesh, any bat onto that, that would have flown away. Yes, under the floodlights at the Barabati Stadium, Rajesh Dupar has put on his dancing shoes and is doing the tango as well. Slightly short of length on the offside. Again, went after it. No connection whatsoever. But the intention is pretty clear. It's established right now. Full delivery. It is going to be a dot this time, more respectful as he fetches it towards the offside field on the 30-yard, in the 30-yard circle. The 5th over comes to an end. Rising Students 41 for 1. Rising Students needing a couple day from here on in to win the OCA Club League 2026. Rajesh on strike. Here is Sai after picking up that wicket. He's bowling full. And that's been played straight to mid-off.
The law of averages now has caught up with Subhranshu Senapati. 41 from 1 becomes 41 for 2. Through wicket, check drive straight to mid-off. No Senapati's show today in the finale then. Viswabharati have struck twice. Back in the box to tell you all about this first phase of the run chase. GKP, welcome back. 41 for 2. Next man in, not exactly in form, short of runs. Chance here for Viswabharati for the first time in this game to have a say.
Thank you, Baba says. Absolutely. And anyone neutral watching this, they would be quite happy with this because that's how you build up a contest in a match. As a spectator, you'd say that for the first time, rising students are being questioned, and these are tough questions.
Sai bowling with his tail up round the wicket. Virat Singh lets that first one go. Will be nervy moments. He's a class player, we know that. Alien conditions now. Look at that. 7 runs so far in this outing in the OCA Club League. He's a player beyond that.
That was a golden duck in the semi-final for Virat. Of course, Akshat Pandey making sure that he cut through that surface and bowled a beauty, bowled one of the deliveries of the tournament, without a doubt.
I love the intensity with which Sai Subrajena is operating right now. Bowling full, inviting the drive from the new batter. Mid-off does well. Still one. That brings Rajesh Thupar on strike, who should be not exactly shielding Virat, but should be trying to face most part of this remaining first power play. Gaurav, at least till the time Virat is.
Yes, and at the same time, would be interesting to see if Rajesh can go with that same strike rate because that's his natural way of playing 20 from 16. That's what you associate with Rajesh Thupar. Yeah, there we go. Flicks it away. And it raced away in no time. It continues for Rajesh Thupar, but have to question the line of the ball.
Yes, was the attempted in swinger perhaps. And then pitched it on leg stump. So that's the ball that got him the wicket of Bikram. The attempted in swinger that landed within the stumps. And the fact that he bowled full and got a couple of wickets is what will really put some nerves in that Rising Students Club dugout. Walks towards the bowler, soft hands, run taken. For this last ball, Gaurav, he went really full that previous ball. And because Virat Singh is in that mentality to leave balls as well, try and see if you can bring something back with the angle. Try and bring something back that finishes on off stump.
That would be ideal. Let's ball. Yes, but not from that length. Played away easily. No run though. 6 overs done and dusted. It's 47 for 2. And for Rising Students, of course.
Right, 1 over experiment with Ankit having the keeper up. I think they gave a little bit of break to Dipanshu. After those 2 overs, they just wanted to give him some time to reflect on the average bowling display that he had shown so far. And that break might do him a world of good. So that he needs to forget that first 12 balls that he bowled and start fresh. Starts well, tighter line. Length is still questionable, but tighter line to begin the second spell from Dipanshu.
Yeah, I was also going through the sides of the tournament, and you almost figure out this is a team, Bharati, have won matches from almost nowhere, particularly the semi-final. It was a pretty easy win for rising students. But when you win such a contest in the semi-final, you take that confidence with you. And you always back yourself to bounce back. You see that fight. Oh, terrific delivery. Gets the ball to fly this time, Dipanshu.
You can see this is the line we wanted him to bowl, on leg stump, so that it moves from there, cut him in half. 1 over break for Dipanshu, and he's come back to his best. This is the Dipanshu we expected with the new ball. That is, he's in form. Just the pressure of the finals perhaps got to him. And now the nerves are calmed down. On the up, he's hit a six in that area before, and this is just one bounce for. I'm okay with that, Gaurav. As a bowler, if that's the shot the batter has played, good luck.
Yeah, this is a great strike. I mean, nothing wrong with that delivery. It's further up, but that one is going with the angle too. Such a great strike from Rajesh Dubey. The class of the batsman, really. Anyone watching this thinking that this is not the best of the deliveries, that's not the case. This is the okay delivery. What that one shot did now, he has gone round the wicket. Powers.
Yes, sir. Tried that in the first spell too. But what hasn't really been the case for him is the length. And I'm not too sure what that thinking is. I was trying to explain to Dyush what could be the thinking. I thought they got carried away with the whole scenario. Under lights, the surface quickens slightly. So bowl hard length, beat these guys off pace. Sorry, these guys keep playing that sidearm thrower day in, day out. So extra pace is not something that's troubling them. Eventually, the wickets that have come from skill, by bowling full, by swinging the ball.
And just that one boundary, which is the class of Rajesh, apart from this is good bowling. The only problem I find here, of course, the last ball is the angle that he can create from the round the wicket. Go a little short. This guy can hit you in front of square. That's the thing on the onside. The line becomes even more important.
Oh, bold. At least the change of angle brings in 3 dot balls. 7 overs are done. Rising Students Club 51 for 2. Two wickets and a lot of heart shown by Sai Subrajana. Now aiming for his third wicket, bowling to Virat Singh, who's searching for runs. Virat skies it up. Mid-on fielder is interested. That rush of wind was always perhaps taking the ball away from Ankit Yadav. Almost another single figure score for Virat there.
Oh, I'm afraid if this is the turning point of the match, you never know. This was the chance created. I know it's tough, but imagine this being your catch. Another wicket could have been different.
Yes, Gaurav can't blame the fielder. I think he ran first, ensured that he was going to get to that ball. Just at the last second, looked like the ball was still curving away from him at an angle. Now, that won't tell you how quickly he started running. We saw that real time here. I think Ankit made a real effort. Sai creating chances. Strong, no call from Steve Dhooper. That's what we're calling him. Saw that in the previous game too. I asked him about that. He said slightly longer format when bowlers have a bit of zip with the new ball. I try to bat with that. It just helps me to get feedback again and again. And I can create a loop in which I can stay, a bubble that I can trust. And says I don't do that in T20 cricket, which is why I was not aware of it. Most of Rajesh's game of late that I've seen has been T20 shorter format, where he stays still and tries to smash all day. Here in 50 over cricket, in days cricket, just adds these added antiques to his batting.
And we've seen it over the years with plenty of batters. They talk to themselves while batting. There's some players, some batters who sing songs. The great Virendra Sehwag used to do that. But it's very important to talk to yourself. Almost like sending a message to your brain that this is how you need to react. This is how you need to sort of perform. But Rajesh and his supple across the line continues. Brilliant fielding though. Stop the boundary.
Yeah, more importantly, that brings Virat Singh on strike, which is what Sai Subrajena wants. He wants to be bowling to Virat in this over. Previous ball that Virat tried to go over the onside, that is, was slightly more pitched up. What we haven't seen so far from Sai Subrajena is that in-swinger to the left-hander. Once again, the square leg fielder goes back. Just trying to play on his mind.
It's very unlikely to bang the ball in, I guess, even with this field. He does that. He, in fact, does that. And of course, that's not the thing that you should do. He has gone for a boundary there.
Yeah, exactly. This is more of a bluff bouncer than an intent. Than a bouncer with intent. That is, look at it. It didn't really get up. And so that's easy pickings for Virat. You don't want to be doing that. He's a class player. He's searching for runs. Don't give him freebies. Sai Jena has bowled really well. Can't really complain. 2 for 17. He's kept Viswabharati in the game. Has to finish this over well by pitching it up. If Virat is trying to hit you down the ground, so be it. There you go. And there comes that shot from Virat. That's the shot that he's known for. Tried to play that shot, almost got caught, and he's unfazed with it. Hits a 6 down the ground.
Wonderful striking this time. This is more like it. Any batter in the world will love it.
Yeah, and he really plays this shot amazingly well. It's one of his trademark hoiks, the straight lofted shot. 63 for 2.
Yes, the power play is done and dusted. So let's see how differently they're going to play right now. It's about the mid overs. It's about how tight you can be in those mid overs. That's how you can make it special. The Babas has always mentioned this to be rising students to be the all-star 11. I think, for someone like, let's say, Govind Bodar, of course, is there. Biplab Samantrai to come in next. These are the players who will, build on to that foundation. If it's already there, if it is not there, they will build the foundation as well. They have the technique to bat for a long period of time. And they have done it so many times for Odisha, for their clubs. That is why I think it's not 2 that is fascinating. It has to be 3, 4 quick before the 3-figure mark. Syed Ahmed comes in. The best bowling figure of 6 for 14. The economy of 2.71. That is exciting to me. But he picks up wickets too. It's a little bit of a warm-up delivery. Very easily played by Rajesh Thupar. Little change in the com box as Sachin Das comes in. Welcome, Sachin. This is one of those rare games where Virat is batting and Sachin is culling it.
ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଗୌରବ ଭାଇ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଗୋଟେ ପଟେ ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟର ବିରାଟ ତାଙ୍କର ଟୁର୍ଣ୍ଣାମେଣ୍ଟ ଏତେ ଭଲ ଯାଇନି, ଯାହା ଏକ୍ସପେକ୍ଟ ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ ତାଙ୍କଠାରୁ ରଖିଥିଲା ତାହା ସେ ଏତେ ପ୍ରଭାବିତ କରିନାହାନ୍ତି ଥ୍ରୁ ଆଉଟ୍ ଦ ଟୁର୍ଣ୍ଣାମେଣ୍ଟ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଆଜି ଫାଇନାଲ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍, ବଡ଼ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ରେ ତାଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ସେ ସୁଯୋଗ ରହିଛି ନିଜ ପ୍ରଦର୍ଶନ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ ଏଜ୍ ବାଜିଛି ବୋଲି ଅପିଲ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ଅମ୍ପାୟାର ଆଉଟ୍ ମଧ୍ୟ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି। ଆଉ ତୁରନ୍ତ ହିଁ ବିରାଟ ରିଭ୍ୟୁ ନେଇଛନ୍ତି।
Well, the umpire reminded me of the great 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴𝐿 there. It was a slow death from him. Of course, they've gone for the DRS. Imagine that being a wicket here, which is most likely to happen here. This will be plenty of drama. This is exactly what you want in a final like this, to be for this to be very interesting out there.
ଯେତେ ଶୀଘ୍ର ବିରାଟ DRS ମାଗିଥିଲେ ଲାଗୁଛି କନଫିଡେଣ୍ଟ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ବହୁତ ହୁଏ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ ବାଜି ନାହିଁ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ବାକି ରହିଲା ଯଦି ଏଠି ୱିକେଟ୍ ଆସୁଛି ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ରେ ଗୋଟିଏ ନୂଆ ମୋଡ଼ ଆମେ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ପାଇବା। ତେବେ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ନଜର ତୃତୀୟ ଅମ୍ପାୟାରଙ୍କ ଉପରେ କି କ'ଣ ନିଷ୍ପତ୍ତି ଆସୁଛି। ଗୌରବ ଭାଇ, ଯେତେବେଳେ ସେ ଅପିଲଟି ଆସିଲା ସିଧା ସିଧା ମନା କରିଦେଇଥିଲେ ବିରାଟ କି ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ ବାଜିନି। ଆଉ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଅମ୍ପାୟାର କିଛି ସମୟ ଭାବି ଚିନ୍ତା କରି ସେ ଆଙ୍ଗୁଳି ଉଠେଇଥିଲେ ଆଉଟ୍ ବୋଲି କହିଥିଲେ, ତୁରନ୍ତ ସେ DRS ମାଗିଥିଲେ ବିରାଟ।
Well, that's the thing. The original decision is out, so you have to have plenty of evidence against it to call it not out, which is a tough task here. You see the bowling unit, the fielding unit having a talk with the umpire. That's a place you don't want to be as a batter. It'll be very interesting to see it in the replay. That is that. It's very difficult. This is coming very quickly. Oh, has he got it? As he got it, looks like a little bit of glob around.
ଗୌରବ ଭାଇ, ଗ୍ଲୋଭ୍ ନହେଲେ ମଧ୍ୟ LBW ର ଏଠି ସମ୍ଭାବନା ମଧ୍ୟ ରହିଛି। ତେବେ ଅମ୍ପାୟାର ଏଟାକୁ କ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଆଉଟ୍ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି କିମ୍ବା LBW।
And particularly because he's taken the time, maybe the leg before can be the call. You never know. We'll be getting it done very, very soon. We have got some eminent umpires, of course. It gives a little time for the bowling unit to talk about what they can do next. There's plenty of discussion. So many of them are getting animated. There's some youngsters in that side. They're pretty exciting. One of the teams of the tournament playing the final against the mighty rising students, but still bringing the A game. And yes, the verdict has come out, and in the form of a walkie-talkie message. They've heard it as loudly as ever. And Virat Singh goes back. This is interesting now.
ମୁଁ ବିରାଟଙ୍କ ପ୍ରଶଂସା କରିବା ଆରମ୍ଭ ହିଁ କରିଥିଲି କି ତାଙ୍କ ୱିକେଟ୍ ଆସିଲା। ତୃତୀୟ ୱିକେଟ୍ର ପତନ ପରେ ବିଶ୍ୱଭାରତୀ ଗେମ୍ରେ ପୁଣି ଥରେ ଫେରି ଆସିଛନ୍ତି। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଚେଷ୍ଟା ରହିବା ଦରକାର କ୍ୟାପ୍ଟେନ୍ ସମ୍ବିତ ସାହୁଙ୍କ ଦ୍ୱାରା ଆଟାକିଂ ଫିଲ୍ଡ ସେଟ୍ ସହିତ ଆପଣ ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାର ଅନ୍ୟଥା ରାଜେଶ ସୁପର କାହାଙ୍କୁ ପାଭିଲିୟନ ଫେରାନ୍ତୁ ତାଙ୍କୁ। ଯଦି ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ୱିକେଟ୍ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଆପଣ ନବାରେ ସଫଳ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ତେବେ ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ରୂପରେ ବ୍ୟାକଫୁଟରେ ରହିବ ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ। ଆଉ ଯେତେବେଳେ କଥା ଆସେ ଫେଭରାଇଟ୍ର ସବୁଠୁ ବେଶୀ କାହାକୁ ପସନ୍ଦ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଆମ କମେଣ୍ଟେଟର୍ସ ଭିତରେ ହଉ କିମ୍ବା ଯଦି ଆମେ ଯେଉଁ ଦର୍ଶକ ଦେଖୁଥିବେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ପଚାରିବା, ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ କହିବେ କି ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ ସେ 1 ନମ୍ବରରେ ଆସିବେ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଯଦି ଆପଣ ଏଇଭଳିଆ ଫାଇନାଲରେ ସଂଘର୍ଷ କରି ତାଙ୍କୁ ହରଉଛନ୍ତି, ଯେଉଁଭଳି 2023ରେ ଭାରତକୁ ଅଷ୍ଟ୍ରେଲିଆ ପରାସ୍ତ କରି 1 ଲକ୍ଷ କ୍ରାଉଡ୍ କୁ ଚୁପ୍ କରିଥିଲା। କିଛି ପ୍ରଦର୍ଶନ କରିବାର ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ଆଜି ସୁଯୋଗ ରହିଛି।
You reminded a very wrong thing, Sachin. I know the commentator should be neutral, but there's always Indian and and the the patriotic feeling around. And of course, we did manage to win it. Surya Kumar Yadav did mention about his ideal opposition. We'll come back to that. First ball for Govinda Podar. Oh, just out of the fielder there. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, some drama. Don't go anywhere. This has been very exciting. 𝐒𝐂𝐀 Yadav, the fielder. Has it carried? That's the question. Has it carried? Looks like yes, it has. Well, another turning point of the match. You never know.
Rafael, ବଡ଼ ମ୍ୟାଚରେ ବଡ଼ ପରିଚୟ ବନେଇବାର ସୁଯୋଗ ଅଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ଅଛି। ପୂର୍ବ ସିଜନରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସୁଯୋଗ ମିଳିଥିଲା ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଟିମରେ ଖେଳିବା ପାଇଁ। ଆଉ କାହିଁକି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସେ ଦଳରେ ସାମିଲ କରାଯାଇଥିଲା ତାହାର ପ୍ରକୃତ ପ୍ରଦର୍ଶନ ଆପଣ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଦେଖାଉଛନ୍ତି। ଚେଷ୍ଟା ଜାରି ରଖନ୍ତୁ ୱିକେଟ କାଢିବା ପାଇଁ। ପ୍ରଥମ ଇନିଂସର ପ୍ରଥମ ପାୱାର ପ୍ଲେରେ ଯେଉଁ ମ୍ୟାଚ ଏକତରଫା ନଜର ଆସୁଥିଲା ସେ ଶବ୍ଦକୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଆପଣ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛନ୍ତି।
Well, there is a line that is said for the great Rahul Dravid that you want to take his wicket, it's fine. Otherwise, take the rest of the wickets. You can almost say the same thing for Govinda Podar here. It has to be early he bats. He's a rock solid man. Also plays its shots when it requires. That's the thing. Last ball, it has been a good over. Yes, it will be a dot ball. So 2 runs and a wicket in this over. 65 for 3 and the end of 9 overs.
ବାରବାଟୀରେ ସନ୍ଧ୍ୟା ସାହୁଙ୍କ ବ୍ୟାଟରୁ ଆସିଥିଲା। ଆଉ ସେ ଯୋଉ ଏନର୍ଜି ଶେଷରେ ଛାଡ଼ିକି ଯାଇଥିଲେ ତାକୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କଣ୍ଟିନ୍ୟୁ କରୁଛି ବିଶ୍ୱଭାରତୀ।
So it's Abhishek Yadav for the very first time. So spin from both the ends. He's got a slip in place. And a very typical field set where you've got sweeper and square leg on both sides at the tip with long off and long on. Pretty ideal, pretty typical field set for a spinner, particularly in white ball cricket. And that's what Govind does. Straight away passes it back to the set man. And that overthrows. Sneaking a single. No, not quite. Denied by Rajesh Dupar. Interestingly, what Rising Student have is a star-loaded lineup. Again, coming back to the same point, that they need to keep wickets at regular intervals. Yes, Abhishek Yadav, the left-arm spinner, of course, bowling that first ball. There was a shy at the stump. They've gone upstairs for that run out, which is very unlikely to happen, I guess.
ଯେଉଁଭଳି ନନ୍ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଇକର ଏଣ୍ଡରେ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ୍ ପହଞ୍ଚିଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଠିଆ ହୋଇଛନ୍ତି ଲାଗୁଛି ସହଜରେ ପହଞ୍ଚି ସାରିଛନ୍ତି। ଅମ୍ପାୟାରଙ୍କ ନିଷ୍ପତ୍ତି ମଧ୍ୟ ଆସିସାରିଛି ନଟ୍ ଆଉଟ୍। ସେଇ ସବୁଜ ବତିଟି ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଜଳିଲା ଆଉ ପୁନର୍ବାର ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ୍ ନିଜ ସ୍ଥାନକୁ ଫେରି ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି। ଅଭିଷେକ ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ବଲ୍ ପାଇଁ ଯିବେ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କ୍ୟାଚିଂ ଫିଲ୍ଡର ସାମ୍ନାକୁ ଆସିପାରିବ କି ଗୌରବ ଭାଇ? କାରଣ ପୂର୍ବ ଓଭରରେ ଆମେ ଦେଖିଲେ ସେଇଠି କ୍ୟାଚର ସୁଯୋଗ ଥିଲା, ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଫିଲ୍ଡର ଉପରେ ରହିବା ଆବଶ୍ୟକ କି?
That should be, particularly when the batter is batting on from one. And I think that fielder should be at silly point. And you can put that fielder a little towards the cover, but not with that sort of a length. Dive from the fielder there, wanting to stop that single. That is not to be. And for Govinda Podar, because he goes a little inside out with his shots, particularly early on against the spinners, be the off spinners, you always see him hitting through the offside, unless it's middle and leg. That's the way he bats. Terrific stop. This is what you need. Is they are building pressure here. It's not about the number of runs remaining, particularly with the number of deliveries left, 149 from 171. But these are the little efforts that can change the game. They're going at 7 plus. The required run rate is not that huge, as I mentioned it. But these quiet things can change the game. What Abhishek Yadav so far has done is that he has bowled wicket to wicket.
ଯେଉଁ ପେସ୍ର ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଏଇ ପିଚ୍ରେ ଆବଶ୍ୟକ ସେଇ ପେସ୍ରେ ବୋଲିଂ କରୁଛନ୍ତି। କିନ୍ତୁ ଦୁଇ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ୍ ଦକ୍ଷ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ୍ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି ଗେମ୍କୁ ଚଲେଇବାର କେମିତି ଅଛି ଆଉ ଖାସ କରି ମିଡିଲ୍ ଓଭର୍ସ ମାନଙ୍କରେ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଇକ୍ ରୋଟେଟ୍ କରିବାର ଅଛି। ଆବଶ୍ୟକ ପଡ଼ିଲେ ଗିୟର ଚେଞ୍ଜ କରିପାରିବେ କିନ୍ତୁ ତାର ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା ନାହିଁ। ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ 169ଟି ବଲ୍ରେ 148 ରନ୍ର ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା। ସିଙ୍ଗିଲ୍ ନେଲେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ହାତରେ ଆହୁରି ବଲ୍ ବଞ୍ଚିବ। ତେଣୁ କାହିଁକି ସେ ବଡ଼ ସଟ୍ ପାଇଁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବେ। ସିଙ୍ଗିଲ୍ ସହିତ ଓଭରର ପରିସମାପ୍ତି 10 ଓଭର ପରେ 69 ରନ୍ 3 ୱିକେଟ୍ ବିନିମୟରେ ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟସ୍ କ୍ଲବ।
Here's the skipper batting with a strike rate of 100, batting on 33. Syed Ahmed. There we go. What a delivery this is. Almost getting a wicket from that. That is the ideal delivery to me, particularly against Rajesh Dupa. Draw him forward. He's a pretty aggressive player. You see him going through the shot. It's very different for Govinda, where he's almost like dropping his wrist and rolling his wrist over a little bit.
ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନର ଯୁବପିଢ଼ି ଅଶ୍ୱିନ ଜାଡେଜାଙ୍କ ଭଳି ବୋଲରଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖି ଫାୟଲ ପ୍ରେରଣା ନେଇଥିବେ ଆଉ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରୁଛନ୍ତି ସେଇଭଳି ବୋଲିଂ କରିବା ପାଇଁ। ଯେଉଁଭଳି ଭାବରେ ଭାରତର ସ୍ପିନର ଡୋମିନେଟ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ସେଇ ଚେଷ୍ଟାରେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ତୁଫାୟଲ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ତାଙ୍କ ବୋଲିଂ ଉପରେ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଗୌରବ ଭାଇ ନଜର ପକେଇବେ ବାହାରୁ ବଲଟି ଆସୁଛି ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପରେ ପଡୁଛି ସେଇଠୁ ହାଲକା ଟର୍ନ ଯେତିକି ଟର୍ନର ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା ବ୍ୟାଟର ଏଜ୍ ନେଇ ଯୋଉ ସ୍ଲିପ୍ ଫିଲ୍ଡରଟି ସେ ଲଗେଇଛନ୍ତି ସେଇ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ପହଞ୍ଚିବା ପାଇଁ।
This time on the shorter side, losing a little control here. That's definitely not the length. You go on the back foot and play it here, particularly at this situation. These are easy runs for them. And as long as it becomes calm at the run chase, even with no fall of wicket, if it is calm, if the lesser number of runs per over, driven through the covers, and nobody stopping that in the outfield too. That is the class of Govind Podar.
ଲେନ୍ଥ ଯଦି ସାମାନ୍ୟ ଭୁଲ ଆପଣ ପକେଇଲେ ଯେମିତି ପୂର୍ବ ବଲଟି ପଡିଥିଲା ସାମାନ୍ୟ ଉପରେ ଥିଲା ଟର୍ନ ସହିତ ସେ ସଟ୍ଟିକୁ ଖେଳିଛନ୍ତି କଭର ଅଞ୍ଚଳରେ। ଏଇଟା ହେଲା ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାଙ୍କ କ୍ଲାସ। ଯେଉଁ ଅଭିଜ୍ଞତା ତାଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ଅଛି ତାକୁ ସମ୍ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ରୂପରେ ବ୍ୟବହାର କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଆଜିର ଏ ଫାଇନାଲ ମ୍ୟାଚରେ।
And playing with the bowler's mind as well. The last one was on the shorter side. The bowler knew it. There's nothing happened. This time he knew that he's going to piece the ball up. Class batting this. Oh, almost chopping it onto the stump. It's all happening out there as Govind Podar survived 74 for 3 at the end of 11. I know, Sachin, that they're put in a sleep, but I do feel that they're looking at the batters and setting the field. I mean, looking at the names of the batters and not the condition, not the situation. Not a bad ball. But that can be more close in fielders. Particularly, you can block the run scoring of Govind Podar through the cover region and put one more fielder close in that region too. Then you are forcing the batter to think something else, which is not something that is ideal to them. And when they do that, there is a little chance lies, even with the class of Govinda Badar, where you can get your wicket from. If that is the case, yes, looks like they're listening to us. That is a short extra cover and a short cover, which is definitely shorter than the short extra cover fielder. Play your inside out, says the batter, but he brings out the lap sweep and he does it as beautifully as ever. This is Gobind Padar and his class.
ଅନେକ ସମୟରେ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ କୁହାଯାଏ କି ତମେ ଡାଳେ ଡାଳେ ଗଲେ ମୁଁ ପତ୍ରେ ପତ୍ରେ ଯିବି। ଆଉ ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାରଙ୍କ ଭଳିଆ ଖେଳାଳି ଯାହାଙ୍କୁ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ତାଙ୍କ ମାଇଣ୍ଡ ପଢିବା ପାଇଁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରୁଛନ୍ତି ତେବେ ଚିନ୍ତା କରନ୍ତୁ ସିଏ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ମାଇଣ୍ଡକୁ ଅଲରେଡି ପଢି ସାରିଛନ୍ତି। ଦେଖିଲେ ବଲଟି ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପରେ ଅଛି, ସିଧା ଖେଳିବା ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତେ ଅପେକ୍ଷା କରି ଫାଇନ୍ ଲେଗ୍ ଅଞ୍ଚଳରେ ଖେଳିଲେ, ଯାହାର ଫଳାଫଳ 4 ରନ୍ ତାଙ୍କୁ ମିଳିଲା।
I agree with you, Sachin. This is good batting, but the line can be to the offside. And even with those two fielders, he knows how to hit it in that region where he can get a single from. Very tough to stop this man. Even with his 11 runs, 12 from 9, he has shown the glimpses of what he can do if he's set enough. The player of the match in the last inning.
ଯଦି ବିଶ୍ୱଭାରତୀ ଚିନ୍ତା କରୁଛନ୍ତି କି ରନ୍ ବଞ୍ଚେଇକି ଆଜିର ମ୍ୟାଚକୁ ଜିତିଯିବେ ତେବେ ବିଲକୁଲ ଭୁଲ ଚିନ୍ତା କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ୱିକେଟ ନେବାକୁ ପଡିବ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ମ୍ୟାଚକୁ ଜିତିବାକୁ ହେଲେ, ତାହା ପୁଣି ନିୟମିତ ଅନ୍ତରାଳରେ। ଯୋଉଭଳିଆ ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ ଡେପ୍ଥ ଅଛି ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟସ୍ ପାଖରେ, ଆଉ ଏଠି ଅପିଲ ଥିଲା, ବ୍ୟାଟର ଏଜ୍ ନେଇଛି ବୋଲି କିପର ଆଉ ବୋଲର ଅପିଲ କରୁଥିଲେ। ଅମ୍ପାୟାରଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ଚାପ ପକାଇବାର ପ୍ରୟାସ ଥିଲା, ହେଲେ ଅମ୍ପାୟାର ନିଜ ସ୍ଥାନରେ ସ୍ଥିର ହୋଇ ରହିଲେ, ଡଟ୍ ବଲ୍ ବୋଲି ଘୋଷଣା କରିଛନ୍ତି। ଓଭରର ପରିସମାପ୍ତି 12 ଓଭର ପରେ 80 ରନ୍ 3ଟି ୱିକେଟରେ ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟସ୍ କ୍ଲବ।
ଶୁଭୁନି କମ୍ ବକ୍ସରେ ଅଛି ତ ଏଇଠି ଆସିଛ ନାଇଁ ଡ୍ରିଙ୍କସ୍ ବ୍ରେକ୍ ଟିକେ ହେଇଛି, ମୋ ଜେଜେମା ସହିତ କଥା ହେଇଥିଲି, ପାଗଳ ହେଇଯିବ। So welcome back after the drinks break. So drinks will serve better or taste better for which team? That's what I like to have this question. Sachin alongside me. Sachin, what's your thought on this?
କାହାକୁ ବେଶୀ ପସନ୍ଦ ଆସିଥିବ ତାହାଠୁ ବେଶୀ ବଡ଼ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ହେଉଛି କାହା ରଣନୀତି ବେଶୀ ଅଧିକ ଚିନ୍ତାଦାର ହେଇଥିବ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ। ଗୋଟେ ପଟେ ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ ଯାହାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ନଜର, ସମସ୍ତେ ଚିନ୍ତା ମଧ୍ୟ କରୁଛନ୍ତି କି ସେମାନେ ଚାମ୍ପିୟନ ହେବେ। 3ଟି ୱିକେଟ୍ ପଡ଼ି ସାରିଛି କିନ୍ତୁ 2ଟି ଦକ୍ଷ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ୍ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଇକ୍ରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି। ଅନ୍ୟପଟେ ବିଶ୍ୱଭାରତୀ 3ଟି ୱିକେଟ୍ ନେବା ପରେ ପୁନର୍ବାର ୱିକେଟ୍ ପାଇଁ ରଣନୀତି ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ପ୍ରସ୍ତୁତ କରି ଆସିଥିବେ।
Here's something interesting here. They have got a catching mid wicket and a catching cover. Two of the fielders almost like synonymous to both side of the wickets. And he's almost forcing Govind to go on the back foot and punch it down the ground with the pace. Syed's pace is that if he bowls it consistently with that pace, then almost creates a doubt in the batter's mind while going on the back foot. That can be a little error in the judgment. So not a bad ploy. Let's see if we can continue to do that. Oh yes, and straight away that fielder at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, comes into play. This is bowling to his field and forcing almost Govind to bring out the sweep that he did, the paddle or the laps that we've seen, just a little glance of that. Can Govind bring out that here? Or he's okay with it? He brings out the late cut and gets a single. These are the way he manufactures it shot. This is so good batting from Govind Podar.
ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାର ଜଣେ ଏମିତି ଶୈଳୀର ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ୍, ତାଙ୍କୁ ଆପଣ ଯେତେ ଫିଲ୍ଡ ସେଟଅପ୍ ଲଗେଇଲେ ମଧ୍ୟ କୋଉଠୁ ନା କୋଉଠୁ ସେ ଗ୍ୟାପ୍ ଖୋଜି ନେବେ, ଅନ୍ୟଥା ନିଜେ କ୍ରିଏଟ୍ କରିକି ସେ ସିଙ୍ଗଲଟାକୁ ସେ ବାହାର କରିବେ। ଆଉ ସେଇ ଚେଷ୍ଟାରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ପୂର୍ବ ବଲ୍ ବ୍ୟାକଫୁଟରେ ଯାଇ ପଞ୍ଚ କରି ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ନେବାର ଚେଷ୍ଟା ଥିଲା, ଯେହେତୁ ସର୍ଟ ମିଡ୍ ୱିକେଟ୍ ସେଇଠି ଅଛି, ତେଣୁ ଲେଟ୍ କଟ୍ ଖେଳିକି ସେଠି ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ନେଇଛନ୍ତି। ଫାୟଲ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଏଇ ଗୁଡ୍ ଲେନ୍ଥରେ ବଲ୍ଟି ପଡୁଥିବ, ଟର୍ନ ସହିତ ବାହାରୁଥିବ, ଯଦି ଗୋଟେ ଆର୍ମର ବଲ୍ ଆସେ ସିଧା ଯାଇ ପ୍ୟାଡରେ ବାଜୁଛି, ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ଖୁସି ରହିବେ ଫାୟଲ ଯୋଉଭଳି ବୋଲିଂ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ସେ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ବଲ୍ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ସଟ୍ ଥିଲା, ସିଧା ଖେଳିବାର ପ୍ରୟାସ, ସିଧା ଟୁଫାୟଲଙ୍କ ହାତରେ ବଲ୍ଟି। ରାଜେଶ ଧୂପର ଅଧିନାୟକ 42ଟି ବଲ୍ରେ 35 ରନ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ଇନିଂସକୁ ସେ ଚଲଉଛନ୍ତି। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସ୍ଲିପ୍ ବାହାରି ସାରିଛି। ଶର୍ଟ ଲେଗ୍, ଗୋଟେ କ୍ୟାଚିଂ ଫିଲ୍ଡର ଅଛି, ସାମ୍ନାରେ 2ଟି କ୍ୟାଚିଂ ଫିଲ୍ଡର। ଓଭରର ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ବଲ୍ ଅନ୍ ସାଇଡରେ ଖେଳି ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ନେଇଯିବେ ଧୂପର। ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ସହିତ ଓଭର ଶେଷ। 13 ଓଭର ପରେ 81 ରନ୍, 3ଟି ୱିକେଟ୍। ଏଇଠୁ ଜିତିବା ପାଇଁ ଆଉ 134 ରନ୍ର ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା। ଯେହେତୁ ବର୍ଷା ହେଲା, ଓଭର କମିଲା, ତାପରେ ଯୋଉ ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ ସମ୍ବିତ ସାହୁ କରିଥିଲେ, ସମ୍ମାନଜନକ ସ୍କୋରରେ ପହଞ୍ଚିଥିଲା ବିଶ୍ୱଭାରତୀ। ଆଉ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଯଦି ଆପଣ ଆଉ ଆବଶ୍ୟକ ଥିବା ରନ୍ ଆଉ ସେ ଆବଶ୍ୟକ ଥିବା ବଲ୍ ଉପରେ ନଜର ପକାଉଛନ୍ତି, ସେ ବ୍ୟବଧାନ ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ କମି କମି ଆସୁଛି। ଯଦି ଆପଣ ଏଇଠି ମେଣ୍ଟେନ୍ କରିବେ ସେ ଆବଶ୍ୟକ ଥିବା ରନ୍ ଆଉ ସେଇ ବଲ୍ ଭିତରେ, ସେଇଠି ମ୍ୟାଚଟି ରୋମାଞ୍ଚକର ହେବ। ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସେଠି ୱିକେଟ୍ ମଧ୍ୟ ମିଳିପାରେ। ଫାଇନାଲ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଛୋଟ ଭୁଲ ଗେମ୍ ଚେଞ୍ଜ ହେଇଯିବ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାର ହାଲକା ହାତରେ ଖେଳି ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ନେଇଯିବେ। ଅନ୍ ସାଇଡରେ ଫ୍ଲିକ୍ କରି 1 ରନ୍ ନେଇଛନ୍ତି। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ 2ଟି ଏଣ୍ଡରୁ ସ୍ପିନର, ଆଉ ଖାସ କରି 2ଟି ଏଣ୍ଡରୁ ବାମହାତୀ ସ୍ପିନର। ଅଭିଷେକ ଯାଦବ ତୃତୀୟ ଓଭର ନେଇ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି। ଆଉ ଏଠି ଗ୍ୟାପରେ ବଲଟିକୁ ପକେଇବାର ଚେଷ୍ଟା, ଫିଲ୍ଡର ଅଛନ୍ତି, ପହଞ୍ଚି ଯିବେ। ଭଲ ପ୍ରୟାସ, 2ର ଚେଷ୍ଟା। ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ବଡ ଖେଳାଳି କିଭଳି ଗେମକୁ ଚେଞ୍ଜ କରନ୍ତି। କିଭଳି ଚିନ୍ତାଧାରାରେ ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କରନ୍ତି ତାହା ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସାମ୍ନାରେ। ଏଠି 1 ରନ୍ ଥିଲା, କିନ୍ତୁ ପ୍ରଥମ ରନ୍‌ଟିକୁ ଯେତେ ଜୋରରେ ଦୌଡ଼ିଥିଲେ, ତାହା ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ମୁହୂର୍ତ୍ତରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ମିସଫିଲ୍ଡ ହେଇଥିଲା ଫିଲ୍ଡରଙ୍କ ଦ୍ୱାରା, ତୃତୀୟ ରନ୍ ପାଇଁ ଗଲେ ଆଉ ଫିଲ୍ଡରଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ଚାପ ପକାଉଛନ୍ତି ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ। ପୁନର୍ବାର ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ମିସଫିଲ୍ଡ। ଏଠି ଅଟକି ପାରିଥାନ୍ତା ଗୌରବ ଭାଇ। ଏଇ ଛୋଟ ଛୋଟ ରନ୍ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଆଜି ବେଶ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ।
Absolutely, can't do that. I mean, these are the short little things that is talked about so much, though, which is that don't give these batters chance to get those easy runs. Make it tough for them. They bring in one more close infielders to the offside for the set batter Rajesh Dhupar. Let's see what sort of a line it will be. It is close to the stump. Rajesh is someone who goes to the line of the ball and rather loves to hit it on the onside. Not that his offside play is bad. You've seen sorts like over cover for 6. He can cut the ball, but he preferably likes to do it by getting close to the body, not away from the body. Gobin on the other side goes a little inside out, just try to hit it on the offside. So as a bowler, you need to be a little more proactive with your plans against these two batters, and particularly for Rajesh, it can be a little outside the off stump and quick. This is not good. This is easy pickings for Govind Podar. They're doing it easily here. 88 for 3 at the end of 14. Abhishek Yadav, I particularly think that he's the man who should be tossing the ball up and try to get something from it, because he can turn the ball. It's about the pace with which you bowl. No, this is not good from Abhishek. This is not good from the fielder either. I know that a little applause from the fielding unit. Yes, it's Syed Ahmed, in fact, not Abhishek. And of course, interestingly, for Abhishek, it's a different approach. For Ahmed, it's a very different approach. It tells you it might be of the same trait, but still, because of the little variance that you can have, you can be treated very differently. He is bowling with his pace. Whatever I talked about is of Abhishek Yadav. And Ahmed is doing his job fine, 1 for 10. It's about continuing, it's about being consistent, particularly to Rajesh Dhupar here, as the idea should be to make him play better, way better delivery. Way better delivery. That is an ideal delivery to Rajesh. You forcing him to hit it through the covers, maybe over the fielder. I know you don't need to do that, but natural instinct of Rajesh is to be a little aggressive. So you can bring that shot. There is a fielder waiting for that catch. Not there, Syed. He did 3 deliveries very well. This time banks it a little in and makes it easy.
ଆପଣ ଯେମିତି କିଛି ସମୟ ପୂର୍ବରୁ କହୁଥିଲେ ଗୌରବ ଭାଇ କି ଗୋଟେ ଏଣ୍ଡରୁ ପେସ୍ ବୋଲର ଆସିବା ଦରକାର। ଯଦି ଦୁଇଟା ଏଣ୍ଡରୁ ସ୍ପିନର ଆସିଯିବେ ଆଉ ଦୁଇ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ୍ ସେଟେଲ୍ ଯେତେବେଳେ ହେଇଯିବେ ନା, ସେତେବେଳେ ଆଉ ସେ ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ପାଇଁ ଦେଖିବେନି, ବଡ଼ ସଟ୍ ପାଇଁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବେ ଆଉ ଖେଳି ପାରିବେ ମଧ୍ୟ।
Let's see what he does to Govind Podar. Govind does it as easily as ever too. A little bit of drama on the field, but there we go. Just helps it along on the offside, giving himself a bit of room here. Such a class act against spin bowling. And if his ball not doing too much, then ladies and gentlemen, tough time for the bowlers. Particularly when you know that you're bowling to a class of Govind and Rajesh. Easy pickings, easy batting. They're doing it nicely here, as the score moves on to 92 for 3 at the end of 15 overs. Welcome back. The run chase is on from Govind Podar and Rajesh Tupar here for Rising Students. They're going at 6.13. The required run rate is even below that. .124 needed with 138 deliveries with 7 wickets in hand. It still is Rising Students' game. As long as you don't pick up a wicket, you don't break the partnership. It's about that one man. Gaurav Kumar has wonderful figures. Again, bowls a warm-up delivery. Not a condition, not a match where you can bowl warm-up deliveries. Sachin.
ପୁରା ଝୁଲେଇକି ପକେଇଲା ଭଳିଆ ଲାଗିଲା। ପ୍ରଥମ ବଲ୍ ଥିଲା ଠିକ୍ ଅଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରନ୍ତୁ ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ବଲ୍ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ଉପରେ ଆଉ ଟିକେ ପେସ୍‌ରେ ଭେରିଏସନ୍ ଆଣନ୍ତୁ, ଟିକେ ଅଧିକ ସ୍ପିଡ୍‌ରେ ଆପଣ ପକେଇ ପାରିବେ, ଅନ୍ୟଥା ସିଙ୍ଗଲ୍ ନେବାରେ କୌଣସି କଷ୍ଟ ହେବନି। ଯୋଉ ପେସ୍‌ରେ ଆପଣ ପକଉଛନ୍ତି, କେବଳ ଟୁଫାଏଲଙ୍କ ଓଭରରେ ହିଁ ଆମେ ଟିକେ ଅଧିକ ସ୍ପିନ୍ ଦେଖିଲେ, ଅନ୍ୟଥା ନା ପ୍ରଥମ ଇନିଂସରେ ନା ଅଭିଷେକଙ୍କ ବଲ୍‌ରୁ ସେତେ ଅଧିକ ସ୍ପିନ୍ ନଜର ଆସୁଛି। ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ବଲ୍ ପଡୁଛି ସିଧା ବ୍ୟାଟ୍‌କୁ ଆସୁଛି। ପ୍ରଥମ ଇନିଂସରେ କମ୍ ରନ୍ ହେଇଛି ବୋଲି ଆମେ ଭାବୁଛେ ବୋଧହୁଏ ସ୍ପିନ୍‌ରେ କିଛି ଅଧିକ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ ମିଳିପାରେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ବି ଫ୍ଲାଟ୍ ଟ୍ରାକ୍। ଦୁଇ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ୍ କେତେବେଳେ ବି ଗିୟର ଚେଞ୍ଜ କରିବାକୁ ଚାହିଁବେ, ବଡ଼ ସଟ୍ ପାଇଁ ଯାଇପାରନ୍ତି।
And I get a feeling that they will try to take on one of the bowlers, and particularly Gaurav Kumar here. I know these are early days, just 3 deliveries, but that's the plan. That's how they're going to play. You see the champion players, they pick deliveries, they pick bowlers too.
ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ରୂପରେ କେବଳ ବଲ୍ ନୁହେଁ, ବୋଲରକୁ ବି ସେ ପିକ୍ କରନ୍ତି, କାହାକୁ ଆଟାକ୍ କରାଯିବ। ଯଦି ବ୍ୟାକ୍‌ଫୁଟ୍‌ରେ ପକେଇବାର ଅଛି, ସୟେଦ୍ ଟୁଫାଏଲ୍ ଭଲ ପକଉଛନ୍ତି, ତେବେ ତାଙ୍କ ଓଭରଟିକୁ ଛାଡ଼ି ଆଉ କାହାକୁ ସେ ଆଟାକ୍ କରିପାରିବେ, ସେ ଚିନ୍ତାଧାରା ମଧ୍ୟ ତାଙ୍କ ମୁଣ୍ଡରେ ଚାଲିଥାଏ। ଆଉ ତାକୁ କେତେବେଳେ ଏକ୍ସିକ୍ୟୁଟ୍ ମଧ୍ୟ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ତାହା ବେଶ୍ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଯେଉଁ ସ୍ଥିତିରେ ଅଛି, ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବେ କି ସିଙ୍ଗଲ୍ ଆସୁ, ଡବଲ୍ସ ଆସୁ, ଗେମ୍ ଚାଲୁ। ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ସେ ରନ୍ ପାଖାପାଖି ଆସିଯାଇଥିବ, 100 ରନ୍ ତଳେ ଥିବ, ସେଠି ସେମାନେ ସେ ଗେମ୍‌ରେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ କରିବେ।
Mid wicket is in, square leg is in. There is only a deep mid wicket. Of course, we do have a short mid wicket too, but it's back to fielders on the offside, and of course, long gone. He's going to bowl into Rajesh here. But can't go short, can you? Definitely not. Wicket to wicket stuff. EG from both the sides. I think I've mentioned EG quite a few times, but this is exactly how the game is continuing for Rising Students. 34 for 3 at the end of 16.
ଗୌରବ ଭାଇ, ଏ ଟୁର୍ଣ୍ଣାମେଣ୍ଟରେ ଆମେ ଅନେକ ସମୟରେ ଶୁଭ୍ରାଂଶୁଙ୍କ ବିଷୟରେ ଆଲୋଚନା କରିଛେ, ବିପ୍ଳବ ସାମନ୍ତରାୟଙ୍କ ବିଷୟରେ ଆଲୋଚନା କରିଛେ, ପୂର୍ବ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍‌ରେ ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପଦାଙ୍କର ସେ କ୍ଲାସ୍ ଆମେ ଦେଖୁଥିଲେ, ତା ବିଷୟରେ ବି ଆଲୋଚନା କରୁଥିଲେ। କିନ୍ତୁ ରାଜେଶ ସୁପର, ଜଣେ କ୍ଲାସ୍ ଖେଳାଳି, ଆଉ କିଭଳି ନିଜ ଗେମ୍‌କୁ ସେ ପ୍ରତି ମ୍ୟାଚ୍‌ରେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ତାହା ବିଷୟରେ ଟିକେ ଆଲୋଚନା କରିବା ଦରକାର। କାରଣ ପ୍ରଥମେ ବ୍ୟାକ୍‌ଫୁଟ୍‌ରେ ବଲ୍ ଥିଲା, ସିଧା ପଞ୍ଚ୍‌ର ଚେଷ୍ଟା, ସିଙ୍ଗଲ୍ ମିଳିବ। ମୁଁ ଧୁପରଙ୍କ କଥା କହୁଥିଲି ଗୌରବ ଭାଇ। ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଆଟାକିଂ ଖେଳନ୍ତି, ଆମେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଜାଣିଛେ ତାଙ୍କ ନ୍ୟାଚୁରାଲ୍ ଗେମ୍ ଆଟାକିଂ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ କ୍ୱାର୍ଟର ଫାଇନାଲ୍ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍‌ରେ ଶୁଭ୍ରାଂଶୁ ସମୟ ନେଉଥିଲେ, ସେଠି ରାଜେଶ ଧୁପର ଆଟାକ୍ କରୁଥିଲେ। ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ମୁହୂର୍ତ୍ତରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଶୁଭ୍ରାଂଶୁ ବଡ଼ ସଟ୍ ପାଇଁ ଗଲେ, ରାଜେଶ ଧୁପର ସାମାନ୍ୟ ଧୈର୍ଯ୍ୟର ସହିତ ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କଲେ। ତେବେ ଦେଖଉଛି କେତେ ଭଲ ଖେଳାଳି ଜଣେ, ଦଳର ପରିସ୍ଥିତିକୁ ଦେଖି ଭାବି ଚିନ୍ତି ସେ ଅଧିନାୟକର ଯୋଉ ଭୂମିକା ତାଙ୍କୁ ଦିଆଯାଇଛି। ଏତେ ବଡ଼ ବଡ଼ ଖେଳାଳି ଥିଲେ, ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାର ଥିଲେ, ଶୁଭ୍ରାଂଶୁ ସେନାପତି, ବିପ୍ଳବ ସାମନ୍ତରାୟ ଥାଇକି ମଧ୍ୟ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଯେଉଁ ପ୍ରାଧାନ୍ୟ ଦିଆଗଲା, ଦଳର ଅଧିନାୟକ ପଦରେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ବସାଗଲା, ସେ ତାକୁ ମୁଣ୍ଡକୁ ନେଇ ଖେଳୁଛନ୍ତି।
Dead right. And the one thing that I want to add here, right call of no, that I know it's not that hot now after the rain, but it's very humid out there. In Odia, we call it guluguli. That is what is happening here, particularly if you bat for 56 deliveries. Kudos to the captain here, playing a captain's knock and making sure there is no wicket fall from this end till the 17th at least, till the 16th at least. You never know. Sayed throwing some challenge. It has to be from both the ends. Can't be just one bowler. It's trying to bowl it on the shorter side again. Look at this pitch map. Particularly when you look at, I know I'm not being critical to Syed here, he's bowled well, but look at the rest of the bowlers. It's almost like a little girl, little kid. You give them the pen and they paint a picture in different places, not cumulative one area. And you don't want win a contest like this by doing that. Last one, pretty short. This one was real full toss. Easily done. Again, I mentioned the word easily towards the end. 17 done. It's 97 for 3. They are really right on track.
ଆପଣ ଗୁଳୁଗୁଳି କଥା କହୁଥିଲେ ଆଉ ଏହାରି ଭିତରେ ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପ୍ରଧାନ ନିଜର ହେଲମେଟ କାଢିକି କ୍ୟାପ୍ ପିନ୍ଧିବାକୁ ଭାବିଛନ୍ତି ଟିକେ ବର୍ଷା ଆସିଲା ପରେ ତାପମାତ୍ରା ସେତେ ଅଧିକ ନାହିଁ କିନ୍ତୁ ହ୍ୟୁମିଡିଟି ବଢିଛି ତାହା ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଆମେ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ବି ପାଉଛେ ସନ୍ଧ୍ୟା ସମୟ ଅଣ୍ଡର ଲାଇଟ୍ସ ଖେଳିବା ସହଜ ଲାଗେ ଆଉ ଆମେ ଆଜ ଏ କମେଣ୍ଟେଟର ବସି କହିବା ବି ଆମକୁ ସହଜ ଲାଗେ କି ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସମୟରେ ସନ୍ଧ୍ୟାରେ ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କରିବା ସହଜ କିନ୍ତୁ ସେ ଫାଇନାଲର ପ୍ରେସରକୁ ଆବଜର୍ଭ କରି ଖେଳିବା ତାହା ଗୋଟିଏ ଭିନ୍ନ କଥା ଆଉ ବେଶ ଭଲ ଭାବରେ ନିଜ ଦାୟିତ୍ୱକୁ ତୁଲାଉଛନ୍ତି ଦୁଇ ଖେଳାଳି
And this partnership has taken the game away from the men in blue. Vishwabharati. Still 119 to make it interesting. They need to break it, but it has not happened. So Govinda Padar with a cap on. Please spin brilliantly. Oh, here's a little chance. Here's a little chance, ladies and gentlemen, as it continues. But it's not taken that well by the bowling side.
ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଏଠି କଣ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରୁଥିଲେ ଗୌରବ ମୁଁ ବିସ୍ତୃତରେ କହିବାକୁ ଚାହିଁବି ଯେହେତୁ ରାଜେଶ ସୁପର ସାମାନ୍ୟ ଆଗରେ ଥିଲେ ବଲଟାକୁ ଧରି ନିଜ ଗୋଡ ତଳେ ପକେଇବା ପାଇଁ ଭାବୁଥିଲେ ଯଦି କରିପାରିଥାନ୍ତେ ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପରେ ବାଜିଥାନ୍ତା କି ମଜା ଆସିଥାନ୍ତା ଆଉ ଏଠି ପ୍ଲେଡ୍ ଅନର ମଧ୍ୟ ସମ୍ଭାବନା ଥିଲା ଦୁଇଟି ବଲ୍ ଦୁଇଟି ସମ୍ଭାବନା ସାମାନ୍ୟ ଭାଗ୍ୟର ବି ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା ଫାଇନାଲ ମ୍ୟାଚରେ
You see him getting a little drained out. That's the humidity. Getting a little better of Govinda Podaria. But he knows how to switch on, switch off. He's ready again. No run though. Yeah, interestingly, what you can do as a bowling unit, we have said so many things, but at the same time, I think you go to look at the other end and say that what are the things that they've done well as a batter. They know the importance of singles. They have not missed out on a single one of them and manufactured the runs like that. Any youngsters watching this and wants to be cricketer, these are some of the popular cricketers of Odisha, particularly the batters batting here. Take a look at the way they're building their inning under pressure. They have every shots in the cricket book. They can play it at any point in time, but they are choosing it whenever they want. And when they choose one, they get a big one. This is Rajesh Dupar. Moves on to 48 with that gigantic strike.
ଏଇ ଗିୟର ଚେଞ୍ଜର କଥା ମୁଁ କହୁଥିଲି ଯେତେବେଳେ ଦୁଇ ପଟ ଏଣ୍ଡରୁ ସ୍ପିନର ଆସନ୍ତି ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ ସେଟେଲ ହେଲା ପରେ ଏଇ ବଲଟିକୁ ବାଛିକି ମାରିଥିଲେ ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପ କଭର କରି ଅଫ୍ ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପ ଉପରେ ଚଢିକି ଲେଗ ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପରେ ଘୋଷାଡି ମାରିଥିଲେ ଛକା ସହିତ ଆଉ 2 ରନ୍ ବାକି ଅଛି ଫାଇନାଲରେ ଅର୍ଦ୍ଧଶତକରେ ପହଞ୍ଚିବା ପାଇଁ
That would be very interesting. That would be very special for Rajesh Dupar. This time on chasing. Such a special player in Odisha cricket. Such a big name. And playing his part here in the final as a skipper. 104 for 3 at the end of 18.
ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଏଣ୍ଡରେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ କ୍ଲକ୍ ଟାୱାର ଏଣ୍ଡରୁ ଫାୟାଲଙ୍କ ସ୍ଥାନରେ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି ଅଭିଷେକ ଯାଦବ।
Is it a change in end for him, Sachin? Looks like that is that. Yes, Abhishek Yadav. Let's see what it does from the clock tower end. On strike is Govinda Podar. That hunt is on. Mid-on this time inside the circle. What are the fielders outside the circle, ladies and gentlemen? They've got a cow corner, square leg, which is a plenty wide, almost becoming the pit wicket there. Long up at deep and a cover. It's very tough. They want to double out of it. Thanks to that overthrow, it didn't happen. Coming back to the skipper, Rajesh Dupar. You know, I've seen him nearly playing all the matches here in this leg. And before that, also the way he has carried himself, particularly in this form of the game. What Rajesh Dupar has done is he batted with the situation. Pretty aggressive player. But why this particular inning will give him plenty of confidence, plenty of joy and satisfaction is because that it's a well fought one, not with a strike rate that he normally bats. But that is again for the side. Flicks it away. Now he's watching it like a football.
62 ବଲ୍ ଖେଳିଲା ପରେ ସେ କ୍ରିକେଟ ବଲଟି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଫୁଟବଲ ପରି ନଜର ଆସିବ। ଆଉ କାହିଁକି ଏକଥା ଆମେ କହୁଛୁ, ପୂର୍ବ ବଲରେ ଯୋଉ ଛକା ମାରିଲେ ସେଥିରୁ ତାହା ପ୍ରମାଣ ହୋଇସାରିଛି କି ତାଙ୍କୁ ସେ କ୍ରିକେଟ ବଲ ଫୁଟବଲ ପରି ନଜର ଆସୁଛି। ଆଉ ଏଠି ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାର ନିଜର ଗିୟର ଚେଞ୍ଜ କରିଥିଲେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ବାଉଣ୍ଡ୍ରି ରୋପରେ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଫିଲ୍ଡିଂର ପ୍ରଦର୍ଶନ। ରନ୍ ଆଉଟର ଚେଷ୍ଟା, ରନ୍ ଆଉଟ ହେଇଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ବୋଧହୁଏ।
Well, they have all gone off. What a twist. It is the third umpire that had been asked for. They wanted a double out of it. There's a little hesitation in between whether to go for it. Brilliant piece of fielding at the deep. The one twist that they're all looking for has not come as a catch or a bold. It has come as a run out. Is this it? First of all, a great strike. Take a look at the fielder at the boundary. Wonderful stop at the boundary. But that will be take two, I guess. And then throwing it as quickly as ever, having the presence of the mind to throw it at the bowler's end. Watch out in the replay again. Yes, a great strike. First of all, then extraordinary bit of fielding at the deep. And the part of the fielding is because of the throw that you got, and then throwing it to the Rajesh Dupar end and creating the chance. Rajesh Dupar is leaving it with himself. Out comes the red light signal. Out comes the wicket signal. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. This match once again has been alive with the wicket of the said batter, the skipper Rajesh Dupar, who was nearing to his half century. But unfortunate 49, but a well-made one as Rajesh Dupar goes back for 49. It's 106 for 4.
ଫିଲ୍ଡିଂ ବଳରେ କିଭଳି ମ୍ୟାଚକୁ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ କରାଯାଇପାରେ ତାହାର ପୁରା ପ୍ରଦର୍ଶନ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସାମ୍ନାରେ। ଗୋଟେ ସୁନ୍ଦର ସଟ୍ ଥିଲା ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାଙ୍କ ଦ୍ୱାରା, ଇନସାଇଡ୍ ଆଉଟ୍ ଖେଳିଥିଲେ। ଚୌକା ମିଳିଥାନ୍ତା ହେଲେ ଫିଲ୍ଡର ସମ୍ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ସମର୍ପଣର ସହିତ ବଲ୍ ଆଡ଼କୁ ଯାଇଥିଲେ। ଗୋଟେ ହାତରେ ବଲ୍ଟିକୁ ବାଉଣ୍ଡ୍ରି ଭିତରକୁ ଠେଲିଲା ପରେ ଠିକ୍ ଏଣ୍ଡର ଚୟନ କରି ସଠିକ୍ ଥ୍ରୋ କରିଥିଲେ। ଆଉ ଅଧିନାୟକ ସେଟ୍ ଥିବା ରାଜେଶ ସୁପରଙ୍କ ୱିକେଟ୍ ମଧ୍ୟ ମିଳିଛି। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ନୂଆ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ ଟି ରବି ତେଜ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି, ଯାହାଙ୍କ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ରୁ ଏଇ ଟୁର୍ଣ୍ଣାମେଣ୍ଟରେ ଆମେ ସେମିତି କିଛି ଆଖି ଦୃଶିଆ ପ୍ରଦର୍ଶନ ଦେଖିନେ। ଯଦି ଫାଇନାଲ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ ପାଇଁ ବଞ୍ଚେଇ ରଖିଥିଲେ ତେବେ ଆଜି ତାହା କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ।
Ravi Teja picked up a wicket finally. Toiled hard for the one. Now it's time to do it with the bat, and the job of this man on strike right on your screen becomes even more crucial in this run chase. So finally, Sachin, it came in the form of a run out. Govind to keep the strike. 107 for 4. 108 for 4.
ଅଣଚାଶ ରନରେ ଅଧିନାୟକ ପାଭିଲିୟନ ଫେରିବା ପରେ ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୁଦାର ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଚିନ୍ତା କରୁଥିବେ କିଭଳି ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସେ ରନ୍ ଚେସ୍କୁ ପ୍ଲାନ୍ ଆଉଟ୍ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛନ୍ତି। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଆରପଟ ଏଣ୍ଡରେ ନୂଆ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ ସମୟ ନେଇପାରନ୍ତି ଆଉ ସେଇ ସମୟ ଭିତରେ ବିଶ୍ୱଭାରତୀକୁ ସେ ରଣନୀତି ଚିନ୍ତା କରିବାକୁ ପଡିବ ଆଉ ତାର ସଫଳ ରୂପାୟନ କରିବାକୁ ପଡିବ। ଗୋଟେ ଛୋଟ ମୋମେଣ୍ଟମ ତାଙ୍କୁ ମିଳିଛି ସେତେବେଳେ ବୋଲର୍ସ ମାନେ ୱିକେଟ ନେବାରେ ଅସଫଳ ରହିଥିଲେ ସେଠି ଫିଲ୍ଡର୍ସ କାମରେ ଆସିଛନ୍ତି। ରନ୍ ଆଉଟ୍ ବଳରେ ଅଧିନାୟକ ରାଜେଶ ସୁପର ପାଭିଲିୟନକୁ ଫେରି ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ପୁରା ବୋଲିଂ ୟୁନିଟ ଚାର୍ଜ ଅଫ୍ ହେଇକି ଆସିବା ଦରକାର। ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରନ୍ତୁ ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାରଙ୍କୁ ଆପଣ ଫେରନ୍ତୁ କେମିତି ପାଭିଲିୟନକୁ, ପରେ ଆପଣ ଗେମକୁ ପୁରା ଫେରି ଆସିବେ। ସେଇ ଚେଷ୍ଟାରେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଗୌରବ କୁମାର ମହାନଦୀ ଏଣ୍ଡରୁ ବୋଲିଂ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛନ୍ତି।
This is a chance. This is where you can make it tidy. You see, in plenty of great matches where 1 wicket, 2 wickets, and the things change quickly in a big match like this. It's about the intensity with which you bowl Gaurav Kumar into his third. Shouldn't be giving an inch to the opposition. That is better, I guess, because you are forcing Govind Bodar to bring that sweep shot. Such a great technique this man has got. You can, I was mentioning about his temperament is almost synonymous to the great Rahul Dravid. Even the kind of shots he plays to the spinner, rocking back and hitting through the cover region, hitting it to mid on sometimes, using his wrist, very wristy, plays the inside out, reach to the pitch of the ball and drive. Wonderful cricketer. Ravi Teja easily was given a run. That's the thing. That's the problem with Biswabharati. They are not keeping it tight. It's a matter of 1 or 2 wickets. I think 2 wickets. One is of breaking this partnership, and then of course you might see Biplab Samantrai or Soumya coming in. Stopped by the fielder. 106 remain. 6 from 111.
କିଛି ସମୟ ପୂର୍ବରୁ ମୁଁ ଯୋଉ କଥା କହୁଥିଲି କି ଯେତିକି ରନ୍ ଆଉ ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା ଅଛି, ଯେତିକି ବଲର ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା ଅଛି, ସେ ରନ୍କୁ ଚେସ୍ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଏହାର ଭିତରେ ଗୋଟେ ସୁନ୍ଦର ସଟ୍। ନଜର ପକାନ୍ତୁ ଗୋବିନ୍ଦ ପୋଦାନଙ୍କ ଏହି ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ ଷ୍ଟାଇଲ ଉପରେ। ଫୁଟରେ ଅପେକ୍ଷା କରିଥିଲେ ବଲକୁ ଆସିବାକୁ ଦେଲେ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଆଉ ଅପେକ୍ଷା କରି ସେ ଗ୍ୟାପ୍ ଅଞ୍ଚଳରେ କଟ୍ ସଟ୍ଟି ଖେଳିଛନ୍ତି। ଚମତ୍କାର।
This is the Indian school of batting against spin. Just using the feet while coming down the track sometimes and using the crease while going back and particularly hitting it in the gap. Look at that. This is a masterclass against spin bowling, how to bat against spin bowling. It's a dot ball to end this over. 114 for 4 at the end of 20 overs. And 114 for 4 at the end of 20 overs. There is a double change time in the com box. Dush Mahapatra and Babasish will be joining you. All of you.
T. Ravi Teja yet to find runs in the tournament, and we'll be hoping those runs become the most important ones, as they are 102 short. Got away was the sweeper. Left arm option of Abhishek Yadav, who's been down in the dirt, as his jersey suggests. They have been down in the dirt and tussling with a star-studded lineup, and they've done well to get here. How do you get out of this place? Oh, chance! Chance! They've gone up! Slow death from the umpire! Govind Podar isn't moving anywhere. He thinks there is nothing. Well, he's got a review. He's got a review. You can send it upstairs here.
He looks like he's seen a ghost. Watching the umpire with his eyes peeled, and he's walking. DRS, do they have enough in the kitty? It doesn't seem like, as Govind Podar might be just walking off for the night.
Well, extra bounce there. Yeah, the confidence in bowlers and keepers appeal. Looked, it was too close, too tight a call. Oh, the drama in the big night then. Viswabharati club out of nowhere were pushed into the dirt in the morning sun, in the afternoon sun, that is. And under the lights, they're glowing right now. Dare I say, pressure, pressure, pressure. That pressure that was seen on Viswabharati for the most part of the day, for the first time now has translated to the other side. We'll try and dissect that dismissal because that is crucial. Govind Podar hoping that the ball turns. It didn't. Look at that reaction then.
Oh, we don't even have the snicko as a technology in this tournament. Govind Podar was flabbergasted, to say the least, watching the umpire raise his finger. Half of the side back in the heart. We've got a game on. The final day, the grandest stage of the OCA Club League 2026.
Biplab Samantrai, first ball, drives it to a short cover, wants a run off the misfield. Oh, nervy movements in the game now, Piyush. This can go either ways.
Biplab Samantrai has walked in amidst all the chaos. Music playing in the ground today, that's why the batters with their ears completely open. And a shy of the stumps, direct throw as well.
I think he got back.
Well, he's gone up to the TV umpire though. So he's seen some spice in it that he wants to go examine with the assistance of the third umpire.
Yeah, my first impression, I think he's home. Did go down the track, but just was able to perhaps bring the bat in time. Well, that replay might just push me back on that view.
Whoa.
It just looked like Biplab didn't have enough time to drag the bat, so he must have then plonked it. Has he plonked it? If he's plonked it, then it's heart in mouth stuff.
It is. And he's expecting that the ball was not going to come that fast as well. And hitting the stumps direct, pegging back one of the stumps there as the bail go flying. I think while he was just putting his bat on the ground, that's where
Piyush,
the collision between the ball and the stump happened.
Piyush, I'm going the other way now. I think that's
Oh.
good enough. That's good enough for Viswabharati. From that angle, we'll try and get you frame by frame.
Oh.
Saved by the green light, saved by the bell.
Wow. Heart in the mouth stuff, nerve-wracking stuff. Direct throw
Now,
at
see,
the non-striker's end. And then the heartbeats, the music in the ground as well,
now
hyping it up. A green light from the third umpire.
Piyush, that tells you you should always follow your gut. That was my gut when I watched it real time from here. It's when you slow the frames down. Whoa, what is that? He struggled against the left arm angle from all throughout this tournament.
The wrong foot drive. The back foot comes to the front. The front goes to the back. It's a bit of a dance move as well.
Cut away, will get
Nicely.
space.
Nicely done. Just smears the ball off his slicing bat, carves it away in the gap for 4.
And it's the dance on the previous ball that has given him the length that he wished for. Well played.
Yes, deceptive techniques. It works both ways as well. 21 overs done. It's 120 for 5 rising students. We still got a match on here.
Close to what? 2004s in the tournament here? 1936. That's almost as old as Barabati. GKP very promptly points out that was a significant year for the state of Odisha to be recognized as one. Movement by movement. It was April 1st, 1936, and hence celebrated as the 𝐒𝐂𝐀 𝐂𝐥𝐻. We had a grand celebration out of it. I watched 400 on the board. Right now, it's a different game altogether. Biplab against the off spinner. Off spinner with not a lot of off spin. It's just about bowling around the off stump to the right hander, who, dare I say, tried to find some purchase against Ravi Teja, who got out to off spin, got out to 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, got him from round the wicket, bowled him couple of dot balls, and then to a ball that Ravi Teja went back, was caught on the back foot. I think that's why today his footwork has been a little more proactive. Let's see how he manages this challenge. No slip. Got a wide of the crease. Bit of grip there. Just a hint of grip to keep Ravi Teja interested.
Again, trying to unsettle the rhythm of the bowler with his footwork. Gets one through that offside field. One more run taken. Biplab Samantra in the middle. The stage is set for this man to play an innings of sorts, take his team home and to the championship trophy as well.
Usually, in a normal situation, he's a murderer of spin bowling. Right now, the situation demands a bit of respect to be given to Gaurav Kumar, to be given to Biswabharati, to be dancing toe to toe with the devil and be alive in the contest. One more wicket, and you'll have to say it's Biswabharati as favourites. 122 for 5 right now after 22.
Over extra cover, there's a fielder there at sweeper. I was going to clean it up. A single has been taken.
Once again, Abhishek Yadav would like to be the man of the moment, and got the prized wicket of 𝐂𝐿 𝗏𝗏, who looked set up against the right-hander once again. Bowls well, gets the off-ball of Biplab Samantrai. Abhishek Yadav, Viswabharati right on top. Not just noses, but goes ahead in the contest. 1, 2, 3 for 6. Rising students are falling apart.
Oh my God, excellent delivery, almost unplayable. Beating the stature of Biplab Samantrai, hitting the off pole. That is a sight you want to pack in your kit bag and take back home alongside the trophy, maybe, because there is so much in contention right now. The 6th wicket falls. Rising students never saw this coming.
Unplayable, that top seed to get the top man out. Now the cake lies with Viswabharati. It's their cake to cut. Unless something extraordinary comes from both the Somyas and T. Ravi Teja, you'd like to believe runs on the board in the big finale, 6 wickets in the kitty. This is Viswabharati's game to lose from here on in.
'93 required of 94, but just 4 wickets in hand suddenly. It's a bit of a debacle. Thanks to the web of sorts that the spinners have stitched around the batters today. Kept them quiet for a moment, and then suddenly wickets came tumbling.
Good on the new batter. Just get off strike, get out of the firing line. In comes Ravi there, who hasn't really liked facing left arm spin either from round the wicket. So this will be a test for him too. Goes back, slaps it straight. Gets one. Oh, you wonder what the thinking must be in the rising students camp. Never ever in this tournament they've been pushed to a brink like this. Arm ball. Arm ball starts way down the leg side. Bit of a spirited shout from Abhishek. Now you can see the backup is arriving too. They are on top.
You can see the heart and soul they're putting into this game. And it all started towards the later half of the first innings. Some quick runs were scored. They got it past 200, went past 210, psychological edge going into the second innings. And then the bowlers, the fielders, pulled their socks up. And we have had a treat in this finale. Cut away, very hard, firmly hit. Talking about the fielding, this is a testament of it. Diving to his right, saving it from going to the ropes, just allowing one to the batters.
The whole complexion of this game has changed. 127 for 6. It's the fielding team. They are right on top here. 2 for 30 from 6. What a spell from Abhishek Yadav. He's broken the back of this run chase by first dismissing 𝐂𝐿 𝗏𝗏 in a dramatic fashion, and then Biplab Samantrai in the most convincing fashion. Down to Gaurav now to take on the left-hander. He's bowling slow, and that's been pulled off the back foot. Might not have gone all the way. Yes, a couple of bounces
to the other side. Gaurav knows that's a bad ball. Short delivery, bit of a gift, bit of a freebie. In the meantime, they would love to take some. It's probably gone all the way. They're still checking the ropes there. If that's a 6, confidence would be boosted for TR. Ravi Teja. You can see he's changed something in terms of his batting attitude in this innings. Yes, boundary. That's what it is as of yet. Irrespective of that, that change is visible. And players go about it two ways. We saw Virat Singh walk out to bat. He too was searching for runs in the tournament. We didn't see much of a change in terms of his application out there. Looked like the Virat Singh we know. Played that lofted straight shot, which is expected out of him. So he was in his own elements, not Ravi Teja. He's gone the other side. He's taken on courage with both hands, and the off spinner goes against the spin, against the breeze. Gets 6. Oh, yes, it's so much a battle of the wits, but this is the battle of the guts as well. Ravi Teja taking the game on by the horns. 4 and a 6. Pushes the envelope. Counter attack. Wasn't that bad a ball either. Just a deliberate, good old slog sweep. Now just uses the pace. Steers it. He seems set now. And so, as I mentioned, players go two ways about it. Sometimes some players like to change things around to get out of that rut. Others don't. Cut away, beats the inner ring. Back with Soumya now. Soumya Biswal showed us packets of innings where he could display his repertoire. Was super impressed by his reverse hitting skills, the switch hits, the reverse sweeps as well. There might be a situation in the game where he might want to bring it into effect as well. Yet to see. Also, Vyush, won't be a bad idea from this Mahanadi River end. Get one of your fast bowlers back and ask them to use a lot of change of pace. Because while trying to hit from the clock tower end, they're looking to go straight. So protect that straighter boundary by bowling, say, the slower ones into the surface. And from the clock tower end, you're already attacking. Ooh, they're going reverse. But at least there is seam bowling that is back. They figured out that spin has done its bit to get them back in the game. Now the seamers need to be the enforcers. So Dipanshu, who would like to forget that new ball spell, can he come back and do something with a slightly older ball? 3 overs, none for 30. That needs to change. Yes, redemption is beckoning for Dipanshu Singh. He was all out of breath, was sweating all over the place in his first spell, was feeling the pressure of the big finals. They were getting bashed as well in that passage of time. But completely different circumstances right now. As he's come to bowl to Ravi Teja straight up, his second spell. They've kept the mid-off up for the left-hander here. Starts with that hard length and cut away just to the left of backward point. He's switched on tonight, is Ravi Teja. Anything off the back foot today, he's looked to cut and pull with intent. That was sublime from Ravi Teja. Just directing his bat, complete control, great connection. Even though he got a hand, the point fielder there, the ball bisects both the boundary riders into the fence.
Yeah, Piyush, that's why the plan should be to get him onto the front foot here. Get him onto the front foot, try and deceive him off the front foot, maybe with the slowy, or go for that effort ball, the Yorker. Once again, not of that length. Look at it, flying from his below tonight. He's got the pace of the surface. Anything where he's not exactly forced to get on the front foot, he's timing them brilliantly here. Dipanshu didn't pitch the ball really up with the new ball, so we, it'd be really creative of him to do so with the older ball. But if he does that, might just surprise Ravi Teja. Goes full, and Ravi was ready. That's why he switched on. Change of length, but how well he got behind that. Got a run out of that.
He's got a framework that he's working on as well, executing it to perfection. Short deliveries are getting punished. The full ones, he's happy taking the singles, keeping the scoreboard rotating so that there's no pressure of that going towards the target in pursuit of the run chase. Sharp bounce. Difficult to get any connection there. He was trying to go for an uppercut.
Yes, and just the line of that bouncer to be able to start from leg stump. That same ball, if that started on off stump, batter gets the room. That shot becomes a lot easier. When you target the body, that's when you can perhaps catch them off guard. Goes with the hard length, excellent running. Ravi Teja, oh, misses the helmet. Misses the helmet ever so slightly. The relay throw, single taken.
Could have been interesting to see what was there for us, but no connection with the helmet. Dipanshu Singh, last ball of his second spell. Good comeback into the over after the boundary.
Piyush, how about a bit of change of pace here to Ravi Teja for the last ball of the over? As we say that, there is a short third in position right now, which tells you there could be a change of pace. Short third, short fine leg. Wide outside off, shorter as well. The kind of form Ravi Teja has been, he should have hit that, and he's disappointed too. 25 overs are done, 146 for 6. And time for a bit of a break. Rings on the field. '70 from '78. Just before the drinks break, flurry of boundaries from Ravi Teja. And that might have brought the belief back in the red and black camp, where the men in blue would like to believe the game is still with them. They need 4 good balls from here on in. As we slowly get out of that very quick Brinks break that is. There's been a change in voices here. Gaurav Pandya back in the box. Gaurav, when we started this game, it looked like in the first 10 overs, it was only heading one way. Great bit of fight back from that 5th wicket partnership from Biswabharati, and they went into the rain break, came back, once again tried to build on that particular momentum, got to a competitive total, and haven't left the clutch. They've been in the face of Rising Students Club, now have picked up 6 wickets. How do you describe that? And just in terms of the weightage, from where I see it, even with Ravi Teja going big, I still think you'll have to say it's 60 Biswabharati, 40 Rising Students Club. How do you see it?
I'm with you on this. When I was doing commentary with Sachin there, it was Rising Students. And in those fraction of seconds, when you see which team is under pressure, that will tell you where is the momentum is. And Rising Students are under pressure. Rising Students, for the very first time in the tournament, are under pressure. And that game has to be the final of the tournament. What a script. What a story. You were expecting this to be a story. And this is a thriller. No doubt about that. We started this game almost, Babasis, with the hope of this being a close encounter. Start of a fresh over now. We'll come back to that. If you've got it, this is a close encounter. This is exactly how the final should be. And particularly, I think there's a sort of a message sent to Ravi Teja as well that that deficit has to be shortened without looking at the number of deliveries. You see him playing the big one here. Still a big job to do. But imagine this man out of the form and coming good at the right time in the final itself. Now looking for a run in each and every delivery. Becoming that confident guy. There's a little short of runs, but the big players always deliver. You always know that in the biggest of the stages, you see the big players delivering. And this can be the guy there. Touch it. But finds the fielder. You see Gaurav Kumar vying for that wicket here. And Gaurav Kumar is not a bad ploy against Ravi Teja. I know he's gone for a run, but I do believe that it can create anger a little more, can go a little wide of the crease. Yes, he's trying to do that. That's better, way better. Wide of the crease. Has he got a little bit of ace there or something like that? That was not carried, in fact. But what a contest.
It's against off spin that lies Biswabharati's best chance to get through Ravi Teja. Once again, 3 dot balls. Lets that one go. Won't be a wide. 4 dot balls on the trot now. Gaurav Kumar, who was slog swept before, isn't bowling a lot straighter, only bowling a lot wider. Does he come back on the stumps for the last ball? Ravi Teja shuffles across, hits it way over cow corner. That's a special shot. He's brought the best to the big night here, Gaurav.
Look how far back he was on his crease too. Extraordinary striking that. and hit that to the cow corner. That went a long, long way. Wonderful batting. And a fantastic 6 to end this over. 150 comes up with that. 153 for 6. They need to go at 5.25. They're going already at 5.88. The run rate is never a problem.
And it won't be. It's still Somyalenka out in the sheds. Well, how Ravi Teja has responded to the pressure is just remarkable. Came out with a visibly different body language. Just looked a lot switched on in terms of his footwork, and that has translated into the energy that he's created in this run chase. Here's Dipanshu round the wicket. Digs it in short in the gap once again. No stopping. Rising students are coming back, and how? With a flurry of boundaries.
Well, he bangs it in around the off stump, the angle, and the batter thinks to go over the fielder there on the offside and played it a lot square from the fielder at deep. This is very good batting, a well thought out shot that. This field has a problem here. He's only got one fielder on the onside. So that tells you the line is going to be outside the off stump.
But it can't be shot. Just can't be shot on a good pitch. That's a bad ball once again. This has been a shocker of a display from Dipanshu Singh in the finals. We were talking him up because he looked class apart all throughout the tournament, making the new ball swing. Today, the execution just hasn't happened.
Yeah, that's the problem with this field again. Only one fielder to back it up, and particularly he was bowling from round the wicket. Now, over the wicket makes a lot more sense.
Still can't be shot. Even from over the wicket, that length. Soumya is waiting for it. Two nonchalant shots. That second shot to Gaurav, he didn't have to hit it too hard. Just find the gap. Better length. At least that length is hitting the stumps, Dipanshu. You're giving yourself a chance. Sometimes it's just something that has to come from outside that playing area, from the dugout, from one of the coaching staff. I thought they did that. He bowled 2 overs. They took him to the side, gave him the break. He's come back and still delivered shot.
It's such a valid point. It's not about only someone playing it. Watching it from far and the insight that you can have sometimes helps. Watching it in your mobile screen as well, you look at cricket very differently. Listening to the commentary, sometimes you see in some games they listen to the commentators and say in the field.
Now to Ravi Teja goes a little fuller at least. Oh, for heavens, Dipanshu. You've got some runs to play with. Can't really muck around from here on in. Every ball needs to be delivered with some amount of purpose. That 60-40 that was in favor of Viswabharati has quickly turned around. Now 53 looks way gettable with T. Ravi Teja set and with Soumya only dealing in boundaries. 10 already from this over.
Pitch it up, man. That's the field's edge. Particularly outside the off stump,
And
not
if,
on the stump.
and if you have a bit of a change of pace, now is the time. There you go, change of pace. Well done, Dipanshu. Credit where it's due. Went for those two boundaries. Since then, looks like has got his head right.
Is it the one Babasis should be trying that for the second time?
Absolutely. Didn't look like Soumya picked it. Can still go fuller with that slow one. Fuller and a little wider. Yeah, just a little wider.
Gets out of that over, makes it still into a 11-run over. 164 for 6 after 27.
Yes, last over for Babashish Nanda here at the Combox. This is the final stint of him. He'll be doing the post match. Well done, Babashish. Obviously, it's a pleasure to be at the Combox with you.
Oh, always shared mutual pleasure there is. GKP. And no better time to call it with the game still in balance. That's all you wish for. Syed Tufel here. Starts with a short ball. Soumya deposits that one. Goes hard at that one. Cracks it away in that cow corner region. That's a warm-up ball from Syed Tufel. Can't afford that.
That's one of the shot when the rest of the teammates said short yar. That's the shot. And Soumya is playing a brilliant inning too. 18 from 12 under pressure. The pressure of the big final, and these two batters have decided to put it back on the bowling side.
Good from the left-hander there. Just going in and having a chat with Syed Tufel. He's still pretty young, Tufel. So must be feeling the pressure of the big night. Nicely managed. Boundary early in the over. That's all these two are looking for. Then it becomes easy. And dare I say, the way Ravi Teja is going, he's going to target Tufel here. He'll be hitting with the breeze, Gaurav. Just looks like he might take on the young left-arm spinner.
Zhang the onside, the mid-wicket, the cow corner. There's a fielder there though. Going diagonal. Ravi Teja gives it back. That's a thinking batsman for you. It's not like he's throwing his bat at almost everything.
Nah, he's shown that maturity. There's a sense of purpose with every ball that he's faced, all the 26 balls. Clear plan and execution. That last ball was bowled at a very good trajectory. Syed can do that to the right-hander. Just over pitches that one. Easy single down the ground.
Just last sentence on, of course, last stint with Baba says, of course, we are with T. Ravi Teja there. He was mentioning that he enjoying the commentary with the insights. So that's a great compliment to have, of course.
Yes, that was really sweet of him. Of all the outstation players to have turned up for this tournament. Whoa, looking to pull that one away. A shot that he's played well all day. Len, that was not too short enough. 45 runs still in the bank. I think what Viswabharati must be thinking of is what the Australians go on and on about. To that scoreboard, add 2 wickets if you're the fielding side and see what the situation is. 2 more wickets here changes everything. Round the wicket, controlled cut. And that's why it goes nowhere. Radin, 28 done, 171 for 6.
The pick of the bowlers, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 2 for 23 in 4 overs, has once again got the responsibility to stop the run flow, to get that wicket, to get that, to break that partnership, in fact, between 𝑡 and Soumya Biswal. Standing outside of his crease to 𝐒𝐿𝐼. Watch out for the first ball. Just a touch outside the off stump this time. No run. And of course, change in voices. Sachin Das joins me for the final time too. Welcome, Sachin. Mouth-watering contest.
𝐒𝐼 प्रथम दुईटी सफलता पर पुनर्बार फेरिछंती गोटे नुआ स्पेल रे अधिनायक संबित साहू आशा रखिथिबे साई जेनांको ठारू गोटे ब्रेक थ्रू रो गोटे विकेट ए रोमांचकर फाइनल रे मजा आसीबा आ गोटे विकेट मिलिले आ एठी विकेट रो संभावना हेई परिथांदा जदी बॉल टी वर्तमान स्टंप्स रे बाजी थांदा स्टंप्स रे बाजीची ता नॉन स्ट्राइकर एंड रे ता पुनी डायरेक्ट हिट द्वारा जार आवश्यकता नथिला अतिरिक्त 1 रन मिलिला ओवर थ्रो माध्यम रे पुनर्बार स्ट्राइक को फेरिचंती सौम्य बिस्वाल जहांको बैटिंग रो मजा आपण पूर्व 2 दिन रे उठै थिबे आज से फिनिशिंग टच दवा पई से आसी सारिचंती.
And to talk about the field set, of course, there's a square leg, deep square leg, long on, long off. There's no long off, of course, mid off inside the circle, and cover and third man at the deep, of course. This makes a lot more sense with the hard length that he can bowl, but he keeps it away and gets a boundary, moves on to 26.
चौका नुहे यह बोधे स्पष्ट हो सारी कि दुई बैट्समैन वर्तमान केउ भली खेलिबे आ ए चौका परे स्लो रन को पिक करी जे फुल शॉट खेली छंती ए चौका परे आ पछ को बुली की देखि कि चाहिबेनी कि केतेटा विकेट जाईची आ हाथ रे केतेटा विकेट अछि जानि छंती से केउ इनिंग्स केउ भली भाबरे ए टूर्नामेंट रे बैटिंग करी आसी छंती निजो को बैक करिवे निजो शॉट्स ऊपर नजर रखिबे चेष्टा करिवे मैच को जथा संभव जितेई से ट्रॉफी को हातेबा पई.
Pulled it a lot fuller this time and easily. Has got a single on that occasion. They're eyeing for one boundary in each and every over. That's what it seems. But if it's there, they're going for it for the second time. 6 runs. There we go. As easily as you like. Of course, 7 runs with that single. 𝐿𝐼 is in a different mood. So he gets 2 deliveries here of the fast bowler.
𝐿𝐼 फाइनल पूर्वरु आमे एभली किछि इनिंग्स देखि नदिले जहा फल रे आमे आशा करितिबा कि फाइनल रे सेमति किछि कमाल करिवे किंतु बड़ प्लेयर करो एटा ही चमत्कारी प्रदर्शन जहा फाइनल रे से माने देखांती विशेष करी नॉकआउट मैचेस रे से प्रेशर को केमति ऑब्जर्व करंती ताकू भलो भाबरे प्रदर्शन करिसंती आ चिरो मैच रे विकेट पड़िबा परे 28 बॉल रे 35 रन.
Mid off brought in, long on goes out. A little confused here. 2 fielders outside the off stump. I mean, at the boundary, in fact, which is at the deep third man, and there is one near the deep point. And on the onside, they've got one fielder at deep mid wicket. And of course, long on. You have to have one of the long on and long off. But again, with this sort of a field, you can go outside the off stump and can vary your pace by bowling on the backup length region. Yeah, that is exactly what he's done here. But they have sneaked in a single. 𝐿𝐼 is batting beautifully here. Make no mistake, to bat in this fashion in a final tells about how you can be as a character. And this is exactly how he is. He's a tough character, playing a tough inning for the team.
एटी बाउंसर रो प्रयोग करिगा दरकार लॉन्ग ऑन लॉन्ग ऑफ ऊपर को आनंतु आवश्यक पड़िले से जो स्वीपर कवर आपण अछन ताको भी भितर को आनंतु थर्ड मैन फाइन लेग पछरे रखी मिड विकेट सहित आपण बाउंसर रो ट्राई करंतु फसेबा पई चेष्टा रखंतु आ गोटे विकेट वर्तमान जदी मिलुची ଗୋଟେ ନୂଆ ମୋଡ଼ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଗେମ୍ରେ ପୁଣି ଫେରେଇ ଆଣିବ। 6ଟି ୱିକେଟ୍ ଯାଇସାରିଛି, ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରନ୍ତୁ ଗୋଟେ ୱିକେଟ୍ କାଢ଼ିବା ପାଇଁ। ଫାଇନାଲ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଏଇଟା।
And that is that from the bat of Soumya here. He gets it full and he says it will be out of the ground. It is out of the ground. What a special shot from a special batter. Yes, right there in the slot, but decides to go over extra, not on the onside. That's the key in that shot, and such an important six this is.
ଆଉ ଟିକେ ପାଖକୁ ସେ ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟକୁ ପାର କରିବା ପାଇଁ ସେ ବିଜୟ ରେଖା ପାଖରେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଅଛନ୍ତି ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟସ୍ କ୍ଲବ। ଆଉ 37 ରନର ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା। ଓଭରର ପରିସମାପ୍ତି ଛକା ସହିତ ହୋଇଛି। ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ଓଭରରେ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଇକ୍ ରହିବେ ରବି ତେଜା, ଯାହାଙ୍କ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ରୁ ଆଜି ଧୂଆଁଥା ରନ୍ ଆମେ ଦେଖିଛେ। 29 ବଲ୍ରେ 36 ରନ୍, କିନ୍ତୁ ସେଥିରେ ଅଧିକାଂଶ ବାଉଣ୍ଡ୍ରି ରହିଛି। ଏ ଛୋଟ ଡ୍ରିଙ୍କ୍ସ ବ୍ରେକ୍ ଘର ଭାଇ ଆମେ ଅନେକ ସମୟରେ ଦେଖିଛେ କି ଛୋଟିଆ ଛୋଟିଆ ମୋମେଣ୍ଟମ୍ ବ୍ରେକ୍ ମ୍ୟାଚରେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଆଣେ। ଆଉ ମାତ୍ର 30 ରନର ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା, ବଲ୍ ବହୁତ ବାକି ରହିଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ ଦୁଇ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ୍ ଯେଉଁଭଳି ବ୍ୟାଟିଂ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଚେଷ୍ଟା ହିଁ ଜାରି ରହିଛି ବଡ଼ ଶଟ୍ ପାଇଁ। ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ଡବଲ୍ସ ମଝିରେ ଖୋଜୁଛନ୍ତି, କିନ୍ତୁ ପ୍ରତି ଓଭରରେ ସେ ବାଉଣ୍ଡ୍ରି ପାଇଁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା ରହିଛି।
When Babashi's was the combox just 2-3 overs ago, it was 60-40 on, of course, in the favor of the bowling side. I don't think we can say that now with 31 needed from 54. Soumya and Ravi Tej are both batting beautifully here, 33-36 respectively. Non-stoppable here. This is the most important over, I feel. Got to break the partnership. Imagine the deficit going less than 30, less than 20. It is a batsman's game. And rising students will be eyeing on that one. Pushed it on the back foot quite well here. Some work for the fielder to do at the deep. It does well, but they have come back for the second. Terrific running between the wicket under pressure. Under light in the second inning. The humidity is on. But the intensity final. And with that, the intensity of this batter batting. Oh, that's the one. Can be a little careful here.
ଯଦି ବଲ୍ଟି ଷ୍ଟମ୍ପସରେ ବାଜିଥାନ୍ତା, ଗୋଟେ ନୂଆ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନ୍ ଆସିଥାନ୍ତା, ଆଉ ଟିକେ ମଜା ଲାଗିଥାନ୍ତା। କିନ୍ତୁ ଆଜି ଭାଗ୍ୟର ସାଥ ଅଛି ରବି ତେଜାଙ୍କ ସହିତ, ଯାହାଫଳରେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ମଧ୍ୟ ସେ କ୍ରିଜରେ ଉପସ୍ଥିତ ଅଛନ୍ତି। ଏତେ ୱାଇଡରେ ଯଦି ଆପଣ ବଲ୍ ପକେଇବେ, ଆରାମସେ ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ମିଳିବ। ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ସହିତ ପୁନର୍ବାର ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଇକକୁ ଆସିବେ ସୌମ୍ୟ ବିଶ୍ୱାଳ, ଯିଏ ପୂର୍ବ ଓଭରର ଶେଷ ବଲ୍ରେ ଗୋଟେ ବଡ ଛକା ମାରିଥିଲେ।
Well, what problem here for the bowlers is very little to defend here. One thing, the other thing is the way these two are batted. They've almost forced them, even with the number of runs remaining, forced them to be defensive, which is not helping them because they're milking the bowlers for singles easily. Brings out the sweep, and he passes the strike back. With each and every run like that, with each and every delivery where there's less chaos around, you know that it's rising students who are turning it on. And he held it well there, finds the field. Of course, catching man is ready with the post-match presentation, Mr. Babashish Nanda, with his saffron color sad. You can call it saffron, but Babashish is way more accurate about the color. But there we go. The match is getting a little more interesting. And these are the two batters who are making sure that rising students can sit peacefully here. That's the way to look at it. Another decent over for the batting side. At the end of 30 overs is 190 for 6. There we go. Mr. Ravi Teja is on fire today. Wonderful batting from one of the most destructive batters who didn't get it right in the rest of the tournaments. This is the match for him.
ସଞ୍ଚୟ କରି ରଖିଥିଲେ ଏଇ ଇନିଂସକୁ ଫାଇନାଲ ପାଇଁ। ଆଜି ଫାଇନାଲରେ ସେ ସଞ୍ଚିତ ଧନକୁ ଆଜି ଏଠି ଖର୍ଚ୍ଚ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ପ୍ରଥମ ବଲରେ ଛକା, ଅଭିଷେକ ଯାଦବଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ପ୍ରେସର। ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ବଲ ଫୁଲଟସ୍ ବଲ ଥିଲା, ହେଲେ ହାଲକା ହାତରେ ଖେଳି ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଇକରେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଟି ରବି ତେଜା।
Can you complain when the batter is out of form for the rest of the matches and taunts it on in the big final? See, Virat Kohli did that in 2024 World Cup. Abhishek Sharma did it in 2026 T20 World Cup. And here you see T. Ravi Teja. Here's the man in form, Soumya, who gets it right too. It's out of the park. They want to finish it quickly now. It almost feels like they have a flight to catch.
ଫ୍ଲାଇଟ୍ ଅଛି ନା ନାହିଁ ଜଣା ନାହିଁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ମ୍ୟାଚକୁ ଜଲ୍ଦି ସାରି ଏ ପାର୍ଟିକୁ ଅନ୍ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି। ଏ ଲମ୍ବା ଟୁର୍ଣ୍ଣାମେଣ୍ଟରେ ଯେଉଁ ସଂଘର୍ଷ ସେମାନେ କରିଥିଲେ, ଏକ ତରଫା ପ୍ରତ୍ୟେକଟି ମ୍ୟାଚରେ ଲଢିବା ପରେ ଫାଇନାଲ ମ୍ୟାଚରେ ଯେଉଁ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରଗଲ ପରେ ଏ ଭିକ୍ଟରି ତାଙ୍କୁ ଅନେକ ସ୍ୱାଦ ଚଖେଇବା, ଆଉ ଏହାରି ଭିତରେ ସିଧା ଚୌକା। ରାତିର ଡିନର ଆଜି ବେଶ ମଜା ଲାଗିବ। କଟକର ଦହିବରା ଆଳୁଦମ ଭଳି ଏ ଶଟଟି ମାରିଛନ୍ତି। କାଲି ସକାଳୁ ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ପୁରା ଟିମ୍ ସହିତ ବାରବାଟୀ ଷ୍ଟାଡିୟମ ସାମ୍ନାରେ ଦହିବରା ଖାଇବେ।
Absolutely, no two ways about it. In the city of Dahibara, Dasahara and Vaijara, this is true worthy of a final here. The OCA Club Cricket League. What an atmosphere. This is absolute carnival, electrifying atmosphere. And we've got an electrifying inning from Soumya and Ravi at the same time. Here's a question. 9 runs remaining. Who is getting to his 51st? With Soumya on strike, you bet on him. Brings out the reverse and puts it out of the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, reaches the 50 with a wonderful strike. A 50 in the final and 50 when team needs it most. He's a champion cricketer.
କିଛି ଦିନ ପୂର୍ବରୁ କ୍ୱାର୍ଟର ଫାଇନାଲ୍ସ ରେ ମୋ ସାଥୀ କମେଣ୍ଟେଟର ଦିୟୁଷ ଭାଇ କହିଥିଲେ କି ସାମ୍ନାରେ କେବଳ ଶଟ୍ ଖେଳୁଛନ୍ତି। ବହୁତ ହୁଏ କମେଣ୍ଟ୍ରି ଶୁଣି ଦେଇଥିଲେ, ଆଉ ଦୁଇଟି ରିଭର୍ସ ସୁଇଟ୍ କାଢି ଦୁଇଟି ଛକା ମାରିଥିଲେ। ଓ ଆଜି 44 ରେ ଆଉ ଗୋଟିଏ ସୁଇଚ୍ ହିଟ୍, ଆଉ ଗୋଟିଏ ଛକା ଅର୍ଦ୍ଧ ଶତକ।
It can be this delivery, you never know. Oh yes, is it? No, not wide. Long arms under it. It is this delivery. There we go. Let that sink into the rest of the Odisha. It is the rising students, the All-Star 11, who won the trophy here. The victorious rising students managed to win this match by 4 wickets. The big final, the fireworks are on. The celebration is on. This is a sight to behold. This is a performance to remember from the game number 1 to the game number final.
ବାରବାଟୀ ଷ୍ଟାଡିୟମ କଟକ, ଐତିହାସିକ ବାରବାଟୀ ଷ୍ଟାଡିୟମରେ ଆମେ ଏଭଳି ଅନେକ ରୋମାଞ୍ଚକର ଅନ୍ତର୍ଜାତୀୟ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଦେଖିଛେ, ଆଉ ଆଜିର ଏ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ କୌଣସି ଅନ୍ତର୍ଜାତୀୟ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଠାରୁ ବି କମ୍ ନୁହେଁ। ଏ ଫାଇନାଲ ଆପଣ ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ମନେ ରଖିବେ। ପ୍ରଥମ ଇନିଂସର ଆରମ୍ଭ, ୱିକେଟର ଧଡ଼ାଧଡ଼ ପତନ, ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ମୁହୂର୍ତ୍ତରେ ଦୁଇ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ସମ୍ୟାନଙ୍କ ଦ୍ୱାରା ଛୋଟ ପାର୍ଟନରସିପ, ଆଉ ପରେ ସମ୍ବିତ ସାହୁ ଯେଉଁଭଳି ଫିନିସିଂ ଟଚ୍ ଦେଇଥିଲେ, ଆଉ ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ଇନିଂସରେ ସଂଘର୍ଷ କରି ବିଜୟ ସ୍ୱାଦ ଚାଖିବା ପ୍ରୟାସରେ ଅସଫଳ ହୋଇଛି ବିଶ୍ୱଭାରତୀ, ଆଉ ସେ ସ୍ୱାଦକୁ ତାଙ୍କଠାରୁ ଛଡ଼େଇ ନେଇଛନ୍ତି ରାଇଜିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟସ୍ କ୍ଲବ।
Yes, the favorites can win and can win when it matters the most. That's the message from the rising students there. You see in that background, this man, Soumya. You talked about pressure. He says, hang on, as long as I'm there, there's nothing called pressure here. As of course, we've got Deus Mahapatra alongside us. Deus, come on, we missed you in the final stings. But that is the game that you remember for a long, long time, Deus.
But I'll tell you what, rising students, what a fantastic tournament they had in the Barabati Stadium especially. turned up the heat with the bat in the first two games. The knockout stages, quarter-final and the semi-final. Then the finale. They were tattered. They were in all sorts of trouble in the middle with 6 wickets falling. Then came that massive partnership. Soumya Biswal trying to chase his half centuries in the previous two games. Finally, getting it nailed down and ratifying the final game as rising students become the champions of the OCA Club League 2026, the inaugural franchise tournament by the Odisha Cricket Association.
These are some beautiful pictures. They was from almost like sipping up the tea to now spilling it to the rest of the world. This is scintillating.
Yes, lovely scenes out here. There were fireworks in the night sky as you are going to see a transition of the ground. The post-match presentation for the final time is about to be on your screens live from the very venue, the Barabati Cricket Stadium, as the champion team celebrate in the background. We'll wait for Babashish Nanda, who's dressed up and who's going to take you through the final post-match presentation, where you're going to see the trophy handed up to the champion team.
Of course, we'll be coming back with the post-match presentation. Take a look at 𝐿𝐿𝐴𝐻 Pradhan. He's not playing anymore, but of course, being the coach, the coach of the side, one of the coaches, he will be delighted. Mr. Prabhanjan Malik, look at the smile on his face. The senior pros right there, you see Giants, they're all delighted. They have won many trophies, but to do it in the big day, to do it here in Barabati is special.
Lovely to see Aditya out there, still limping, but he's come out in support for the big boys in the massive finale, the inaugural OCA Club League 2026 championship. It's handed over, or rather going to be handed over, to the men in red and black. Fiery performance with the bat, with the ball, in the field, setting a standard for Odisha cricket.
Look at the smiles on the faces of Biplab Samantarai. There is Rajesh Dupar and now Govind Podar smiling. These are the players who don't smile much when there is so much of intensity around. This trophy means a lot to them.
Yes, they were slightly hesitating as well when the team was in trouble, 6 wickets down. Then that last partnership just calmed the nerves, brought the smiles back.
There's the match referee, Mr. Sanjay Rao.
Sanjay Rao out there as well.
Of course, yes, wishing them, congratulating the team.
Virat Singh, who missed out again. Handshakes with the match referee. He comes out to Odisha, loves it here at the Barabati Stadium. Is featured in a lot of tournaments before as well. Under the floodlights, it's a scene out here, isn't it? It's movie scene. And it was absolute theatre in the second innings when wickets kept on tumbling at regular intervals. And that's the bottom line, right at the bottom of your screen. Rising Students Club won by 4 wickets, DLS method, because this was a truncated 12-over deal, curtailed from each side, became a 38-over-a-side game eventually because of the rain delay. And 216 was set as a target, which was chased down eventually with 4 wickets in hand.
Yes, that will be a star-loaded post-match presentation. Plenty of awards to be given. The question is, who gets the player of the series? Who gets the player of the match? Plenty of contenders. Don't go anywhere, as there's a post-match presentation coming up for you. Of course, from the whole production unit, from the directors, from the camera crew, from everyone who's toiling hard to make sure this is delivered to you, this is telecasted to you. And of course, our commentary team, this is Gaurav Panda. Of course, Piyush Mahapatra was alongside me. There's Sachin Das. Of course, Babashish Nanda will be there at the post-match presentation. And not to forget, a special mention to Mr. Chiranjeevi Pati there.
Shout out, massive shout out to Chiranjeevi Pati. And he got the things moving out here at the start of this tournament. OCA Club League.
Yes, we call him the Mr. Wikipedia of Odisha cricket.
And the rest of the background, people working in the background, pay massive respect to Chiranjeevi Pati. And I hope he's watching this or has watched this game unfold. as we'll now cut out for a break and we'll come back with the post-match presentation for the final time this season.
Yes, we'll be leaving you here. Also, of course, with the thought of wishing you a wonderful, wonderful year forward. Do take good care. Jai Jagannath. Watch out for who gets the player of the series in the post-match presentation, which is going to be star-loaded. See you there. Thank you from Gaurav Ponda.
माहौल केमती थिला आउ माने जो बैट्समैन माने थिले तांको कोन किसी स्पेशल मैसेज देकी पठाइला कोन जदी हमरो पूरा थ्रू आउट द जर्नी देखियो राइजिंग स्टैंडर्ड टूर्नामेंट रे बैटिंग यूनिट बहुत ही स्ट्रांग थिला एंड समस्ते कोठ ना कोठ चिपिंग करथिले प्रीवियस मैचेस रे तो समस्ते ईगर थिले जे जहा बहुत गुडा बैट्समैन तो इवन चांस मिल नथिला फॉर एग्जांपल को रवि तेजा बेसी चांस भी पाई नथिला बट से निजे ही कहि कि जाइतला मैच जदि चांस मिलो तो मोटा मैच श्योर बाहर करि देबी एंड एहो कि आज तारो मैच थिला और सौम्य सागर थ्रू आउट द टूर्नामेंट बहुत ही कंसिस्टेंट बैटिंग अछि ब्रिलियंट बैटिंग है आउट करे ता बैट रू तो हमने कॉन्फिडेंट थिलु जे पन जाय सौम्य एवं रवि जायतले और सौम्य लेंका भी थिला सी भी गोटे भलो फिनिशर तो हमने कॉन्फिडेंटली गोटे पार्टनरशिप जदि हो ताले बारी लास्ट क्वेश्चन आपण सेलिब्रेशन मूड रे असंती इज देयर एनी पार्टी टुनाइट पार्टी हबो कि नै सेटा रब भाई को ऊपर डिपेंड करती जदि रब भाई जदि परमिशन देबे ताले निहत हो पार्टी हो थैंक यू well done Biplab Sawantrai keep on performing like this wonderful performance I request all the captains of all the teams समस्त दलर अधिनायक माने प्रस्तुत होई रहबे we have the captains felicitation program here तो समस्त दलर समस्त अधिनायक एवं अधिनायक मान जदि उपस्थित नांत किए तेबे कोच किबा एनी सीनियर प्लेयर जे भी अछन प्रेजेंट से माने दया करी प्रेजेंट रहबे पोस्ट मैच प्रेजेंटेशन समय रे just a matter of a few minutes 2-3 minutes then we'll go for that grand post match presentation
Ladies and gentlemen, can we ask both the teams to please line up? We shall begin the final presentation party. Once again, for everyone here at the ground, round of applause for the Viswabharati Club first to come to the grand finale here, take on the might of Rising Students Club, and to make sure even after they lost early wickets, they really made a match out of this grand finale. So boys in blue, they must be pretty proud of the way they've got here and performed against a really strong unit. And in the same breath, massive applause for the Rising Students Club to now go on and win the OCA Club League 2026. And job well done for Rising Students Club, that is. Moments away from the start of the final presentation ceremony. I request the match officials as well come and join the party. Now then, we've got a plethora of dignitaries as well. Can I please request them one by one to please come and join me here at the center stage. Firstly, the chief guest for the night, Shri 𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴 Secretary, Football Association of Odisha and Chairman, Odisha Athletic Association, Shri 𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴 Sir. If we can please request your presence here. Alongside him, our guest of honor, Shri Vinod Das, Secretary, Odisha Amateur Rowing and Sculling Association, followed by Shri Abhijit Paul, Secretary, Odisha Olympic Association, and Shri Pratap Chandra Pradhan, MLA Anugun. I request all of them to please come in and join me here at the center stage so we can begin. The list goes on. We've got Shri 𝐒𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴 Mohanty sir, President OCA as well. Shri Sanjay Vaira sir, Secretary OCA. And of course, Shri Vikas Pradhan sir, Treasurer OCA. The dignitaries for the night, the guest list, they're just making their way. As we wait for them, time for all of us to really hold this occasion and understand that this tournament was an exercise in excellence, which is what this ground has witnessed over the years. That is 68 years worth of sporting history that we are looking at here at the iconic Barabati Stadium. And it's quite fitting indeed. Barabati became the venue to host only the third one-day international to be played here in India. And it's quite fitting that we have lit the stage alive with a jam-packed ODI tournament here at the OCA Club League 2026. So full circle movement for everybody who's been a part of Odisha's rich cricketing history. As we can see, all the dignitaries just making their way down to that backdrop, which is superb, picturesque indeed. Once again, I would like to take you through to the guest list we've got there. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause once again for our chief guest for the night, Shri Ashirvad Baira, Secretary, Football Association and Odisha, and Chairman of Odisha Athletic Association, that is. We've got our guest of honor, Shri Vinod Das as well, alongside Shri Abhijit Paul and Shri Pratap Chandra Pradhan sir, MLA Anugun. Right, to get the ball rolling, firstly, a little bit of a felicitation now. I would request Pankaj sir, firstly, to give a welcome bouquet to our chief guest, Shri Ashirvad Baira, and really thank him for his presence. The bouquet is going to arrive for Pankaj sir in a bit. for the spirit that he's shown over the years. Continues to be a giant, not just in the cricketing circuit, all throughout the sporting circuit as well. And next up, I would request Sanjay sir to please do the same to our guest of honor, Shri Vinod Das sir. Sanjay sir to welcome Vinod sir to the ceremony, that is. The OCA Club League 2026. We have witnessed a tournament to remember. Was a fitting finale to live up to the quality of the tournament. Here comes the momentum as well. Right, we'll now move on and start with the first set of awards, that is. This is about the match officials. All throughout the tournament, what we have seen on the ground, even for the assistants up there, the umpiring has been top-notch to take calls on the go to make sure that the tournament really was spectacular from the umpire perspective. Firstly, I request all the match officials to come, fall in line, and I would request Vinod sir to give away the mementos and the shawls to the match officials, starting with Shri Sanjay Raul sir, the match referee, former India international, Sanjay sir, followed by Asit Patnaik sir of the on-field umpires. We move on to Debabrata Das, Subrat Das, Pritiranjan Vijay Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, massive round of applause to make sure that the players got the best possible chance to go on and showcase their skills. We were extremely fortunate that we had the services of the third umpire in terms of the review system in this particular tournament. So that puts added responsibility on them. Next up, I would request all team captains to please queue up. All team captains. They will be given the mementos by Pratap Chandra Pradhan sir, MLA Anubhav. All team captains, if they can fall in line, we can start with that. Remember, 20 teams went head-to-head, toe-to-toe, and ensured that we had a solid tournament altogether. This remarkable initiative that's been taken by Shri Sanjay Vehra sir, Secretary, Odisha Cricket Association, along with the dedicated efforts of the office bearers of Odisha Cricket Association, has played a crucial role. All team captains, they're queuing up in line, that is, one by one, going on to collect their mementos. Right from the outset, even in that first stage of the tournament, we saw some of the really smaller teams to come and challenge big fish in the pond. This tournament now sets a bit of a landmark for the club cricket fabric in the state. And as I look at that list, a couple of really emerging leaders coming through, who will be hoping, irrespective of the result of this tournament, they now have a platform to come and showcase what they've got, what their club's got. know for a fact that cricketing culture, not just in India, all over the world, just survives, thrives on the club cricket culture. And a tournament like that just puts that, it once again puts the juice back in the system. And yes, of course, the two teams who have made it. Captain of Viswabharati, captain of the Rising Students Club, who also joined the list. Next up, I would request the players of the Viswabharati team to line up. Be time for their momentums post that. So they can be ready for that. We're just talking about the remarkable initiative that we have seen so far by Shri Sanjay Behra, Secretary, Odisha Cricket Association, and all the dedicated efforts of the office bearers. Odisha Cricket Association that has played a crucial role in strengthening the club cricket structure that is in the state, now has provided a valuable exposure to the players at the grassroots level. That's Rajesh Cooper, the last of it done. Now, I would request players of Viswabharati team to line up, and I would request Vikas Pradhan sir to give away the mementos to the men in blue. And dare I say, they had no blues as far as the finale was concerned. Remarkable effort from Viswabharati Club to come here, push Rising Students Club to the brink. Go on and be super proud. Chin up, boys. Might not have finished on the other side of victory, but a damn good effort to get here and really make sure that we had a remarkable, spectacular final. And it's a young team as well. Plenty of these players are still trying to make a mark, not just in the club structure, in the entirety of senior men's cricket. So a tournament like that just puts the spotlight on the next crop of cricketers. They'll be delighted with that. A young team alongside some serious experienced pros. Ladies and gentlemen, team to come second, Viswabharati Club. Their players just collecting their runners-up mementos. And similarly, now I request the champion team players, Rising Students Club team members to line up one by one. Yes, and that will be given by Abhijit Paul, sir. So members of the winning team, having done all the hard work, have toiled in the heat, and now to flow under lights. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of OCA Club League 2026, Rising Students Club, to have deposited 400 plus totals on back-to-back days. Their quarterfinal game, in their semi-final game, now came to a finale, had to play a tricky 200 game, and they're good enough to do that as well. Plenty to be proud about, plenty to really talk about as far as this big game was concerned. I would request the support staff as well to please join them. Support staff from the Rising Students Club. And from Viswabharati Club as well, I think we missed out their mementos. The coaches and the support staff of Viswabharati Club and Rising Students Club. I request Sanjay sir to please give away the mementos for the coaching and the support staff. And look at that list here. Supit Biswal, Ara Das, 𝐿𝐿𝐴𝐿 Pradhan. Of course, Prapanchan Malik. Stars, club cricket stars who really dominated the proceedings in the last decade or so. Quite fitting that they get their mementos too. Now up next for the player awards. 𝐿𝐿𝐴𝐿 Pradhan gets a loud cheer, always does. We move on to the player awards, that is. Now this one will be given away from Shri 𝐒𝐂𝐀 𝐂𝐥𝐻𝐿 Sir President OCA. Now, the player of the final, there were a couple of performances. It had to go to somebody who with the bat ensured there was no contest. 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴 with dancing shoes on. Player of the final. Not enough runs with the bat so far. Changes everything. Come the big dance. Gets the trophy and the check of rupees 10,000 from 𝐒𝐿𝐴 𝐂𝐥𝐻𝐿 Sir. 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴. We move on to the next one. The player of the series award. Now this had to go to somebody who's made consistent impact with the bat. Changed games with the bat in hand. Today, when it was clutch, scored a half century. 248 runs in 5 innings. Soumya Biswal. I request Sri Sanjay Behra to give away the trophy and the check to Soumya Biswal to rise up on the big stage. Gets the trophy and the check of rupees 25,000 for the right-hander. Now then, we have celebrated Rising. Now time to celebrate Viswabharati Club. I request that Captain Sambit Sahu to please come here, join me for a chat. Come on, Sambit. Round of applause for Sambit Sahu. A club that comes with a massive, rich legacy, and they have lived up to that. Sambit, खुशी नथिबे रिजल्ट सहित किंतु बहुत प्राउड थिबे जेमति विश्वभारती क्लब पूरा टूर्नामेंट सारा फाइट करी आज सिचुएशन अनुसार लड़िले
ऑब्वियसली हमें बहुत खुशी होची बिकॉज़ हमें प्रथम मैच से ही बहुत भलो एंड क्वार्टर फाइनल आउ सेमीफाइनल लाइक कैरेक्टर शो बहुत
आज टिके कोन प्रथम इनिंग्स परे जेतले वर्षा ब्रेक हे गला तापरे आसिले पुनी थरे सेठी पुनी गोटे भलो पार्टनरशिप हैला प्रथम इनिंग्स परे कोन कथाटा हेता एतिक रन्स एना बोर्ड रे ना किछि कम अछि
से फाइटिंग फाइटिंग सी हे जाय जगह
ओडिशा क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन विषय कोन कहिबे ए टूर्नामेंट इज स्टेज को केमति देखछ
हम परफॉर्म करिया जस्ट आफ्टर कलाहांडी कप तो एटा बहुत भलो प्लेटफॉर्म हम
right and Sambit on your way to go on and collect the trophy. That is a request, last sir, give away trophy and the prize money check. Just the check, that is, beg your pardon, Shri Vinod Das sir, rupees 3 lakh rupees for the captain of Viswabharati. Sambit Sahu collects the check right now from Shri Vinod Das sir. I would request the entire team as well to just join your captain. Go on Viswabharati Club, the entire team. Go on and join Sambit. They've got every right on that check as well. But critics and I think as the photograph gets done, I would request Rajesh Trooper to come in and have a chat. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, captain of Rising Students Club, then Rajesh. Rajesh, प्रथमे तो word for the opposition first. जो spirit सहित विश्वभारती क्लब आज पुश करथिले आपण टीम को, how do you see their performance?
ସେମାନେ ମାନେ ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରିଥିଲେ ଆଉ ଥ୍ରୁ ଆଉଟ୍ ଟୁର୍ଣ୍ଣାମେଣ୍ଟ ବି ସେମାନେ ବହୁତ ଭଲ କ୍ରିକେଟ ଖେଳିଛନ୍ତି, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ସେ ଆଜି ଫାଇନାଲିଷ୍ଟ ଅଛି।
राजेश प्रथम तो पचारि जो भाई टीम आपण पारे थिला इनफ एक्सपीरियंस आउट देयर ऑन द पार्क एज अ कैप्टन बहुत हेल्प होइथिबो आपण पई।
ऑब्वियसली मोर माने बहुत भरोसा थिला मो टीम ऊपर ଆଉ ଖାଲି ମୋ ପ୍ଲେଇଂ 11 ନୁହଁ ଯେ ବାହାରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଏଣ୍ଟାୟର टीम को ମୁଁ ମାନେ ବହୁତ ଭरोसा ଥିଲା ତାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ।
जो भाई टूर्नामेंट ऑर्गेनाइज हेची आउटस्टेशन टैलेंट भी हमको देखिया को मिलथिला, गोटे बहुत भलो अपॉर्चुनिटी सब प्लेयर्स कम पई वाइट बॉल मसल्स फ्लेक्स करिया पई।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मो थैंक यू कहबो ओडिशा क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन को कि एते बड़ प्लेटफॉर्म रे मैच करचंदी, एतरे बहुत सारा माने इंप्रूवमेंट सब एते भलो मैचेस मिलुतला, सेटा बहुत भलो होतला।
राजेश आउ बेसी समय अपेक्षा करने को पड़ोनी, प्लीज कीप वॉकिंग टुवर्ड्स द स्टेज दैट इज बिकॉज़ यू नीड टू कलेक्ट बिग ट्रॉफी एंड द बिग चेक। Rajesh Rupar on his way. I would request all the guest members there and the office bearers to give winning trophy to the captain of Rising Students Club and the grand check of rupees 5 lakh rupees. The winners of 𝐒𝐂𝐀 Club League 2026 Rising Students Club. As the fireworks go up, I'd request the team as well to go on and join your captain. Go on the rest of Rising Students Club for job well done. They came into the tournament as favorites, and come the big night, they have delivered. Here I say against a fighting Viswabharati club, that is. Rain curtailed game eventually became a 38 over a side shootout, and it had to be best team on the paper to win one of the toughest formats that there is. A mixture of the short form cricket and long form struggle. Rising Students winning the 𝐒𝐂𝐀 Club League 2026. Well, let the pictures tell us.